Sir Adrian Smith, the Turing's Institute Director, will join a panel on what the UK needs from a national AI strategy. And finally, one of our own Turing board members, Vanessa Lawrence, will join the panel for the session, Reinventing the High Street with Geospatial and Place-Based Innovation. That'll be Wednesday at noon on the Planet and Smart City stage. So that's all across the festival. You'll see Turing people and our work. Now, this research stage is actually organized with the support of a fabulous group of editorial partners. We have Springer Nature, the global publisher that helps authors share their discoveries and enables researchers to understand the work of others. We have the Digital Catapult, who is the UK's leading agency for the early adoption of advanced digital technologies. And we have the Alan Turing Institute, the National Institute for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence. And so I'm personally delighted to be with you on this research stage today because it's so fundamental to what we do at the Turing. We're going to start our keynote in a moment. I would like to tell you that on social media, the hashtag we're all using is hashtag CogX2021. Again, that's hashtag CogX2021. Our keynote today is an exciting one, curated with Springer Nature. The future of research lies in collaboration. And so it gives me great pleasure to introduce the editor-in-chief of Nature, Dr. Magdalena Skipper.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Christine. Thank you very much for the introduction. And of course, it's a great delight to be here. I believe both Christine and I are in London, although, of course, we are joining all of you virtually from our homes today, I think. So I am editor-in-chief of Nature, as Christine said, and Nature is a weekly international multidisciplinary journal that publishes original research, but also research science-related news. And today I'm going to talk to you about the importance of collaborations. Not surprisingly, I will focus on science, on research, but as you will see, I will touch on a couple of other areas. So if I can have my presentation, please, I will kick off with that. Thank you very much. So you may be forgiven for thinking that science is primarily done by individuals, because after all, that's the image that science and research often projects. Think of how we acknowledge individuals who've made important contributions to science. Indeed, we acknowledge individuals. Think of Nobel Prizes. They are, of course, given to individuals. Usually it's 2 or 3 of them. But those individuals, of course, represent groups. And in fact, it's notable that throughout the history of this particularly famous set of prizes, the Nobel Prizes, it's only the Peace Prize that has been awarded to a group, but that group recognition has never taken place in the sciences, for which, of course, Nobels are also awarded. And so on this slide, I'm showing you images of real-life researchers, scientists, individuals who have contributed to research. And I first put together this slide about 2 years ago when Nature was celebrating its 150th anniversary. It was striking to me how the kinds of researchers who contribute to the advancement of research, who worked a long time ago when Nature was first published, who they were and who the researchers who contribute to research today are. And indeed, our pages reflect that evolution. But of course, there is something fundamentally missing about this slide. Yes, these individuals do science, they contribute to science, but the reality is really this. Science is done by teams of individuals. Yes, individuals may drive a particular set of experiments or have particular ideas, but all of that happens in a context of collaboration, background knowledge, colleagues either within the same laboratory or the same research group, or indeed from other academic institutions, perhaps private sector, or from outside of the core research establishments. That is more of a reality. And how that transition, from the very early key research figures, for example, you will perhaps recall that one of the individuals I was showing on the slide was Isaac Newton. How that evolution, or how that change has come about from the time when really individuals drove discovery through to today is a subject of active study in research. Here's one such example that looked at how team science, doing research in teams, is becoming more prominent, coming into dominance. The two graphs you can see on my slide are taken from this particular publication, and what you're looking at on the left-hand side is the proportion, the percentage of scientific output as measured by scientific publications with the black line, science and engineering, and with the orange line, social sciences. Notably, the blue line at the bottom, where the percentage has not changed dramatically, represents arts and humanities. And the red line is, in fact, patents. So, of course, another important contribution to research output. And you can see that proportion of teams has proportion of team science is increasing over time, and this is a particular time window of around 40 to 50 years that the authors looked at. And then on the right-hand side, on the right slide, you actually see the mean size of those teams, and you can see the size is increasing, particularly fast in science and engineering. That's a much steeper rise. This particular set of authors also found another interesting conclusion. The fact that individual authors did produce papers of what they call singular distinction in science and engineering and social sciences in the middle of the last century, in the 1950s. However, towards the millennium, what they call the extraordinary cited works, so really outstanding, impactful contributions, increasingly tend to be made by teams rather than individuals. Another interesting aspect of teams that I wanted to share with you was relatively recently published in this journal called Nature Human Behavior. So here the authors looked at the what they call the freshness of the teams. And the way they define this is simply whether the members of the team have worked previously with one another or not. Well, it turns out from this particular study that in fact the originality, the impact, the originality of the study, and in fact multidisciplinarity is more likely to occur when teams come together for the first time, when they have not worked with one another before. And so, of course, as you saw from what I said already, collaboration is hardly a new concept, but undoubtedly it's increasing in frequency. And also, as we can see, when we look at impactful science, most impactful science, or more and more impactful science, science that really is either very highly cited or makes real impact in life, comes from collaborations. Well, of course, nothing focuses the mind like a common crisis. And so I wanted to spend a few minutes talking about collaborations in the context of the study of the current pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. But this is, of course, not the only crisis that faces us. So I will also spend a few minutes talking about a couple of other ongoing crises, which right now, because of the pandemic, are a little bit less visible. You would probably think that when you look at subject areas in terms of research that contribute to providing new knowledge around the pandemic, it would mainly be medical and health sciences. And of course, when we talk about collaborations, one sort of axis of collaboration, if you like, is across disciplines. Well, you're absolutely right that, of course, most of the publications, and so this is in fact what I'm showing on this very simple slide, publications that have been published in the last just over a year, because I performed a very simple search for the purpose of the slide with the word COVID. And of course, COVID is a new term, only just over a year old. The vast majority of publications fall indeed within this discipline of medical and health sciences. But in order for us to understand the pandemic, come out of it, scientists and researchers from many different disciplines need to collaborate, and collectively we need to use the knowledge, the knowledge they generate. And so, for example, we have a very large proportion of publications in studies in human society, in psychology, basic science, both biological and physical sciences, in education, in information and computer science, economics, engineering, etc., even history. So many different disciplines need to come together in order for us to crack such a complex and an important problem such as the pandemic. And zooming in on one specific example in the context of the pandemic, one that I am particularly in awe of, let me spend a couple of minutes talking about SARS-CoV-2 vaccine development timeline. So for your comparison, I'm showing you a sort of a generic timeline based on historic evidence. At the top of the slide, you see the traditional development pipeline for a vaccine. Normally, it takes some 15 years or longer to develop a vaccine, and there are many different stages, many different steps involved in this process. Now, if you look at the bottom of the slide, and of course, you don't have to tell me you don't have to listen to me to tell you that the SARS-CoV-2 vaccine was developed in unprecedented short time frame in just about 10 months. So the steps in the process were exactly the same, but each step was contracted as a result of open, accelerated information exchange. And of course, as I said before, a crisis focuses the mind. So as you can see here, clinical trials, the different phases of clinical trials took place in a sort of overlapping fashion. The regulatory review was much accelerated. But let me zoom in at the very beginning of this timeline. So in order to be able to develop a vaccine, we need to understand the disease agent, the virus itself. The disease was first announced at the very beginning, or in fact on the last day of 2019, but let's say the beginning of 2020. And through an incredible collaborative effort among scientists, the sequence of the virus was, first of all, the genome of the virus was sequenced. The sequence was made available, shared widely. And it's because of that sharing, and incidentally, that sequence was published within about a month of the disease first being described, published in peer review literature. That really is quite remarkable. And then just under 2 months later, the structure of the virus particle was solved and published again in peer-reviewed literature. And it's the basis of that structure that then, or the structure formed the basis of development of the vaccine, kickstarting that whole extremely rapid 10-month process. And of course, having the vaccine, so knowing the molecular details of the virus itself and then developing the vaccine, having the vaccine itself would not necessarily be, would necessarily solve our pandemic problem. We, of course, need the people to take up the vaccine. And of course, we also need to make sure that the vaccine is widely available. So this is where the social sciences come in. Social scientists need to come and collaborate with basic scientists, with the clinicians, public health researchers, so that we all collectively understand what creates vaccine hesitancy, Why are people reluctant to accept a new vaccine? Without that collaboration and that understanding, the vaccine itself will not be as efficient because simply it will not be taken up by the population. And another example, my last example from the COVID-19 stable, if you like, is that of this collaboration or partnership between science and policy. Here, 3 examples of research papers. The first one from a journal called Nature Medicine, modeling the COVID-19 scenario as the disease develops in populations in the US. New data are being fed into the models and updated, and it's on the basis of this modeling that the US government is making decisions, for example, on the lockdowns, restrictions, on gatherings, opening up businesses, etc., etc. The example on the right-hand side, again from Nature Medicine, was in fact the piece of research, one of the pieces of evidence, again peer-reviewed pieces of evidence, that led to a change by the US CDC to now allow fully vaccinated individuals not to wear masks outdoors but also indoors, because scientific evidence provided sufficient evidence to suggest that they are no longer transmitting that many viruses, so they don't pose a threat in these situations. The third example on the slide is just over a year old now, but it was particularly instrumental here in the UK, where I am, where we had a concept of social bubbles. And so this was a study which, even before it was fully officially published in the journal, was shared with the government here, the governmental advisors, to introduce a concept of social bubbles. So a few individuals were able to continue to meet together even during lockdown without compromising the effectiveness of lockdown and dampening down the spread of the pandemic. So I mentioned at the beginning, of course, the pandemic is not the only crisis that faces us, and especially that interaction between policymakers and scientists, of course, is not just limited to the current ongoing pandemic. So Sustainable Development Goals are, of course, a set of goals set out by the UN. They were put in place for a period of 15 years, and we are looking to the end of the 15-year period in 2030. Even before the pandemic started at the beginning of 2020, I think we knew that we were going to struggle to meet the goals. Certainly now with the pandemic, as a result of the pandemic, a number of these goals are looking very shaky. And so the UN is deliberately looking to scientific advice from researchers to help modify, reset, recalibrate the goals to ideally maximize the opportunity for meeting as many of the sub-goals as possible. This is a really important collaboration, an ongoing collaboration. While the goals are being, as I say, recalibrated, the researchers are providing the policymakers with analysis, data, and relevant modeling. So let me give you a couple of examples, real examples. The first one is that from the domain of the oceans. Here's an example of, in my opinion, an unprecedented collaboration between world leaders of 14 nation states, who specifically commissioned, if you like, an international group of researchers to help them decide where next for ocean economy. And at Nature and the Nature portfolio, we were fortunate enough to be able to publish a large part of this output. So the collaboration was known as the High Level Panel on Sustainable Ocean Economy. As I said, 14 nations came together, and as a result of the evidence that the researchers furnished them with, they have committed to sustainable management of 100% of the national waters by 2025 already. And in terms of the contribution to the global ocean, just to give you one example, these 14 nations represent something like 20% of all global fisheries. And there are different aspects to this, as you can see: ocean wealth, ocean health, finance, knowledge, and also, very importantly, equity. What was very important in this particular collaboration is that it wasn't just researchers and politicians and policymakers, but also other stakeholders, such as, for example, small-scale fishermen. Another example, which in many ways is similar, is the UN Food Agenda. So later this year, in the autumn, there will be a UN Food System Summit, which was called by the Secretary General. This example, again, the reason for me to choose it is because it wonderfully illustrates the importance and the necessity of collaboration between researchers, politicians, policymakers, but also, in this case, smallholder farmers, so that the research is appropriately directed, the policies are developed appropriately, and by appropriately, I mean so that they can actually make a real difference to smallholder farmers as well as large agricultural businesses. One aspect which illustrates that inclusivity in the design of the research and information gathering in the run-up to the UN food system is this Food Systems Summit Dialogues. It's a program of dialogues which has been running for quite some time now. These dialogues are local. They've happened in over 20 different countries, having brought together over 2,000 different stakeholders. So building up expertise, information from the ground up, if you like, in this very collaborative, consultative fashion, so that the outcome, the research, the policy can be better suited and therefore more successful. Historically, especially when I imagine that, especially when you think about research being done together with those individuals who are not trained, formally trained as researchers, you think of citizen science, where scientists perhaps, or you're likely to think of citizen science, where scientists perhaps involve members of the general public to collect data at some point. There are wonderful examples of that in astronomy or in biodiversity, for example. But increasingly, there is appropriate emphasis on co-production of research, where stakeholders in these collaborations enter collaborations at the very point of inception of research. So what kinds of questions are asked and how they are addressed is collectively designed with, for example, smallholder farmers or patients. Indeed, this is very appropriate to research which has real life tangible outcomes. But even in the case of some basic studies, for example, researchers who study adult autism increasingly work with autistic adults right from the very start of the research of these studies. One of the ways in which we as journal editors and as publishers try to support this increasingly collaborative way of doing science, cross-disciplinary, cross-sector, across stakeholder, is actually by creating new homes for this interdisciplinary research. And so, I said to you at the beginning that I am editor-in-chief of Nature, which is a multidisciplinary journal. For that reason, all of these studies all of these subject areas that I've talked about so far are in scope for the journal to consider. We certainly publish in these areas. But as part of the Nature portfolio, of which Nature is part of, we have also created other homes for multidisciplinary and indeed interdisciplinary research, such as, for example, Nature climate change, Nature energy, Nature sustainability, Nature food, and Nature human behavior. I mentioned one publication from Nature human behavior earlier. Each of these journals, each of these homes brings in practitioners of many different disciplines, or indeed those who increasingly define themselves as interdisciplinarians. When thinking about collaborations, it's really important to not only think about them as being inclusive. At some level, by the very definition, collaborations ought to be inclusive, but they must be equitable. All too often, we hear, certainly within research, that when collaborations are set up along the so-called global north, global south axis, there is lack of equity in these collaborations. It's important that researchers, funders, but also us, editors and publishers, as well as other stakeholders, think right from the very beginning that collaborations need to be equitable. So that, for example, when large funding opportunities are created for to study science or to support science that is designed to understand problems that face individuals in Africa, African researchers are involved in those studies right from the very beginning, and in fact, they drive the agenda. In that case, the studies are certainly bound to be more appropriate and have a more likely real impact on the ground. There are some simple things to think of when one thinks about equitable collaborations, such as, for example, respect of all collaborators, appreciating the different types of contributions that all collaborators bring. But also, one of the things which is very common in the, or commonly occurs in research is the so-called brain drain. So in collaborations, individuals might move from one geographic location to another, acquire expertise and knowledge in the new location, and then not be able, for whatever reason, to come back to return. So in setting up those collaborations, it's important to think about that provision and sort of brain flow, if you like, which is what, for example, the author of this particular study published in Nature, Ecology and Evolution talked about. And indeed, I gave you an example of how collaborations or equitable collaborations can be enabled by funders of research. And many funders increasingly are beginning to think about this. Here, two examples of large funding efforts from the NIH, National Institute of Health. Both, in fact, focused on setting up collaborations with and within Africa. So H3 Africa is looking at health, human health and heredity in Africa, understanding the genetic basis of disease and disease susceptibility, and harnessing data science for health discovery and innovation in Africa is another example, which right from the very beginning is designed to foster and support collaborations across disciplines and across geographies. Collaborations across geographies are not always very easy, or not as easy as they ought to be. Science research in itself, of course, knows no borders, and yet politics sometimes get in the way. My plea, I suppose, in the context of this presentation is that researchers themselves, but also actually the policymakers and researchers, whether they be in an academic institution or in the private sector, try and rise above these borders, these political, the political focus that may exist, that political focus should be left outside of science, outside of research, if we really are going to have collaborations that are designed to solve global problems that face us all. And of course, science already provides wonderful examples. You often hear of the sort of diplomatic power of science. Here's one example, and it's not a new example. This particular facility, Synchrotron Light for Experimental Science and Applications in the Middle East, has been established for a number of years. But look at this map. Look at the map where the researchers who have come to establish what's known as Sesame, where they come from. There are very few tables at which individuals from all these different countries can sit, come together, and peacefully discuss a common cause. This is a real power that science has. And my plea to all of you listening, engaging in research in whatever way, is to keep this wonderful example first and foremost at mind when thinking about global collaborations. And so, understandably, throughout my presentation, I focused on research-centered collaborations that bring different players, different stakeholders, but try and solve some science-focused problem. After all, so many global problems, and I mentioned the ongoing pandemic, I mentioned ocean sustainability, I mentioned food crisis, and more broadly, sustainable development goals. But there are some other wonderful examples of collaboration. Sometimes they come from surprising quarters. I'm sure you think of journalists as working as individuals, trying to get the scoop, get a story. Well, here's a wonderful example of a collaboration in journalistic world. You will probably remember the Panama Papers, a series of stories who came about as a result of a collaboration of more than 300 reporters right across the globe. And of course, they worked together to expose this hidden infrastructure and global scale of offshore tax havens. And very likely, the story would not have hit the headlines had these individuals worked individually as opposed to coming together in this journalistic consortium. Again, an illustration of how global issues, global problems require global collaborations which bring many different experts together. So with this, I will stop, and I hope I've convinced you that that the future of research is collaborative, and that really is the only way then we can make a meaningful impact on the global stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Magdalena. That's such a powerful message. And I felt I could hear the sort of bird song in agreement and accompaniment behind you. It's just lovely. We're in the same position. You know, we really subscribe to this at the Turing. We know there's all sorts of problems that can't be solved by an individual, and we can't sit around and wait for another Alan Turing to be born. Right? We have to be building these teams that can accomplish those breakthroughs. So thank you. Thank you for the challenge.
Thank you very much. It was a great pleasure to be here.
All right. Well, we'll continue building those teams as you suggest. Thank you so much, Magdalena. Well, that was a big start to the day, wasn't it? Our next session will start at 11 a.m. And in the meantime, there are these virtual expo booths and networking areas that you can go to during the break. Also, if you're minded to have your say about the future of the UK's national AI strategy, maybe even make some points about collaboration, there should be digital screens around with QR codes for a survey that's being run with the AI Council and the Turing. And I think the deadline, oh no, I know the deadline for that is the 20th of June. So there will be ways of completing that, lots of different channels to help you do that, but you should be able to contribute to the country's national AI strategy that way. And so with that, leave you with a break and see you at 11 o'clock. Thank you so much. Welcome back. The hashtag we're all using today is hashtag CogX2021. So feel free to comment and share and let people know that you're watching. We're going to start our next session in a moment. If you want to submit questions to this panel, do use the platform to submit Q&A for the end of the session. This one's called The Future of AI Industry Academia Relations. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce the director of the UCL AI Center at University College London, David Barber.
Wonderful. Thank you, Christine. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this panel session. So I should just say a little bit about myself. So I'm indeed the director of the University College London UCL AI Center, which is a leading academic research center in the UK. And we also have a very keen interest in industry relationships, both from the spin-out side, but also relationships with larger organizations as well. So my personal feeling is that, this is a huge topic. It's very important for industry, and it's very important for academia. It's very important for the economy, and it's also very important for society. So a lot of the things that we would like to do in academia are to, of course, support industry, but also to be aware of the societal impacts of the research that we have. So this is huge, and we certainly, we can't do this alone. If we want to have impact in the real world as academics, we need to partner with industry to achieve that. But I think it's also fair to say that I think there's a lot of potential confusion, misunderstanding, changes in the way that industry and academia are working together. And I think this is very important to have this opportunity today to have a platform to air some of these thoughts. So I'm delighted to say that I've got four eminent speakers with me today. They are Pete Rye, who's from Cisco, and Pete is a principal engineer in the Emerging Technologies and Incubation Group at Cisco. We have Emine Yilmaz. She is a professor at UCL and also a part-time principal applied scientist at Amazon Research, who's working with the Alexa team there. We have Edward Chalice from the startup Reinfer. Ed is the co-founder and CEO of Reinfer, which is making enterprise intelligence and automation systems. And last but not least, we have Daniel Hume, who is the CEO at Zetalia, which is an SME building enterprise AI technologies. So I'll just say a couple of words before we get into hearing their thoughts on these things. So I should say that from my side, I think there's been an awful lot of changes in the way that we think about relationships with industry. So also, if you look at the practicalities of the way that research is done in AI, things have changed a lot. So to give you an example, maybe 10 years ago even, it was commonplace that industry might sponsor, for example, a PhD student at academia or at university, and they, for that, would like a lot of intellectual property. However, that's actually a very difficult model for us to currently manage, because the reality is that many students are working on a collection of different papers together and then sort of saying, well, what was the contribution of that individual student to that paper? It becomes very, very difficult. So you get issues of, clashes of then who owns what, which is very, very difficult for us to figure out. Also, there are many interesting questions around access to data, ethical situations. There are many academics now who are working part-time in the universities and part-time, for example, in the tech giants. There's a huge incentive among academics to actually make spin-outs. There's a huge enthusiasm to do that. But actually, I think the question is, how do we maintain that? Is that how do we support academics to do that? I think another, perhaps the biggest thing that I've seen, I think the biggest challenge we face, is that people talk about, and indeed this panel session is entitled as Industry-Academia Relationships, but actually there are typically three people involved at least in this relationship, which is industry, academia, but also the individuals who are carrying out these relationships. So for example, at universities, you'll be talking about the actual researchers who might be, say, making a spin out based upon academic research. And so making sure that the incentives are right for everyone, not just the university, the industry, but you also need to take into consideration PhD students, the academics, and the researchers who are working on this as well, and incentivize everybody properly. Anyway, I could go on. It's a huge topic. But we're going to start off with some particular questions, which I'm going to ask and invite each of our panelists to talk about, and then we'll see if there's hopefully time for discussion at the end. All right, so I'm going to start with Emine. And Emine, I'd like to ask you, how do you feel about intellectual property ownership?
Actually, thanks, David. International properties, intellectual property is one of the main things that could form a challenge in setting up these agreements, actually, in the sense that when you set up the contract with companies, especially if you are working officially with a company as well as an academic institution, it's a big thing, and that could be even a deal breaker in the sense that most companies ideally would like to own the IP. And of course, that becomes a problem in the sense that in academia, we actually would like to have our own IP, and we would like to have the freedom to work on whatever problems we would like to work on. And in a sense, the IP that we have in academia doesn't belong to just the academic. It also belongs to the student. You have the know-how that comes from all the collaborations and other teams. And as an academic, not only you would like to have the freedom to work on whatever problems you would like to work on in academia, but you would like to have the flexibility to work with other potential companies, form your spin-outs and so on. So it becomes a little bit of a challenge when setting up the agreements with the companies. But one thing I've noticed is over time, the way companies approach IP has changed in terms of academic collaborations. It's also, when I first started working both as an academic as well as in the industry at the same time, I think there were very few people having such setups, but now this is becoming more and more common. So the companies at the time, I think they felt like, okay, IP is really important. We really want hold of it. But now I think that perspective, as more academics are working in the industry, is changing as well. So they are more okay with owning part of the IP or potentially the application, IP that belongs to a particular application, in the sense that as an academic, we mostly work on basic research, and then that research could be applicable to many different domains. And in industry, quite often, not always, but most likely, there would be a specific application that the company is functioning on, and the company mainly cares about owning the IP specific to that application. So I find that one way that could solve this conflict potentially between the work done in academia as well as by the academic with different companies potentially, and the company with which the industrial partner with whom the academics is setting up the contract. And I do feel that that's happening more and more because companies are being more aware of giving the importance of giving freedom to the academic. And I'm also seeing in quite a few industrial partnerships or industrial contracts set up that the industrial partner is very happy to enable to make sure that academic can publish the work, because I think it's important for the industry to get visibility in the research community as well. And these are all great things because I think we are seeing this progress slowly, academia and industry being more involved, which, as David has mentioned, it's very important thing to basically move forward in terms of research, and it could have implications or it could lead to improvements in many different aspects of our lives. So industry becoming more open regarding IP, I think is critical, and I see it happening slowly. I think probably there will be more such setups happening or examples happening as well. There are also other settings as to in terms of setting up the IP where the company may not require any ownership of the IP, actually. This could be like research awards, and I do see again this happening as well. And I like these setups because in quite a few cases I've seen the company may not request any IP ownership, but they may expect the academia potentially, academic to potentially collaborate with them and publish together with them. And industry does get the benefit of publishing and maybe even opening up to a new research topic or get the expertise of the academic potentially and even work with the PhD students as a result of this collaboration as well. And some of these awards or gifts from the industry, they are just given as like unrestricted gifts even, just so the industry funds academic research, which I think is also a great initiative. And I do see more and more companies being involved in this type of arrangements as well. In general, I think because this type of academic industrial interactions are becoming more common, I also do see that university side has to be a bit more aware of the IP ownership and of IP arrangements as well, actually. For me, I was when I started this type of dual positions, there weren't that many people involved in this type of collaborations or in this setting, and I really had to learn about IP ownership, the rules, how to set up contracts on my own. And from industry, they come with a huge legal team, and they have all the expertise. They try to help you, but you as an academic sometimes are on your own, and you have to set it up. So I feel that from academic side, universities, and I do see this happening again a little bit more now that academics are being more and more involved with industry, but we do need a little bit more training to the academics, so the academic knows what IP, how IP works, and what licensing is, and how to set up these contracts with the industry as well. So just to summarize, I do think that IP is a major thing that needs to be tackled. I guess it's so important that this is the first item that we are discussing here as well, because it could be a deal breaker in terms of the interactions between academia and the industry. But because these collaborations are so important for our society and the future of research in general, that I do think it's worth setting up these type of arrangements, and both from the industry side and from academic side as well. And it's good to see that this is something that both sides are willing to work on and be more open on.
Great, thank you, Emily. So maybe just controversially, I could step in and say, well, look, that's great. It's natural that large organizations and small would want to retain intellectual property, but you could also say, it makes it very difficult for universities and individual students, to actually to work with that. So you might have, for example, a PhD student or a researcher at university, and everybody knows that they are, say, supported or funded by some particular company. And if you then were to talk with that student or that researcher and discuss some research ideas, there's a danger that actually your ideas are now going to end up belonging to the sponsor as a sponsor of that PhD student. So that can create a kind of a fear or a sort of a reluctance or an anti-openness sort of culture. Have you experienced that at all? Or also, I should say, to the other panelists, feel free to jump in as well with your comments on that.
Mm-hmm. Potentially, that is indeed a challenge, and that's why IP agreement has to be set up really carefully, especially if you set it up in such a way that the particular application that the company is working on, the IP could potentially belong to the company or license to the company on that. But for the core basic research, the IP still belongs to the academic or the student. I think that's relatively nice agreement in the sense that when you talk to the student, your IP still is not necessarily going to the company. It's going to basic research. One particular application, IP related to one particular application could be going to the company, but it's much better still. And but I agree that could constitute a little bit of a challenge, and other academics maybe also, or other PhD students who work with this particular PhD student may be less willing. But again, this could be arranged using the IP agreement.
Great. So maybe Ed, maybe I can bring you in at this point. So I think sort of in a similar way, might say, what's the benefit for you? So you're CEO of a startup. I mean, what's in it for you in terms of academic relationships? Is it intellectual property, or is it something else?
Yeah, in fact, just in terms of what you were saying there, I'm really interested in what the intellectual property is, right? Because obviously we're generating loads of ideas and research papers and new algorithms, new models. But to ask a really naive question, what is the actual IP that's typically being generated in these engagements?
So it depends. It could be a product in a sense. When you are working with the industry, you could still work on a product related to the industry. You could build a prototype. This is one of the most common setups where you would do some research with the industry, and that research would have implications to the product that the industry is working on. And then once you build a prototype, you could publish a paper as well. The IP might want to transfer that to the products. Then there is the IP that needs to be protected.
Okay, yeah. Yes, I mean, okay, cool. So, I mean, but but in answer to your question, David, like just on a personal basis, because when I first got into machine learning, that exposure to what industry is doing is so fascinating when you're learning these new ideas, and each of these ideas is fascinating. You can imagine all these things that are being done with it. But, I really craved to understand how these things were actually being used and implemented by industry. So, every paper that was ever made in a kind of collaboration for a topic I was interested in, I would read and I appreciated. And then, through my PhD and my postdoc, I always coveted those kind of conversations with people in industry solving actual real world problems. And that's how somehow these ideas really come to life. And I think especially for a field like machine learning and AI, which is about these kind of artificial agents doing things in the real world, right? That's almost like the real test of it, is it has to be doing something in the real world. That connection with industry is so much stronger in our field than it would be in, say, pure maths or pure physics, right? I mean, it's just so relevant. So I've always had, like, when I was a student or a researcher or a postdoc, a real kind of interest in that, and I've appreciated the other industry relations that other researchers and academics have forged, and the research and kind of work that they did, because it kind of makes the subject more real, right? Nothing is more exciting than Tesla's cars driving down the road, in a real traffic environment. Like, that is AI in action, much more than, I don't know, a pole being balanced in a kind of simulated environment or something like that. But then for us as a business, I think that there are established connections between academia and industry, which have been kind of forged over many years. And the default for any researcher is to go into one of those places, right? So we're talking Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Facebook, right? That's the flow of researchers. And, almost many machine learning departments have been completely, I would say, co-opted, gutted, to be over the top, to be a bit sensational, like they've been almost totally taken over by those companies. And so for other companies to be able to be a part of that environment and to talk to the researchers, it's great to show researchers that there are other places that you can go to. Not everyone becomes, in academia, it's quite a steep kind of pyramid of career progression, and most people leave and go into industry, and it's great, I think, to get that exposure to meet researchers and show them the other places that they could go to. And
what about you, Ed? As the CEO of a startup, what is it that you ideally would like to get out of academic relationships? Is this something that you value, or you think is broken, or you would like to improve in that relationship?
I think there's two things, right? The first thing is talent, like really good researchers being interested in joining a company like ours, and most kind of PhD students would only know of a few firms, right? And it would be like Google and all those firms I mentioned already. So having those relationships as a way to hire these amazing people is super important for us. And then secondly, to get research to focus on slightly different problems than are typically focused on. So I often think, the tech giants tend to focus on models which are super data hungry, for example, because those companies have so much data. And that's unique to their kind of consumer internet proposition. So, engaging with researchers and changing that narrative to focus on other problems which are less dominated by those guys is also super useful.
Great, thank you. So perhaps at this point I can bring Pete into the conversation. So Pete, we've heard some thoughts from M&A and Ed about this, but what role do you see universities playing in light of, for example, a very strong competition from particularly the tech giants in AI? Where do you think what's left for the universities to do in that space?
Sure. Okay. Actually, before I tackle that question, let me just a couple of notes on the question about IP as well. So the mainstay of the work we do in the university is done through a kind of a gift-funded model where the IP is, we all know what we're talking about. We don't claim any IP. In fact, we demand open publishing, etc. It's when we get into a bespoke discussion about something special where things get complicated. And I think what we don't have is what we have in the open source community. We don't have a kind of a set of reach for licenses that we can go for, and everybody knows what that means. Each one, has to be individually and negotiated and becomes a bespoke discussion. And that's where the time is lost and sometimes where the difficulties arise. Also, as a global company, we find very different attitudes in different parts of the world. The US universities are very much more aggressive about intellectual property than the UK ones. And they come with very large legal teams to the discussions more so than the UK ones. So, if we can work towards a model where there's more off-the-shelf licensing discussions, I think that would sort of help. But it seems like we're a long way from that for some of the bespoke discussions. In terms of what do we need from universities? Well, look, one thing's for sure. The problems are so vast and the opportunities are so big that nobody can do it on their own anymore. I mean, that's been the case for a good long while. And you need a broad range of people and a broad range of voices to solve the kind of problems that we need to solve as an industry and as a society. And I think the academic sector plays an absolutely crucial part to solving those problems. So we quite, deliberately court the academic sector. We try to bring them into the discussion. What do we need from them? What we need from them is essentially all sorts of things. We need innovation, because that's where all the cutting edge stuff is happening. We need to understand what that is. We need to kind of help to fund it and to accelerate it and then to bring it in to the business. As a business, we're quite used to working with open standards and integrating those into product sets, if you like. So it's not always about something secret sauce that we need. So we need that innovation pump from universities. We need talent and skills. I mean, I personally think we're heading rapidly towards skills cliffs on some of these things. We don't, get enough people coming through. So we don't want to gut universities, as someone said earlier, but we do need a constant pipeline of talent coming in who have learned these new techniques and new technologies. We need diversity. We completely have Black diversity in this industry, certainly gender diversity. So we need to work with universities to try and tackle that. So we have more voices coming in, and that's a joint problem that we have as an industry. And academia is part of the pipeline for that problem. So we need that. And I think the other thing we need now is interdisciplinary expertise. Increasingly, the problems that we are tackling can't be just encapsulated in computer science or machine learning. We need to bring in all sorts of other disciplines, the human sciences, etc. So when we start looking at something like the future of work, for instance, the technology for the future of work is just an aspect of that. There's all sorts of other aspects to that problem when we look at advances in healthcare, even things like transport, etc. All these things are complicated areas. So one of the things I think we'd like to see more of from university is this kind of interdisciplinary approach. They're well set up to do that because they have all these departments. And we'd like to see a kind of a more coordinated approach to some of this research, where we hear a lot more of kind of the human aspects, not just the computational aspects in the discussion.
So Peter, are you saying you would like to, for example, you could of course then, as a company, the size of yours, you could try to say work with a specific, say, a humanities, section of a university. Are you saying that you'd also like to, when you're interfacing with the university, you would like that university to provide that package of opportunities, from say the core AI research to the ethical issues of the societal challenges, etc.? Are you saying that you would like a sort of more a single point of engagement in which all of those issues can be addressed, or are you happy to say, have a separate relationship, say, with some humanities department, the computer science department, etc.?
Well, I'm not after kind of a. Oh, sorry, audio's glitched there a bit. I'm sorry to talk over you. We're not after kind of a simple one-stop shop. I understand it'll be a complicated negotiation, but but take for instance the future of work and what we're doing now, collaborating over video. Obviously, Cisco has a huge product set in that area. We're not using it today, unfortunately, but there it is. And we are thinking very hard about the future of work. Now, future of work obviously involves all sorts of human aspects, and there's all sorts of research about what that means in terms of the complexities of human interaction. And so, yes, what we'd like to do is engage with a broad range of the departments in the university. Now, it would be useful if the university itself was coordinating that discussion and was presenting, unified research. It doesn't have to be that way. As a technology organization, we'll have to learn a lot about how to interact in an interdisciplinary way anyway, and perhaps even higher in an interdisciplinary way. So I'm sure we've all got ways of, improving these areas. But I think, the days when we would sponsor somebody to do something just algorithmically, and that's still there. If you go to research.cisco.com, you'll find lots of gift funding for that. But I think the kind of research that's closer to the heart and closer to our product set is becoming more complicated and involves more people, more voices, more disciplines.
Great. Thanks, Pete. So actually, I wanted to go back slightly to a topic I mentioned earlier, which I think is quite close to my own heart, which is incentive structures. I feel very much that somehow, there's, as I said, there's a university and there's industry, but I think often in these conversations we're forgetting that actually there's individuals involved. What on earth is in it for that individual PhD student, that researcher, that academic, that company, and also the university? There are three people at least in this, three entities in this relationship. So, Daniel, I wanted to come to you at this point and say, entrepreneurship is clearly an increasingly important topic for universities, because not only is it important to society, but universities can incentivize their individual researchers this way and also make some money themselves through this route. But what role do you see industry have in helping that, and what are the sort of the changes that are happening and trends that you've seen in that space?
Thanks, David. This is a subject I'm incredibly passionate about. Aside from my role at Satalia, I'm entrepreneur in residence for computer science, so help academics understand how to make an impact from their research. And for 4 years, ran a master's program where I had 50 students every year going out there applying these technologies to industry. So if we actually think that academia has two engagements, one is with the academics, the PhDs, the professors, and the other is the students. And industry interact with them in slightly different ways, and there are different frictions associated with those two. I think what we've seen over the past several years is an emphasis on researchers having to demonstrate impact. It's even scored in the ref from their research. So there's pressure on them to engage with industry. There's also pressure on industry to engage with academia, to get closer to talent, to get closer to IP, because that's one of the main competitive advantages. And I would say that the companies are not relaxing their IP challenges because of the goodness of their hearts. What they're doing is they're having to relax them because there's more competition now where they intersect, and competition is making those restrictions less. So as an individual, you have a number of options from a PhD or a postdoc perspective. It's clear that there aren't enough jobs in academia for PhDs. So there are multiple routes to industry. Obviously, you can go and join an organization, or you can spin out a company, or you can be part of a group that gets acquired by organizations. And I would actually agree with Ed. I am deeply concerned that large organizations now, instead of agreeing on compromising around IP, the easiest thing to do is to buy that research group, and I'm worried that it is leaving a gulf of talent in academia that are not educating the next generation. And obviously, being acquired by a large organization is very attractive from the academics' perspective. That the salaries are more, they get freedom, access to lots and lots of data, and I am worried that there isn't now people that are doing deep research in AI in academia. So actually, in the US, I spent a few years in the US trying to understand how MIT, Harvard, Berkeley, Stanford did technology transfer. And interestingly, is that they get a huge amount of money from donations, which gives them freedom to be able to choose. When you don't have access to money, you typically don't have a huge amount of freedom. In the UK, where we're dependent upon government subsidies, and we're now dependent upon industry giving us money or academia money to be able to operate. In the US, they've got a huge amount of freedom from donations, and I'd like to see that happen more in the UK, so that it gives our academics freedom to do what they want instead of being acquired. Just to go back to some of the frictions, IP has always been a huge friction in this space. And actually, it's not just about the IP, it's about the ability to publish. If you're an early career academic and you want to build your career as an academic, if you are restricted to publish, which is your academic currency, then you're preventing options in the future. When you're in the later stage of your career as an academic, most of them have achieved their success in academia. They want to now create an impact, which is where they're more compromising on not needing to publish and things like that. But certainly for early stage academics, it's very important for them to publish, and those restrictions do often prevent you from doing that. The other challenge that you have as a PhD and starting companies that you're spinning out from academia is it's also incredibly difficult to compete with the salaries that these larger organizations are providing. And you as an entrepreneur, founding a PhD, you're probably going to have to incentivize your new employees through a large equity scheme. Because that's the way that they can see some sort of major financial return in the medium term. Otherwise, they might as well go and work for Facebook or Twitter at four times the salary. So there are a number of challenges. I hope that more competition is going to help alleviate some of those frictions. But ultimately, I think it's just going to get more and more. It's going to get larger. This activity is going to get larger. Industry going to get close to academia. Academia going to get closer to industry. So it's going to be a very interesting 5 years, 10 years ahead of us.
Great, thanks, Daniel. I mean, I'm just wondering a little bit about are we missing some tricks here? So I have the feeling that, as you say, this increasing closeness between academia and industry, there's a great willingness and there's a great energy there, but it's somehow blocked. It doesn't seem to really. Okay, so we have for example, the tech giants. So many of my colleagues will be doing part-time jobs where they're working a few days a week in tech giants and 1 or 2 days a week at university. But I still feel that there's an awful lot of younger people who are wanting to use their energy to, for example, make a startup company, but somehow the universities are not maybe quite sort of enabling that to the extent that they could do. So, for example, another proposed mechanism might be something like, well, a researcher, not just a PhD student, but for example, a postdoc might, for example, work, be sponsored by a company to solve a problem that's of great interest to that company. They might work, for example, 3 days at the university and say 2 days at that company in order to understand the problem very well. But they're incentivized. Now, why on earth would they do that? Why would they continue then to be paid whatever it is, 30, 40K a year compared to, 5 times that in tech giants? Well, they're incentivized to do that because if they end up figuring something out, which is of great utility to that sponsoring company, they can make a startup company, and that sponsoring company will be their first client, and potential investor. So I'm just wondering, are there mechanisms there that we're not really using, which would help to really support the growth of this sort of startup entrepreneurship culture, which everybody is keenly incentivized to actually solve real problems, but also to keep doing cutting edge research. And I'm just wondering, this is a question to everybody. What are we missing? Are there tricks there? Are there things that if only we could change it?
David, maybe if I could just introduce.
So,
I mean, one of the problems with this area is access to data. So if we want to put out a piece of generic research, we can do that, and we can do gift funding, and there's no IP problems there, and we expect people to publish widely. But when we want people to work on problems that are core to us, then access to data becomes an issue, because that data is private, commercially sensitive, etc., etc. We don't want to. There's no easy way of handling that. And models that are then built upon that then are derived from that data. So bringing people into the organization to help us work with those problems and then giving access to data certainly moves things forward. The problem is then the model, the derived work of that then also then is intertwined with the data that went into the making of it. So I think access to data is actually a bigger problem than intellectual property now for us. And how do we do that? Like, if I really wanted you to work on the core parts of the Cisco thing, the things that would really make a difference to our bottom line, the thing that would really block us is giving you access to that commercially sensitive data stream so that you could train your models.
Is that, though, I'm wondering, Pete, if you, for example, had a researcher that, let's say you sponsored a research, whatever, for example, at UCL, but in order to sort of hopefully get around some of those data access issues, if you said, well, look, that researcher can spend, say, 3 days a week at the university and 2 days a week at, say, Cisco, in which at Cisco they would get access to, privileged access to that data, but they wouldn't, when they come back to their UCL 3 days a week, they cannot get access to that data. But nevertheless, they are creating and thinking about the problem, the techniques and methodologies they may need to help solve that problem. Would those kinds of models be, a way to sort of resolve some of those data access issues?
Yeah, I think certainly something like that, some kind of hybrid way of doing that moves us forward. But I still think there's some issues. So let's say that researcher then, having got access to the commercially sensitive data sets, went ahead and produced some useful utility, and that utility then isn't necessarily, literally encapsulating that data, but nevertheless is a derived work of that data. So that then brings the intellectual property issues into play. So these are difficult questions. I'm not suggesting there aren't solutions, and I completely agree with you. Some new hybrid method of working is possibly, the way that we can break through some of these issues.
Great. Does anybody else want to jump in at this point?
I just want to add to that, because that's kind of the setup that I am working at the moment. I do have a part-time position.
You asked about blockers as well.
Sorry.
Yeah, you
Oops. Emily, carry on, I think.
Okay, so I was just saying, because that's the setup I work at the moment, and that's the setup I worked over many different years, where I do have access to the data at the industrial company I work with, and then that IP, the application of that IP to the particular problem I work with in the company could belong to that, but it does give me access, the advantage of accessing the data, which is actually critical for my research in my academic role as well. And I could publish with that data subject to the review rules of the company, but at the same time, basically it's kind of benefiting both the academic, myself, as well as the industrial partner, because both I gain access to the data, understand the problems they are working on, and they get access to the kind of know-how, the related know-how. And the related thing is, in some of the positions that I've had, I was able to form a data sharing agreement between the company and UCL with some of my PhD students, and without any constraints on the IP. And again, it was great for the student as well, because again, for some of my research at UCL, data is critical, and then some PhD students do struggle with data access. So they are very happy. And if the company is flexible with the IP, that would be a very nice setup, these data sharing agreements.
Great, thank you. Daniel, I think you wanted to come in about blockers, potentially.
Yeah, you asked about blockers, and I do think it's a little bit of a shame that a lot of our talent and IP is being hoovered up by some of the companies, and I would like to try and encourage entrepreneurship more as a way of accelerating that into industry and exploring new innovations. And one of the major blockers that exists less in the US, that exists more in the UK, is that our technology transfer offices try to get involved and act like a VC a lot of the time, and actually their job is to facilitate relationships between industry and academia, making sure that people have access to advice, access to funding. In the US, interestingly, for the past several generations, they've had academics that have gone out there, built companies, made lots of money, and then welcomed back into academia to invest in the next generation. And we're just on the cusp of doing that with our first generation in the UK. Typically, our funding for startups in the UK comes from the finance industry, bankers that have made a lot of money, which have a very different mindset to entrepreneurs. So I think that after this generation, people like Ed that have gone out there, built businesses, made lots of money, I'd encourage those academics to come back into academia, invest in the next generation, so it gives them an opportunity to take these ideas to market.
Great. Well, at that point, I think we are pretty close to running out of time. So it's obviously a fascinating topic that could go on for a very long time. And I think there are huge, interesting topics to think about here. But it's also very, very important for everybody, I think, to understand better how to get through whatever those current blockages are. At this point, I just would like to thank the panelists for being on this interesting session, and everybody for watching. And I hope to see you in a future session. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you, David, for leading us through that discussion. Whether you're a company doing research or a university, you've just heard directly from the other side what they want from you, what they're expecting from you. If you're a leader of a company or an administrative university, you've just been asked to substantially reduce the friction between your organizations. So I think David and the panel have laid out a lot of work that needs to be done. So recommend we get on that. Thank you to everyone in the audience for listening. Do keep using this platform. There's a lot in it. You can see who's online, you can chat, you can have video calls, there are online exhibitions. There's things to listen to and also side events. So just, look at all the formats. It's very much a hybrid festival, and you'll find lots of different channels. Virtual expo booths, networking areas, so on and so forth. We will be going to a break, and the next session starts again at 12 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're at CogX Hybrid Festival 2021, and welcome to this research stage. I'm Christine Foster. I'm CCO at the Alan Turing Institute, and we're the UK's Institute for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, based just nearby in the British Library. And throughout this entire festival, we're going to be addressing the question, how do we get the next 10 years right? There are CEOs, entrepreneurs, academics, artists, activists, policymakers, all working to realize the biggest transformation opportunities of our time and address the challenges along the way. And most of CogX is free, so do invite your network. This next session is curated with the Alan Turing Institute, and it marks the launch of a new report, which examines the benefits and challenges raised by the use of AI in financial services. We're going to hear about the report's main findings and highlight the relevance for financial service providers, regulators, consumers, and other stakeholders. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Cosmina Dorobantu from both the Alan Turing Institute and the Oxford Internet Institute. Cosmina.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Christine. And welcome everyone to the session on AI in financial services. We're very excited to have you join us for the launch of a new Turing report. The report was commissioned by the Financial Conduct Authority and considers a number of topics, including AI challenges, benefits, and transparency. We hope that the report will be of use to all firms using or contemplating AI and machine learning and will support the FCA's future work on digital markets. Before I share with you today's agenda, a quick introduction to who we are. My name is Cosmina Dorobantu. I'm the Deputy Director of the Alan Turing Institute's Public Policy Research Program. And I'm delighted to be joined today by two colleagues, Ravi Bala from the Financial Conduct Authority. Over to you, Ravi.
Hi, yes, my name is Ravi Bala, Head of Department for Innovate in the FCA. This entails leading a department which fosters and stimulates desirable innovation safely. It has four functions. The first is our regulatory sandbox. The second, our direct support and advice unit services. Third, our engagement with our domestic, regional and international ecosystem through bilateral and multilateral agreements. And finally, the last area is AI thought leadership.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Ravi. We're also joined today by Florian Ostman from the Alan Turing Institute's Public Policy Program. Over to you, Florian.
Thank you, Cosmina. I'll keep it very brief. My name is Florian Ostman. I'm the policy theme lead within the Public Policy Program at the Alan Turing Institute. Welcome, and thank you very much for joining us from my side as well. And I will be back later on to provide a summary of our report.
Great. We're ready to kick off. So in terms of the agenda today, Ravi will start by giving us an overview of artificial intelligence and how the FCA views its application in financial services. I'll then give a quick introduction to the Alan Turing Institute and why we're very excited to have been commissioned by the FCA to look at AI in finance. And Florian will provide an overview of the report itself. We won't have Q&A as part of our session today, but we welcome any feedback on the report at the email address policy@turing.ac.uk. And with that, Ravi, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Cosmina. It is a pleasure to be here today with the Alan Turing Institute to talk about artificial intelligence and how we, as the regulator, view its application in financial services. Finance plays a fundamental role at the heart of daily life for almost every single person. In a joint survey with the Bank of England on the use of machine learning in financial markets in the UK, published in October 2019, we noted that AI applications in financial markets are likely to more than double in the next 3 years. The joint survey with the Bank of England was a milestone for us, not just in terms of better understanding technological changes in markets, but also what such changes may mean for the way financial markets are regulated, in particular AI. COVID-19 has accelerated this trend. The Bank of England recently surveyed banks, half of which reported an increase in the importance of AI as a result of the pandemic. AI is an area that can deliver real value for consumers and the economy by providing greater access or more tailored services. It can make credit more widely available, including to underserved communities through improved calculations of the individual risk of default. It can, where appropriate, help identify and support vulnerable consumers. It creates operational efficiencies in the way financial markets and firms operate through enhanced consumer engagement tools such as chatbots. It can also drive down costs for certain products, lowering the barrier for entry for services like robo-advice, and it can facilitate competitive market entry by startup firms that offer new capabilities that challenge incumbent technology providers. The FCA doesn't have one universal approach to harm across financial services, because harm takes different forms in different markets and therefore has to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And this is the same with AI. If firms are deploying AI and machine learning, they need to ensure they have a solid understanding of the technology and the governance around it. AI and its application in financial services is causing us to ask big questions. We can't arrive at these answers on our own, given the broad implications. But as the regulator of one of the world's biggest financial centres, we believe we have a key role to play. This supports the FCA's business priority, fair value in the digital age. Understanding technological change and the way it changes markets and outcomes for consumers is a core aspect of the work in this area. And we are doing this in two ways. The first is the AI Public-Private Forum. We consider that now is a pivotal moment for the UK to consider how best to support firms' safe adoption of AI and what this means for the relevant regulatory frameworks. To inform our decision about regulatory frameworks, we've been engaging with fintech firms, other financial services firms and authorities, in particular through the AI Public-Private Forum. This year-long initiative, co-chaired with the FCA and Bank of England, brings together a diverse group of experts to discuss the key issues related to data, model risk management and governance. This includes examining how existing policy frameworks affect and encompass AI and what the appropriate level of any future potential policy should be. The minutes from each of the quarterly AI Public-Private Forum meetings are publicly available, and the AI Public-Private Forum will produce a final report upon its conclusion later this year. The FCA and the Bank of England have done a lot of work in this space already to lay the foundations to become more data-enabled regulators and to harness the benefits that use data and data analytics. Secondly, as part of our business plan priority, fair value in the digital age, we have also collaborated with the Alan Turing Institute and commissioned this joint report on AI transparency. Transparency is a key ethical principle in the deployment of AI, contributing to good governance, firm accountability, and ultimately, we hope, the right outcome for consumers and markets. I will now hand over to my colleague Kuzmina and Florian from the Alan Turing Institute to provide a summary of the key themes from the report.
Thank you so much, Robbie. We have a few slides to go through for the next bit of our session. Perfect. So a quick overview of the agenda for the rest of the session. First and foremost, a quick introduction to the Alan Turing Institute. So the Turing is the National Institute for Data Science and AI. We partner with 13 universities from all across the UK, which gives us unequaled access to expertise in these domains. We are a community of 500 plus multidisciplinary researchers working at the forefront of AI and data science innovation. In 2018, in what seems like forever ago, but it's only a little over 3 years ago, we launched a public policy program with the aims of helping policymakers take advantage of the latest generation of data-intensive technologies and building the ethical foundations for the use of data science and AI. Our job is to link the UK's government and regulators to the Institute's community of AI researchers. In the past 3 years, more than 85 public sector organizations have reached out to the program for help, including 11 regulators. And at the moment, we are the size of a large academic department. We set up and oversee 40+ research projects involving more than 80 academic researchers from 20 universities. Thus far, we've conducted hundreds of thousands of hours of work for the public sector. So why are we excited to have been commissioned by the FCA to look at AI in financial services? Well, some people might say that there's no reason to get excited, that AI is not a new field. It has a decades-long history of research and development, and it is dominating today's headlines only because the last 10 years have seen advancements in computing power, improvements in machine learning algorithms, cheaper and bigger data storage solutions, and larger investments. Others might say that there's no reason to get excited because AI is not all that it is hyped up to be. When you do a Google image search for AI in financial services, you get these futuristic looking images of typing robots. The why robots would need to type is another question, and artificial brains, which are far from today's reality. To all these people, we would say that what we find exciting about AI in the financial services is that it is a set of digital technologies that can help with some important tasks. First and foremost, prediction and forecasting. These are tasks focused on estimating the future value of a variable of interest. Examples here include predicting loan defaults, insurance costs, purchasing decisions, or stock values and portfolio returns. Secondly, optimization tasks, namely tasks which focus on estimating the optimal value of a given variable of interest. Relevant examples here include identifying optimal pricing or prudential risk management strategies. And last, but certainly not least, detection tasks, which are focused on identifying the occurrence of phenomena of interest, often through the detection of outliers or anomalies in the data. And examples here include detecting cybersecurity threats or identifying different forms of fraud, market abuse, or suspicious activities in the context of anti-money laundering. The other thing that is tremendously exciting is the increasing number of AI uses in the financial sector. AI has been powering in the background email spam filters and cybersecurity defense systems for a while. But we are in a world today where we're moving from the areas in blue to the ones in red, from AI being used to filter unwanted emails to it being used for loan decisions or insurance underwriting. This move opens up a world of opportunity for financial services providers, but also gives rise to new risks. AI use in spam filters is much less problematic from an ethical or regulatory perspective than AI use in loan decisions. Through the work commissioned by the Financial Conduct Authority, we were thrilled to be given the opportunity at the Alan Turing Institute to devote some time to thinking about this balance between the benefits and harms brought about by the growing use of AI in the financial services. One of the questions that we have asked ourselves is, can AI transparency help in the search for this balance? The answer is yes, it can. And my colleague Florian Ostmann will now take you through some of our logic in reaching this answer.
Thank you very much, Kuzmina. So I'm now going to use the next 20 minutes or so to give a brief summary of the report's structure and its main findings. In terms of report structure, our report is divided into 4 main parts. The first part consists of an introduction to AI in the context of financial services, where we explain relevant technical concepts and discuss the relationship between them. The second part then moves on to considering general challenges and guiding principles for responsible AI adoption. The challenges that we discuss in this section aren't unique to financial services. They also apply to other domains of AI use, but they provide the foundation for understanding the causes and roots of AI-related risks in financial services. And so we decided to dedicate the whole chapter to provide that background understanding. The third part then moves on to considering the concrete potential impacts of different uses of AI in financial services, which includes considering potential benefits as well as potential harms that may occur if the general challenges previously discussed aren't addressed effectively. And the fourth part finally provides an in-depth discussion of AI transparency, considering different forms that AI transparency can take, and emphasizing and setting out the importance of transparency as a principle to guide the responsible adoption of AI. So that's the structure. I'm now going to briefly move through each of these parts and give a short summary of the high-level key takeaways in each part. Starting with the introduction to AI, here we begin by dedicating some time to discussing the research field of AI, its historical contexts, relevant methodological connections. But the main focus of the chapter really is on thinking about concrete technological changes that we see as currently underpinning the various forms of AI adoption that we see in financial services. And in particular, we consider and distinguish three elements of innovation, namely machine learning, non-traditional data, and automation. Machine learning, as most of you in the audience will be well aware, refers to a set of methods of different degrees of complexity for developing models. Those models can serve two broad purposes. First, they can be used for traditional data analytics tasks, such as, for example, predicting insurance costs or predicting stock prices. And secondly, machine learning models can be used for the processing of unstructured data. So examples here would be different uses of computer vision, image recognition, for example, or different natural language processing applications. So that's machine learning. The second element of innovation is non-traditional data, which we define quite simply as any type of data that hasn't historically been used by firms for a given business task. And there are quite a lot of examples in the current financial services landscape for such non-traditional data. In the context of credit scoring, for example, we might think of the use of financial transaction data to predict the likelihood of default. There are also a lot of examples in the financial trading context, an exotic example being the use of satellite imagery to predict commodity prices, for example. That's non-traditional data. And then finally, we have automation, which for the purposes of the report, we define as any use of technology that involves a reduction in the role of humans in making decisions or executing business tasks. Now, AI systems may rely on all three of these elements together, or they may rely on a subset of those elements. So it's not always necessarily the case that all three elements are involved. And the premise of our report is that it is important and useful to distinguish between these elements. And rather than thinking and discussing AI systems in the abstract, to think quite concretely about the role that each of these elements plays in the context of a given AI system. And that's useful for two reasons. First of all, it helps understand what exactly are the technological changes as a firm moves from conventional ways of doing things, performing a business task, to adopting a given AI system. And secondly, it's crucial for an adequate understanding of relevant risks. The reason for that is that each of these three elements can be associated with specific challenges and risks. And therefore, in order to understand the risks that a specific given AI system poses, it is important to consider the role that each element plays in the context of that system. That's our introduction to AI. We then move on to the second part of the report, where we discuss the challenges and guiding principles for responsible AI adoption. As already mentioned, the discussion in this report isn't unique to financial services, but it provides the foundation for understanding AI-related risks in financial services markets. We begin this discussion by identifying four important background considerations. These background considerations are often at the root of a variety of more specific concerns that may arise in relation to AI systems. I'll quickly go through each of them. The first concern or background consideration is data quality. AI systems are data-driven systems, and as a result, their performance crucially depends on the quality of the data involved in their development and operation. And for a number of reasons, understanding and managing data quality can be particularly challenging in the context of AI systems. The second consideration concerns the characteristics of models. When machine learning is used to develop models, these models can have characteristics that set them apart from more traditional types of models. And these characteristics, in turn, can give rise to a number of challenges. Three characteristics are worth highlighting in particular. Firstly, models may be opaque, that is to say, difficult to understand. Secondly, models may be non-intuitive. In other words, the relationships between variables that they pick on may be unexpected and counterintuitive. And thirdly, models may be adaptive. That is to say, they may change over time. The third background consideration concerns the structure of technology supply chains and the fact that in the context of AI adoption, we can often see increases in the complexity of technology supply chains or increases in the reliance on third-party suppliers, for example. And once again, that can change challenges that arise when it comes to responsible adoption of technology. And fourth and finally, there is the scale of impacts associated with AI systems and the fact that when compared to conventional ways of performing business tasks, AI systems can often be accompanied by an increased scale of impacts, including an increased scale of potential harms. Those are the background considerations. And against that background, we then move on to consider a range of more specific concerns that may arise in the context of the use of AI. And we group these concerns into 6 categories. I won't go into detail on each of them, I'll just briefly mention them. The first category or area of concern is system performance. So here, the question is, do systems perform sufficiently well? And importantly, do they perform sufficiently reliably over time? Secondly, there is the area of concern for system compliance, which revolves around the question of whether AI systems comply with legal and regulatory requirements. Third, there may be concerns about competent use and human oversight. Fourth, where AI systems are used to make decisions, there may be concerns about the ability to explain those decisions to the individuals affected by them. Fifth, there may be concerns about responsiveness, which is to say, in cases where AI systems are used in customer-facing contexts, firms may face difficulties in responding to customer requests, for example, requests to rectify erroneous decisions. And sixth and finally, there is a whole range of potential concerns about different forms of social and economic impacts that AI systems may have. Now, over the last few years, there's been a rapidly growing recognition of these kinds of challenges and concerns. And in response, there's been a growing literature on AI ethics principles, which I'm sure a lot of you in the audience are familiar with. And in the final section of this chapter, we provide a brief summary and survey of this literature on AI ethics principles. We highlight the role of 5 key principles in particular, namely fairness, sustainability, safety, accountability, and transparency. And we also set out why transparency, in particular, can be considered a particularly foundational principle when it comes to enabling and ensuring responsible AI innovation. And that's the reason why then later on in the report, we dedicate the final chapter to an in-depth discussion around AI transparency. Before we do that though, before we move to the transparency chapter, the third part of the report considers the concrete potential impacts that different uses of AI can have in financial services markets. We do this by adopting a very broad perspective. We consider the full range of different use cases of AI across different areas of financial services, including banking, insurance, and asset management. And we focus on outcomes on consumers and outcomes on markets, especially those kinds of outcomes that may be considered particularly relevant from a regulatory perspective. We frame the discussion around 5 areas of impact. The first of those is consumer protection. Then we consider financial crime, competition, the stability of firms and markets, and finally, cybersecurity. And as we discuss in quite a bit of detail, in each of those areas, there are several examples for ways in which different uses of AI may enable significant benefits, but also several examples for how the use of AI may contribute to significant harms, namely in cases where the kinds of challenges discussed in part 2 of the report aren't addressed effectively during the development and deployment of AI systems. Now, having considered the different impacts of AI systems in financial markets, we then move on to the final part of the report, which, as I mentioned, provides an in-depth discussion of AI transparency. Now, as already mentioned, when considering the full range of AI ethics principles, the principle of AI transparency can be considered to play a particularly foundational role. And the reason for that can be summarized as follows. So given that there are these challenges for the responsible adoption of AI just outlined, and the concrete potential harmful impacts of AI in financial services, firms that consider the use of AI are faced with a need to ensure that AI systems are trustworthy and used responsibly. In addition, they also have a need to demonstrate that AI systems are trustworthy and used responsibly. So to demonstrate that, for example, to corporate boards or to other stakeholders such as regulators or customers. So there is this twofold need to ensure and demonstrate trustworthiness and responsible use. And what these two needs have in common is that both of them depend on the availability of information about AI systems. Or more precisely, the availability of information about AI systems to different types of stakeholders. And that's precisely how we can define AI transparency, namely as stakeholders having access to different forms of information about AI systems. Now, that's a very general definition of AI transparency, of course, that immediately gives rise to a number of follow-on questions. And in the report, we focus on 3 of those follow-on questions and discuss those in a fair amount of detail. And these questions are, firstly, to whom should information be accessible? What are the different stakeholders that may have an interest in information about an AI system? Secondly, what are the kinds of information that may be considered relevant? And thirdly, why should information be made accessible? What are the different reasons why stakeholders may be interested in information? There's quite a lot of detail in the discussion of these questions in the chapter. Once again, I will just give a very brief summary of the high-level takeaways for each of those questions. So starting with the first question, to whom should information be accessible? Here, we draw a general distinction between 2 types of stakeholders, namely internal stakeholders on the one hand, and external stakeholders on the other hand. Internal stakeholders are stakeholders, individuals that are located within the firm that is using a given AI system. The most obvious examples within this category would be individuals involved in the development of an AI system, for example, or individuals involved in the use of an AI system during its operation. But other roles are also relevant. So, for example, members of risk and compliance teams, members of senior management teams, or members of corporate boards, for that matter, may also be considered to form part of this category. On the other hand, then there's the category of external stakeholders, which includes different roles that are located outside of the firm that's using the AI system. The most obvious examples here would be regulators and customers, but we may also consider shareholders, for example, to fall within that category, and members of the general public, for that matter. So those are the 2 main categories of stakeholders. As I've already alluded to, there's a lot of diversity within each category, so we shouldn't assume that different members of each category have the same needs. But the high-level takeaway of our discussion is that both categories matter and are important. In other words, a holistic approach to AI transparency should consider both the information needs of different internal stakeholders as well as the information needs of external stakeholders. Now, this leads me to the second question, which is, what are the types of information that may be considered relevant and of interest to stakeholders? And here, once again, we draw a distinction between two categories, this time between system logic information on the one hand and process information on the other hand. System logic information, colloquially put, is information that relates to how a system works. So examples for this would be information about the variables that a system relies on, and also importantly, information about the relationship between input variables and output variables. In other words, the kind of information that's at the center of the technical literature on AI explainability and interpretability, for those of you who are familiar with that literature. On the other hand, there's process information, which we define as a broad range of different aspects of information related to the different phases in a system's design, development, and deployment. There are lots of different examples of information in the category, but just to illustrate what we have in mind here, examples include information about data provenance, for instance, information about system performance tests, system monitoring, or the training of system users, for example. So those are the two broad categories of information. And once again, the high-level takeaway, the high-level message is that both types of information are important. So different stakeholders, both internal and external stakeholders, can be interested in system logic information or process information. And indeed, in many cases, they will be interested in both types of information. Now that leads me to the third question, which is, what are the different reasons or possible reasons for stakeholders to be interested in information? And here our discussion links back to the different areas of concern that I mentioned earlier, that we set out in chapter 2 of the report. And we go into a fair amount of detail to show that in each area of concern, in order to address concerns and also to demonstrate that concerns have been addressed, both system logic information and process information play an essential role. And so as a result, internal and external stakeholders may have an interest in both types of information across these different areas of concern. So this, in a nutshell, is the way we approach the discussion of AI transparency and the conceptual framework that we have developed for thinking about transparency needs. To sum it up, there's essentially a fourfold typology of transparency. On the one hand, we can distinguish between internal and external transparency. On the other hand, we can distinguish between system transparency and process transparency. And across these four forms of transparency, all of them have an important role to play in ensuring and demonstrating that AI systems are trustworthy and used responsibly. Now we go into a lot more detail, both on this chapter and on the other chapters in the report, but I will leave it at that. This concludes my brief summary. I hope this has been helpful in giving you a rough idea of the content of our report, and we would count ourselves very fortunate if it has also helped to spur some interest for you to look at the report for yourself and look at those discussions in more detail. You will be able to find the report on the Alan Turing Institute's website under the link that we've included on the slide, and we hope that you will find the report to be an interesting read. And as Cosmina mentioned, we'd be very interested to hear any comments and feedback on the report at our email address, which is policy@turing.ac.uk.
Thank you very much, Florian, for that overview. That concludes our session. A special thanks to Ravi for joining us today and for all of you who listened to us over the last 35 minutes. I hope that you will read our report, and we look forward to receiving any feedback that you might have. Thank you, and bye for now.
Thank you, Cosmina. And thank you to you all for taking us through that. It's interesting, your recommendations sort of echo what the editor-in-chief of Nature said earlier in the day. Dr. Magdalena Skipper made a real case, exhorting the research community to build collaborations with stakeholders, including them. You could really see that coming through. So to the audience, thank you so much for listening. Do keep exploring those virtual expo booths and enjoy some networking during the break. You can also invite your friends and family to CogX. Most of it is free to all, and so you can include them that way. Our next session is starting at 1 p.m. and that's going to be with the UK's Minister for Digital Infrastructure. So you can come back then. Enjoy the break. Welcome back. We're at CogX Hybrid Festival 2021, and welcome to the research stage. I'm Christine Foster, CCO at the Alan Turing Institute. We're the UK's Institute for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, and we're just around the corner in the British Library. Today, I'm doing all of this remotely. If you're using hashtags, if you're using social media, please use hashtag CogX 2021. And I did want to mention that the Turing's presenting key sessions across these 3 days. So tomorrow on the Createch stage at 1 p.m., Andrea Baroncelli, our theme lead for economic data science, will discuss NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and the future of digital art. On Wednesday at 11 a.m. on the Global Leadership stage, Sir Adrian Smith, Institute Director, will be joining a panel on what the UK needs from an AI strategy. And then finally, a Turing board member, Vanessa Lawrence, will be on the panel Reinventing the High Street with Geospatial and Place-Based Innovation. And that's happening Wednesday at noon. We're going to start a session in just a moment. This one's pretty special in that it's curated with the UK government. It's about backing our brightest and best AI stars who will help alight the UK's future. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the Director of the Institute of Coding, Rashid Harizi.
Thank you, Christine, and welcome all to our fireside chat on backing our brightest and best AI stars who will help alight the UK's future. But for those that have not read the blurb, we will be discussing the skills needed to drive the innovation and development that you've been discussing in the wider context of CogX and beyond. You'll all know that skills and skill development are major themes in our national AI strategy. You'll also know the kind of impact that the lack of those skills can have on economic and industrial well-being, with estimates around the wider digital skills gap suggesting that the 10-year cost of our skills gap could approach £140 billion. That's an Accenture estimate. And with McKinsey and others reporting over the last year the importance of digital for our national recovery from COVID-19. So the reason I'm here, as Christine suggested, is because I lead the Institute of Coding, which is a national group of 35 universities, employers, and outreach organizations working to create new pathways to tech. But I also work with colleagues in education, industry, and government to support a set of industrial master's programs in AI coordinated by the University of Bath, and a group of postgraduate conversion courses led by Coventry University. Much more importantly than me being here, however, we have two people who I'm really delighted to welcome to the conversation. Firstly, Minister Matt Warman, who is the Minister for Digital Infrastructure within Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport, and Maria Pavlova, who is a DeepMind scholar at Queen Mary's University, and who is taking advantage of one of the pathways that we're about to discuss. So with no further ado, I wonder, Minister, if I can ask you to talk to this piece around AI skills and the way that we can foster them.
Well, thank you very much for that, and thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here. This is the second CogX event that I've been to today, and the first one of those was in person. So it does give you a bit of a sense that the end of the pandemic is in sight, I think. And I really do believe that unleashing the really transformational power of AI is going to be central to the economic growth that we want to see, not just in the UK, but across the whole of the world. That Build Back Better theme that you've heard from the UK government, a real theme across the G7 last week. But before I talk about that, I do want to just say how important it is, I think, that the government and all of us understand just how hard these last 18 months have been for researchers and for students. It's been an immensely challenging time for everybody, of course, but we've seen just how hard it's been for researchers and for students in particular. And all the more incredible then that hasn't stopped our world-class universities and the research base from tackling really enormous challenges over that time. We've seen a COVID vaccine delivered in record time. We've seen our NHS hospitals using data intelligently to provide decision makers with a much clearer picture of what's happening on the ground than we could have ever hoped for before. And that's allowed us to funnel resources to where they are needed. And one of the biggest breakthroughs in AI occurred during the pandemic, when London-based DeepMind produced a solution to predict protein folding, which has been challenging scientists for 50 years and more. So a game changer for biology that will help accelerate the discovery of new drugs and treatments. And so under these challenging times, we've reminded the world of the quality and the reputation of our AI and our data scientists. So our history of producing and attracting high caliber talent is why the UK AI sector is worth more than £15 billion and why it employs 35,000 people. And in fact, in 2020, we have the highest number to date of online job vacancies related to AI and to data science. So really positive numbers there. And many of our most successful tech businesses started life as an idea in a university lab. We're now nurturing a new generation of AI research stars who will help, I hope, alight us onto a new golden age for tech in the UK. There are so many reasons to be optimistic about that. And we're well underway, providing 1,000 students the opportunity to enhance their skills with new PhDs at 16 dedicated UK AI centres for doctoral training. We've got our prestigious Turing AI fellowships helping to attract and retain the very best talent in AI, and the fellows are really busy already delivering a high quality programme of ambitious, novel and creative research in exciting areas, from addressing the challenge of building a more sustainable aviation industry to helping people regain their independence with AI powered wearables or establishing the machine learning foundations for digital twins. So I'm also really proud to tell you today that we are underway in delivering 2,500 new masters conversion courses in AI and data science. And this specific program includes up to 1,000 scholarships to increase the number of people from underrepresented groups and to encourage graduates from diverse backgrounds to consider a future in AI and data science. And indeed, of the scholarships already granted, 3/4 were to women, nearly half were to Black students, and almost 1/4 were to disabled students. So really different numbers from what we've seen in the past. And I really do think that that will improve the quality of the outputs of this. This isn't about ticking boxes. This is about making real research even better than it has been in the past. And in addition to the conversion courses, our Industrial Masters in Artificial Intelligence program is supporting over 100 students across leading universities and is backed by businesses like DeepMind, like Cisco, like BAE. And that's why I'm really pleased to tell you today as well that this fantastic program is now going to extend into a 3rd year. So before I hand it back to Rashid, I'd like to ask everyone to please visit the IMAI Virtual Expo booth to hear how and where we've supported students, as well as how you can get involved in supporting our AI stars this coming year. But with that, back to you, Rashid. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you, Minister. Just one thing before I let you go from this part of the conversation. It's great to hear of the AI skills initiatives aimed at master's students and postgraduates. I know within your department that there have also been conversations about what we can do to help equip graduate level and other learners with the right skills. Could you talk a little to that also?
Well, I mean, as I sort of said, obviously it's an increasingly data-driven world that we live in, and people who aren't engaging effectively with it really risk left behind. So that's why we're also taking action to provide tomorrow's graduates with foundational data skills that they'll need for the jobs of tomorrow, whether that's through the National Data Strategy, where we'll be testing the most effective ways to teach those foundational skills to all undergraduates. And what we've seen, where we asked, in research, we asked over 1,000 businesses, 5,000 workers and 1,000 students or so, to show us what the pathways into data-related roles could and should look like. And I think what we saw in that was that it's not clear. So we're going to be seeking to provide more information to help guide would-be data scientists and AI specialists into those jobs. Because as I said, there are lots of vacancies out there. That's both a huge opportunity, but if they go unfilled, then it's potentially a problem, and it's something where other countries are obviously really interested in working in this field as well. And I think it's important for the UK to capitalise on our really world leading position. But we're also going to be working with DFE to try and provide people with information before they go to university, and whether that's through things like the Digital Skills Partnership Schools Group, where in the southwest of England, for instance, we're funding a pilot to see what the best way of doing that looks like. And that means testing different ways of raising awareness and talking both about the kind of jobs, but also the fact that those jobs are sustainable and well-paid roles, so that everyone knows that they're out there and everyone knows that there are good, solid routes into them. So that's a little bit about what we're doing, but there's plenty more. And as I say, hopefully we'll be able to talk about that later on as well.
Fantastic. Thank you, Minister. I wonder, Maria, if I could bring you in at this point. So the Minister's just talked about the pathways that we're creating to help people into the rapidly expanding AI sector. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about your own path, and particularly whether you started with a computer science degree and whether you think one is necessary to get into the sector from the starting point that you had.
Sure. First of all, thank you for inviting me to join the panel. Very happy to be here. So to answer the question, well, no, one doesn't necessarily need a degree in computer science to do AI or a data science degree. Obviously, it's better to have one, but this is such a multidisciplinary field that you see people with a medical degree. I've seen people with a degree in psychology. Even the head of robotics at DeepMind in the US is a very inspirational lady who spent 20 years as a psychologist before switching to AI. So now she's head of robotics at DeepMind. So I would say if one has an aptitude for learning, then they should definitely consider doing an AI degree. This is what I did. I actually have a background in finance. I spent a couple of years in asset management on the fixed income side. And then I decided to update my skills because artificial intelligence, data science, they impact every aspect of our lives. So I strongly encourage everyone to consider doing a course or a structured degree like I did. I definitely think it would be beneficial.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. And just to make sure that I'm equally unkind to each of you, Maria, could I ask you a follow-up question now, please?
Sure.
I'm absolutely sure of the need for people with different specialisms and different background skills to reach this sector, but it's not always clear why people would choose to do so. So again, talking from your own experience, I wonder if you could say why and how you made the decision to pursue a DeepMind scholarship and then a master's in AI at Queen Mary's.
So in my case, I was trying to solve a problem at work. As I said, I spent a couple of years in investment management and I was involved in impact investing. I noticed that the ESG ratings that companies use are not necessarily accurate, and that hurts investors, it hurts communities. I'm also interested in sustainability as generally. So I realized that AI would equip me with the skill set needed to solve the problem, because it cannot be solved with traditional research. So right now I'm actually developing my own ESG scoring tool as my final year project. So this was my main drive. Also, as I said, I wanted to be equipped with the toolbox of skills needed to survive in nowadays world.
I think wanting to solve a problem you'd seen before you arrived is a fairly common answer to that question, but thank you for that, very helpful. Just before I leave this point again, could you talk a little about the ways in which your previous studies, your undergraduate degree, support or complement your current AI studies?
They do, so I actually majored in public relations, which has nothing to do with almost nothing to do with artificial intelligence when you first think about it. But actually, NLP, natural language processing, looks at the language. And these are techniques that try to solve various problems in terms of translation. It even helps people with disabilities to be able to read, hear, etc. So from that point of view, my background in languages, literature, all this more this side of my education and experience was actually very beneficial for me to develop an interest in NLP, because this is actually what I'm focusing on right now.
Fantastic. Thanks, Maria. Minister, if I can turn back to you and ask you to open up the conversation a little to the wider conversation of how we're helping the brightest and the best towards AI. I know from an Institute of Coding point of view, we partnered with government since near the beginning of the £1 billion AI sector deal agreed in 2018. I think it's fair to say that a lot has changed in the world since that sector deal was agreed. And I just wonder if you could talk a little about the ways that you and your colleagues are building on the current AI skills packages that you've already mentioned.
Well, I think it's really interesting, isn't it? For instance, when we signed that sector deal in 2018, it was one of those areas where we knew that lots would change because the pace is very fast, but no one could possibly have predicted the various accelerative effects of COVID, all of the things that have happened and that we now know an awful lot more about in a whole range of ways. So I think we've now got very different data from what we perhaps expected to get. But what we do know is that the UK continues to do incredibly well. We're the third power in AI, if you can put it like that, behind the US and China. And on the one hand, obviously, they are much bigger countries. They've got much greater resources than we have. But we really are punching massively above our weight. 5 AI unicorns in the UK, for instance, not the only metric by any means, but really important to sort of demonstrate how well we can do. And I think training people in the UK is a really important part of us maintaining that position. It's just like we know that lots of doctors end up staying near the medical school where they trained, in the same way in a sort of hypermobile environment, hypermobile economy like AI, then it's really important to take advantage of training people in the UK. But we've got to do more, I think, to keep going. And that's why, for instance, the Office for AI and the Office for Students has launched the postgraduate conversion courses for students, 2,500 places, 1,000 of which were supported by scholarships for students from underrepresented backgrounds in AI. And then, of course, you've also got the Independent AI Council, which is, I think, a really good example of government working with with academia, with business, with a whole host of other stakeholders to make sure that the UK is at the forefront. And so when they published their roadmap earlier this year, then their 16 recommendations are things that we're really taking seriously. And what they want us to do, and what we want to do, is to really double down on what we've done already, and that means making sure that the sector deal is adaptable. I think that's important, but it also means developing a national AI strategy that looks forward, not 1 or 2 years, but 5 or 10 years. And obviously it's mad to try and predict what's going to happen in 10 years, but we've got to make sure that we try and that we maintain the flexibility that allows us to correct the course as time goes on. So we'll be publishing that strategy in the autumn. We're really trying to work through the detail of it now, and it is very much about trying to make sure that the government's investment in R&D boosts the ecosystem as a whole, and that we work with new things like ARIA, the Advanced Research and Invention Agency, to make sure that all of the government's different options are working as seamlessly as they can with the various options from industry and from academia. So lots gone on, as you say, since 2018, lots more to do, but also I hope you get the sense of trying to make sure that we don't use the constant changing of AI and technology in general as an excuse not to make sure that we really do put some firepower behind what's a hugely important initiative.
That's really kind, thank you. And to a related point, I wonder if you could talk about the way that the AI strategy will overlay the focus on levelling up. I know that there's been real focus on the idea that there's at least one globally competitive city in each region, and that's an important government ambition. But could you talk a little to the ways in which the National AI Strategy will help the government to achieve that ambition? How will we spread AI talent beyond the M25 and beyond the obvious centres in Oxford and Cambridge?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a really important balance here between, and it's true for much of levelling up, between making sure that we try and spread the opportunity across the country as fairly as we can, while also building on existing expertise. This isn't about sort of, for something like AI, this certainly shouldn't be about sort of plucking businesses, for trying to sort of pluck them from one part of the country and suggest they go to another that wouldn't be as good for them. It's about getting a balance. That's why it's called levelling up rather than levelling down, right? And so I think what we've tried to do with the National AI Strategy is to say, how can we strike that balance? And so as you say, that means looking across the country. You've got your 16 centres for doctoral training that I mentioned, and then whether that is London, Cardiff, Swansea, Edinburgh, Sheffield, lots of places that have got expertise there for us to really build on. And these centres, I think, are helping us to maintain our reputation as that kind of trailblazer. As I say, there is more to do, but we have to acknowledge that those 16 are in the right place because of the pre-existing expertise. And then you've got the Turing AI Fellows, who are, of course, based all over the country. You've got £46 million of government funding going into that scheme that's about building a new capability and maintaining the resilience of the academic research base. And then later on this summer, we'll be talking about the Turing AI World Leading Researcher Fellowship, which is about world-renowned fellows establishing a world-leading centre of excellence in a strategically important area of AI research. And they'll act as well, I think, as a leader in their respective communities, to make sure that there are ambassadors and advocates driving forward that UK research agenda in collaboration with UK government. So I think there's lots of ways that we've got to try and pursue that levelling up agenda within AI, but in something like AI, it's particularly important, I think, that we get it balanced correctly across where the expertise already sits in the country and around the world, so that we really do make sure that you are supercharging existing centres and spreading them, rather than simply trying to, as I say, start something where it wouldn't necessarily suit.
Absolutely understood. Thank you, Minister. Very helpful. Maria, I'd like to continue as we go, grounding this conversation in the experience of people going through these programs. So I realise that I'm trying to cram a couple more questions into a short amount of time. But if you give me a brief answer to what you would say to someone who's considering one of these programs currently.
I would say do it. Don't even think about it twice. I think it's a great experience and definitely would teach you things that you never even thought of. I mean, I'm aware that most people probably only associate AI with robots and things like that, but it's actually applicable in every industry. I could now go back and or I can become a researcher doing the work like DeepMind, or even move to another industry, because the skills are just so transferable everywhere.
That's really helpful. Thank you. And now again, a request for a rapid overview of an incredibly complex answer. But I'd ask you both: what would you like to see the UK's achievements in AI being if we were sat having this conversation in 5 years from now? I'll go to the Minister first on that one, if I may, please.
I mean, as I sort of said earlier, on the one hand, it's the most important question, right? It's sort of, what does that medium and long term look like? On the other, you'd have to be pretty daft to think that you could ever predict this sort of thing with 100% accuracy. I think that there are several things. One is making sure that we maintain the position that we're in, and obviously that means working collaboratively, across the sector, but also with partners around the world and with businesses around the world. But the other part of it is about making sure that government works collaboratively with business and universities, because it is universities that are providing that really world-leading state of affairs. And I think in 5 years' time, what we would really like to see is that continuing, but also, and I think in some ways this is the bit that we don't talk about enough, success in 5 years' time looks like AI being embedded far more broadly across the economy. And that's not just because it will create jobs for people who want to work in AI, it's because it will be profoundly good for productivity, it will be profoundly good for Britain maintaining its own place in the world. So some of this is about making sure that we have that that research base, that we have those that increasing influence over education that draws more people into this sector. But a lot of it is also about saying to businesses that AI is not, you're not an AI business or another business. I think in some ways the way to think of it is a bit like cruise control. It's an aid to driving rather than something that replaces driving. And so making that case and government using its sort of convening power to demonstrate to people that there are ways in which AI could enhance their business, or ways in which AI technologies could be used at home or whatever. That sort of evangelism, if you like, I think is crucial to making sure we really do make the most of it, if you look at that sort of 5-year and longer horizon.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Maria, same question to you, either with the background of the financial interest that you brought to your current studies, or from what you've learned over the last year. What would you like to see us achieving in the next 5 years?
I would say I would like to see the national AI strategy hitting its targets, especially in terms of investing in AI, making it 2.4% of GDP by 2027. Also making such skills available at A levels in schools, not just in universities. I'm familiar with the AI strategy, and I think that's a great way to make AI data literacy available to everyone. But mainly, I would like to see the adoption of responsible AI, because I believe it's a new area and it's actually something that puts off many people. Many people are scared of AI because they're not aware that actually such practices already exist. For example, in university, even in DeepMind, you need to get clearance from the ethics board to do your research. For example, one needs to use anonymous data, etc. But people are not necessarily aware of that. And I think there should be more communication around that to make people comfortable with AI and feel better about using it, and not being threatened by, oh my God, a robot is going to steal my job or something like that. Don't worry, this is not going to happen. I think AI can create more jobs than kill jobs. I would say it doesn't kill jobs, it kills sectors, and we've seen that in the past. So yes, I would definitely like to see more emphasis on AI in sustainability and ethics.
Fantastic, thank you. And I refer back to the Minister's previous comment about thinking of AI as having a parallel in auto cruise control rather than in a whole new way of driving. I think that makes perfect sense for a lot of these application areas. With both thanks and apologies to you both, I think we draw to the end of our session time. I would happily carry on for twice the time, but let me formally say thank you very much, Maria, and thank you very much, Minister. That was a fantastic potted conversation in an area that's much larger. I was really interested to hear both about the ways that we're focused today on the creation of skills pipelines and talent pipelines that will help us drive both economic and personal well-being. Also interested to hear plans for the future, both personal and national. But I think at this point I'd hark back to another of the Minister's comments. Please do go and visit the IMAI virtual booth. We'll be at CogX all week. And I look forward to continuing these conversations with each of you throughout the conference. And with that, thanks, and back to Christine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rashid. Your deft moderation of this panel got us the international, national, regional, and personal views. So all those sort of lenses is really helpful. I'd say to the audience, to have your say about the UK's national strategy, national AI strategy, there's a survey that's being run with the AI Council and the Turing, and it's online. You can find it on the Turing website. You can find it at QR codes throughout CogX. It's closing on 20th of June. So do sharpen your pencils, your virtual pencils, and give lots of good advice and fresh ideas, because this is going to be considered and read and inputted into forming the UK's national AI strategy. And if you'd like to hear my boss's view, Sir Adrian Smith is going to be giving his view. He's the Turing's Institute Director and Chief Executive. He's going to be giving his view on Wednesday morning at 11 a.m. He's joining a panel called What the UK Needs from a National AI Strategy, and that will be on the global leadership stage. So we're going to head into a break shortly. The next session is at 2 p.m., and it's going to be about both blockchain and quantum. So do come back for that. Welcome back to CogX 2021. I'm Christine Foster, CCO at the Alan Turing Institute. We're the UK's Institute for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, based just around the corner at the British Library. I'm calling in remotely, emceeing the research stage for this day. And across this whole festival, we're going to be addressing the question, how do we get the next 10 years right? We have CEOs, entrepreneurs, academics, artists, activists, policymakers, all working to realize the biggest transformational opportunities of our time. And we're going to start our next session in a moment. Do feel free to submit questions throughout the session for Q&A at the end. And also, most of CogX is free, so do invite your network to join in. This session is about securing blockchains against current and future quantum threats. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Kathy White, Technical Specialist at BT.
Hello, CogX. It's really great to be here, unfortunately virtually, but to be talking as well about quantum technologies, which is something that I specialize in my research at BT as part of the optical research team, where we're really excited about how quantum technologies can be very practical today, and we can actually send them over our real world BT fiber networks and use them for a number of different cryptographic tasks. So I'm really excited today to be talking to Duncan Jones, who is head of cybersecurity at Cambridge Quantum Computing, CQC, a company that's been around for 7 years now, early exploiter of the opportunities in the quantum software sector. So with no further delay, I shall say over to Duncan, who's going to talk to us about making the blockchain quantum safe, or safe against quantum computers. Duncan.
Thank you, Kathy. Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, depending on where you're dialing in from. I'm speaking to you from just outside Cambridge in the UK. So my name is Duncan Jones. I'm the head of quantum cybersecurity at Cambridge Quantum. As Kathy said, Cambridge Quantum has been in the game for a surprisingly long time, considering we're a quantum-based company. We have teams that are looking at every area where quantum computing is expected to bring some advantage. So that's in things like quantum chemistry, quantum machine learning, natural language processing. We also do quantum compilation, and quantum operating systems even. And we do cybersecurity, which is the team that I lead. So the format of this session, I'm going to give a brief presentation now, about 10 minutes or so, on a project that we recently conducted in this area. And then Kathy and I will have a little bit of a discussion about the topic, and then hopefully we'll get a few of your questions in at the end as well. So I'll just switch to my presentation here. So this project was, the focus of this project was to take a normal enterprise blockchain and consider, how do you make this secure, not just against the normal threats that we face today, but the threats that we will face in a quantum-powered future. So this was a project with numerous participants. We were not the only folks involved in this. It was really driven by the Inter-American Development Bank. They were very early adopters of blockchain technology. So they really understood the promise that this could bring. In fact, they formed a consortium called LACChain, which was all about promoting and developing the use of blockchain technology in Latin America and Caribbean. That's where the name comes from. And so the challenge here was to take a enterprise blockchain. So we are not in cryptocurrency land here. Although the technologies are very, very similar, and the word Ethereum appears in both of these topic areas, we're in the world of private enterprise blockchains. So this means we have 10, 15, 20 participants in a blockchain, and the goal is to use the blockchain to establish a history of transactions, whether that's to move financial value around, whether it's to track a supply chain. There's lots of different reasons why people might use a blockchain. Now, the one caveat we had in this project is we needed to defend against the threats without modifying the blockchain itself, which added some complications, but as you'll see, we did okay in the end. So let's first talk about what is this problem I'm referring to here. So quantum computers are going to be able to solve some problems very, very well. And this is why we're so excited about them when it comes to things like material discovery or drug discovery or machine learning even. This is because quantum computers, they just work in a completely different way to classical computers. And that means they can solve problems that are impossible to solve on classical computers. Now, the problem for cybersecurity is we tend to rely on mathematical problems that are very difficult to solve. So when you do some online banking or when you participate in a blockchain, under the covers, what you're doing is safe and secure because we think certain maths problems can't be solved. It's probably the easiest way to summarize it. Now, the problem is quantum computers can solve those types of maths problems very effectively. Not today, mind, but maybe in, let's say, 5 to 10 years, we could be in a position where quantum computers are powerful enough to solve all of these problems. And that essentially breaks cybersecurity as we know it today, and particularly blockchain, which relies very heavily on cryptography. So there's two real problems that we're going to face here. So the first is, as I said, the algorithms themselves. So the mathematical problems that we rely upon are going to be solvable. So the algorithms are going to be broken. That's problem number one. The second problem actually relates to the keys themselves. So when you do some kind of cryptography, you typically use a cryptographic key, and that is simply a chunk of random data. So if you imagine just lots of zeros and ones in an unpredictable pattern, that is a cryptographic key. And the security of that key is entirely dependent on, can anyone guess what that pattern looks like? And the idea is that nobody else can guess the pattern. And that allows you to use the key very much like your front door key. Nobody else can get into your house. Now, the problem is quantum computers are going to be very good at modeling and simulating complex systems. So this is why they are perfect for drug discovery and molecule. Well, I don't even know what you do with molecules, but they're very good at simulating how a complex system evolves over time. And this is a problem again for cybersecurity, because today when we generate keys, we tend to rely on complex looking systems that generate data that looks very random. So for example, you might use your laptop to generate a cryptographic key, and that will probably use some software algorithms that look very complicated and produce very random looking output. But it's not actually really random. Even if you use some dedicated hardware to generate your keys, and they often rely on even more complicated techniques, it's still not truly random. If you have a powerful quantum computer, we believe you will be able to model and simulate those systems. And actually, the outputs from those systems will be completely predictable if you have enough power. It's a little bit like predicting the weather. The more powerful our computers get, the better we get at predicting the weather, even though it's apparently a random phenomenon. So why are these two problems important? Well, it's because of, particularly in blockchains, it's because of what a blockchain is trying to achieve. A blockchain is trying to create this structured history of data, history of transactions that nobody can deny has happened. So it might be financial transactions or supply chain movements. And the problem is, if you have a quantum-powered attacker who can break the keys or the algorithms, then it allows them to introduce different versions of history that nobody else can dispute, because all of the maths will add up, everything will look like this really happened. So you'll be able to create a completely different version of history that perhaps moves funds from your account to somebody else's account, or gets rid of a dodgy transaction that they wished never happened. This can all be possible once attackers have quantum computers. So, question then, what is the solution to this? Well, there are three parts to the solution. This is what we worked on in the project. So the first part is really the area where Cambridge Quantum delivered, I think, our greatest value, which is around solving the problem of having keys that are truly unpredictable. So we've been working on this problem for a number of years, resulting in a product called IronBridge. And ironically, we actually use quantum computers as part of this solution. So deep in the heart of quantum mechanics is true randomness. So if you think back to Schrodinger's cat, which is the example a lot of people can think of in terms of quantum mechanics, it's that kind of concept, the idea that when you open the box, you discover whether you've got a dead cat or an alive cat, or a 0 and a 1. That concept can be used to create completely unpredictable keys. And that's what we did as part of this project. We used our IronBridge product to generate perfect cryptographic keys. Now, although we can generate perfect AES keys and RSA keys, the goal here was to be fully quantum proof. So the keys that we generated for this project are known as post-quantum keys. So these are newer algorithms that rely on different mathematical problems that quantum computers can't solve, as far as we know. So we generated keys and we gave them to every node in the network. And then the next thing we did was we used those keys to create secure communication channels between the nodes in the blockchain. So in an enterprise blockchain, there's lots of messages that fly around between all the participants, and this is how they agree upon the contents of the blockchain. And obviously, it's important to make sure those are protected against any quantum-related threats. Now, because we couldn't change the blockchain itself, what we did was we created these secure channels that connect the nodes to each other using the perfect keys that were generated earlier. So that was step 2 of the solution. And the third and final step was to create quantum-proof transactions. And this ensures that in the future, a quantum-powered attacker cannot go back in the blockchain history and rewrite some transactions to say something that they wish it did say. And the way we did this is slightly complicated. I should draw attention, by the way, to the URL at the bottom of the screen here, which is where you can find the paper that underpins this work. But essentially what we did was we wrapped every transaction in a meta transaction. So it carried the original transaction as a payload. And then there was a post-quantum signature embedded in the meta transaction. And each node, before it replicates the data around the blockchain, it inspects the transaction, it inspects all the signatures, classical and post-quantum, and only if they are acceptable does it then add it to the chain. But the critical thing is the post-quantum signature makes it into the chain as well. And this means that it cannot later be modified by an attacker, even if they have a powerful quantum computer. So in summary, we believe that this work represents really one of the first practical examples of taking a blockchain and making it truly quantum proof. And we managed to do that without making any modifications to Ethereum. So the Ethereum virtual machine that was running on each of these nodes is the same standard one that you can pull down from Hyperledger or from anywhere else online. And what we've essentially done here is created a blueprint for introducing quantum safe security into blockchains. There's very little in this project that was specific to Ethereum. So the general concept could be picked up and applied to other private enterprise blockchains that are in use around the world. Now, before I come back to Kathy for a bit of a chat, I just thought this is CogX, so I need to get my crystal ball out and talk about the next few years. And what I wanted to just suggest was that we've talked about blockchain today, but really all of our cybersecurity solutions are going to be upended by this quantum threat. And if you're listening in today and you are in any sense a technology company, whether you consume it or you produce it or both, you need to be taking the threat of quantum very seriously. And that means getting people in your organization to explore this topic, to talk about it, to figure out how does it impact you. And the answers to the problems are, as we've said, to think about newer algorithms. And so to give you some context, in the next year or two, we will have some standardized algorithms that we can move towards. So the US government is really driving this process. We now have some finalists, and in the next few years, we'll know who the winners are. But it's critical that you start exploring now, because these algorithms are quite different to the ones that we have today, and you need to become familiar with that before it's too late. And finally, I predict that the method of key generation that we talked about today, where we use true quantum randomness to generate keys, I think that will become the de facto approach to key generation in the years ahead. And not just because it defends against a quantum threat, but because it fundamentally solves the problem that we've always had. How do we create true randomness for all sorts of use cases, including cryptography, where it's critical that keys are random, whether you're thinking about today's threats or tomorrow's. So that's what I had to present to you, and I imagine I'm going to go back to Kathy now, and she can grill me on it in excruciating detail.
Thanks very much, Duncan. That was really fascinating. So I think my first question would be, obviously customers need to be doing the threat assessment today, but do they actually need to take any action today, upgrading their systems? Because as far as we know, although quantum computers are developing, they're not really capable of crypto breaking today. No one's published any results which suggest that they can break RSA today. So should people be taking any action?
Very good question. Absolutely, I think. So when we talk to customers, a very typical question is, okay, when a quantum computer is going to break cryptography? And the truth is nobody knows exactly when. Google's CEO went on the record last year suggesting it was perhaps 5 to 10 years away. Other people place it further out in the future. But you're right, the question is not when is it going to happen? The question should be, when do we need to act? And one of the things that I think people don't necessarily realize is that when encryption is broken by quantum computers, it will happen retrospectively. So, we're all talking today on a virtual platform, and there is cryptography powering this, and nobody can listen in today, and that's absolutely great. That's how it's supposed to be. But nothing stops people from recording this sort of information. And imagine it's far more interesting than our discussion. Maybe it's the financial transactions between two companies, or the intellectual property information between a big pharmaceutical company and its manufacturer. These encrypted connections can be monitored today because they're not very well protected because people think, well, they're already encrypted. They can be monitored and recorded. And then when quantum computers arrive that are powerful enough, you can retrospectively decrypt the material that has been recorded. So now the question becomes, okay, let's say quantum computers become powerful enough in 10 years. Let's take the upper end of the prediction. Then you have to think, well, are we sending any information today that would be, embarrassing or costly or otherwise disastrous for it to become public knowledge in as little as 10 years' time? And in many cases, that's true. For most companies I speak to, that is true. And so that is one reason why early adoption and exploration is critical, because we already have a problem. Quantum attacks, to some extent, have already started. People are just patiently recording and waiting. And the other thing we have to consider is when we talk about 5 to 10 years, we're talking about what is published information about progress in the field. Now, the good guys, if you want to sort of simplify things, publish this information. So we know what the Honeywells, the IBMs, the Googles are up to. But obviously you do have to question whether there are other people in the world who are working on these problems. They could be at a very different state of readiness. They could be further ahead even. So these are all reasons why doing your risk assessment now is important. And in many cases, adopting this stuff sooner rather than later, particularly for high value use cases, is really important.
I think as well, Duncan, you wrote in your paper about digital signatures and how, for example, if certificates were digitally signed today based on elliptic curve, DSA or RSA, then in future, if quantum computers are able to break RSA or DSA, then they might be able to, or they would be able to, generate fake certificates and backdate them, and therefore the integrity or the realness of those past certificates and bonds or whatever it is that's digitally signed would be unverifiable. So
That's absolutely right. And there's one area where that's particularly important is when you think about the Internet of Things, or connected devices. So we're seeing more and more devices coming online now in traditionally unconnected industries like heavy manufacturing, critical national infrastructure, and so forth. And when you bring devices online in that way, somewhere buried deep in the heart of the device is what we call a root of trust. So something that the device fundamentally trusts above all other things. That's how you build these solutions. You have this root of trust, and then everything comes off that. And this root of trust is how the device, when it boots up and comes to life, this is how it convinces itself the world is okay. So it it switches on, and then it gets its root of trust, and it says, okay, is my operating system signed by my root of trust? Yes. Okay. Is my application signed by this key? Yes. And so forth. Now, the problem we have in IoT is that we're deploying devices into the field that need to last 15, 20, 30 years. That's well beyond even conservative estimates of when this cryptography will be broken. So that's another area where particularly these digital signatures and certificates are critical. And so anybody who's developing these sorts of solutions, particularly if you're building solutions where people die when they go wrong, you need to be thinking about adding in this security today. So you need to make sure your keys are being generated in an appropriate way. You need to be starting to adopt these algorithms sooner rather than later.
Thanks very much, Duncan. So just moving on to the Iron Bridge, the randomness, the quantum randomness, the quantum entropy that you're generating and delivering over the internet. So I've seen a number of QRNGs, quantum random number generators, on the market from a couple of vendors. Is there anything special about Iron Bridge? I mean, you said it worked on a quantum computer. Is there any reason? Have you done any metrics? Why should I trust Iron Bridge?
Good question. So one of the things we focused on at Cambridge Quantum was, and we looked at the reaction to the market to quantum random number generators, in particular what governments were saying about this technology. And as recently as last year, we had statements from the NCSC in the UK saying that while quantum technology has promise and it should be able to deliver the randomness that we're looking for, existing solutions are not basically hitting the bar. They're not able to prove their value because they cannot prove that they're actually generating randomness. And this comes back to my comments about the ability for quantum attackers to model complex systems. So existing QRNGs, as they're called, quantum random number generators, they are in that same category of complex systems that to the human eye, and even to some basic statistical tests, appear to produce randomness. But actually, they're very dependent on the way they're built. They're very influenced by environmental factors or imperfections in the way that they're constructed. So we took on board all of that advice, all of those comments, and we just took a completely different approach. And that's why we base our solution on quantum computers, because we can then run quantum circuits on those. We can play these special quantum games effectively with the quantum computer. So we challenge it, we get responses. It's very much a zero trust model, just to drop a buzzword in there. And what that does is it allows us to generate not just perfect randomness, but allows us to prove it's perfect. So the results you get from the machine allow you to prove that it is in fact perfectly random. And this is why I'm relatively bullish on the technology. I think we're going to see cryptography moving in this direction as its fundamental answer to the question, how do we generate random data?
I see. So it's self-certifying in a way.
Yes. So the way, without getting into too much details, the way the protocol works is it evaluates the quantum computer it's working with, and it can measure the noisiness of the quantum computer. So we're living in this world right now where quantum computers are not yet fully fault tolerant. And so we have this distinction between physical qubits versus logical qubits. And it's all about error correction and how much we can, tackle these tough engineering questions of building these machines. And so part of our protocol involves basically interrogating the machine, and it tells us not only how much randomness that we can extract, but it also proves to us that we're working with a quantum device and that we can then trust this output and that it's actually purely random.
And will it be able to serve random numbers to all these potentially large number of blockchain nodes that might all need random number generation in order to seed the post-quantum process? Will it scale? I mean, will the Iron Bridge aspect scale?
Yes, no, absolutely. So, I was just turning into a small pitch on Iron Bridge, which I didn't mean, but it's consumed as a cloud service. It can scale as far as it needs to. So, even if we are as wildly successful as I hope we are, we should be in a position where we can service the need that we see. Yes. You actually just to go deeper into that, each bit of time we get on the quantum computer produces a certain amount of entropy, and then that's like a pure seed which creates further entropy as well. So there's a number of factors that kind of multiply up to create a lot of output, which is how we're expecting to service demand.
Okay, so there's some classical algorithms in there as well potentially. So would this work? I mean, this solution that you created was very much a sort of enterprise solution, wasn't it? And it occurs to me that there must be a lot of customers who are in the position today where some of the things that they might be writing to their digital ledgers are potentially long-term sensitive. So could customers actually implement a solution like yours today on the blockchain? And is it something that has to be done over the top as you did, or could it be done more natively?
So yeah, I mean, what we've done today, I described it as a blueprint in the talk because the concept could be applied to a number of different types of blockchain or different use cases. But you're right that at the moment we're layering this over the top, and this is really the option that we have today in order to become quantum safe. The longer term answer, which I'm hoping we're moving towards, and to some extent I hope our work serves as some kind of thought leadership or an impetus in this direction, is for the blockchains themselves to start to migrate towards these new algorithms. So that pushes the security down into the blockchain itself, which makes it, more convenient to implement. So in that setting, you still need to adjust your key generation approach, but this time you would just be then sending those keys to different nodes. You wouldn't need to then layer on those encryption tunnels or the extra signatures on the transactions. That would all then be handled by the blockchain itself. So that's where I hope we'll be in 5 years or so.
Will CQC be actively pushing blockchain developers to integrate this, into the native Ethereum, for example?
Yes, well, I mean, some of our partners in this project will be. IDB is quite interested in this space. They are planning to speak to the Ethereum development environment or crew and encourage them in this direction. So I can't claim that we're going to be the ones that spontaneously cause this to happen. Blockchain developers are smart people; they know this threat is coming. But I think it helps to build the pressure and show that there is demand from end customers of their platforms to have this security sooner rather than later.
Do you think that actually implementing this and making sure that there is a version of blockchain that is post-quantum safe could actually be a decision maker for someone like a bank when they're looking at technical solutions? Because I mean, a lot of banks, they're looking at blockchain, but they're not necessarily using it everywhere. They're not necessarily using distributed ledgers everywhere today. Could something like this be a deciding factor?
I imagine so. Yeah. I mean, blockchains have their fans and their enemies. A blockchain is not a solution to every problem, right? But where they are useful, they serve a very good purpose. And I imagine that when a bank is evaluating which technology to embrace, they will be considering, or I hope they're considering, the whole security landscape. And so if there were, for example, to be a blockchain technology that leads the way on quantum safety, then I assume they will attract more customers as a result of that.
And what about things like cryptocurrencies and proof of work blockchains, larger blockchains? Are they going to be affected, or will they just need to fork at some point before quantum computers arrive? And do they need to worry today or not?
So cryptocurrencies are slightly different. There are some there's some security that comes from operating at such scale. If you emerge with a different version of history versus the other 3 million people in your blockchain, it's going to be a little bit harder to pull that off. So cryptocurrency is a little bit different, but still they are based on the same algorithms that will be broken by quantum computers. So it is necessary at some point for those blockchains, and we're talking Bitcoin here or the public version of Ethereum, they will need to transition to newer algorithms. Now, I haven't seen the details yet of how they plan to do this, but I suspect it's a case of having a coordinated period of adoption across all of their endpoints. And then eventually new blocks will start being minted at the end of the chain that are signed purely by post-quantum algorithms. And that's when they can then look back and say their blockchain is now ready. So that definitely needs to happen. And the same comments around, the security of the keys and the predictability of the keys applies in a cryptocurrency as much as it applies in a private enterprise blockchain.
But perhaps at least all those people who've lost the keys to their Bitcoin wallets, if they get a quantum computer, they might finally be able to get those lost Bitcoins. You never know.
Yes, I guess so. But they're going to have to get there first, I guess, is the problem.
Yes, that's very interesting. So I'm wondering, does anyone in the audience have any questions?
I assume they're going to start appearing in our chat screen.
Yeah.
So while we're waiting, I'll maybe just talk a little bit more about this this competition that's happening in the US right now that I think everyone should be paying quite close attention to. So this is organized by the NIST, part of the US government, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And about 5 years ago now, they put out a call to academics around the world saying, please submit your candidate algorithms to be evaluated and potentially chosen as the new algorithms that we'll all use globally. And NIST has done this plenty of times before. So AES, for example, which is a symmetric algorithm we all know quite well, that was selected through a similar process. And this process has been going on now for 5 years or so, and it had 69 candidate algorithms. Those were then whittled down, and we're now at our final 7. And so this is one of the reasons why it's fairly, a good idea to experiment right now, because we only have a handful of candidate algorithms. They're all relatively well understood now. So it's a good moment in time to explore this. And in the next year or two, we will see those winners chosen. And I think that's suddenly when we'll have a huge rush of adoption. And so another reason to adopt early is because you can get a step ahead of your competitors who may be waiting around for this final decision to be made.
So we've got a question from the audience from Vlad Ionescu, who's asked, did you explore wrapping already existing blockchain transactions in a meta transaction by adding a post-quantum signature? So I suppose, Vlad, that you're saying going back and adding some protection to previous transactions on the blockchain.
Yeah, it's a very good idea, Vlad. We didn't actually do that in this project, but it would be trivial to do so. We didn't constrain what the transactions were, so it would be relatively easy to make your transaction data a copy of a previous transaction and essentially seal it in time with a post-quantum signature. So absolutely, definitely possible. It's not something we explicitly did in this project.
But Duncan, if it's something further back in the chain, and then you've got a transaction that's got a post-quantum signature on it that's further down the chain, does that provide any, because it's sealed the chain up to that point, and then at that point it's post-quantum safe, does that in some way backwards inherit that post-quantum safeness to the previous transactions, even though they weren't post-quantum safe, or not?
That's a good point, actually. Yes, it probably will, because when the block is formed, it will contain the hash of all previous blocks. So it's a good question. I'm not exactly sure. I think it will seal it back in time, but certainly, for added confidence, or in case I'm mistaken there, it would certainly be possible to republish old transactions in this way.
I'm not seeing any more questions coming in, so final chance for any burning questions. But if not, I'm sure that Duncan will be very happy to talk to anyone who's. I mean, are you interested in helping other companies with their blockchain solutions today, making them post-quantum safe? Duncan, is that something that CQC actually wants to be doing more of?
Yeah, no, we would be very happy to speak to companies exploring the whole world of quantum safety. So if you head to cambridgequantum.com, you'll find us there. And I would look forward to speaking to people about this.
Well, we're already speaking to you, so yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that's been really fascinating, Duncan. Thanks very much for talking about quantum safe blockchain. I'm going to say back over to Christine. Thank you very much for having us. That was great.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy. And thank you for taking the questions and leading us through a really in-depth discussion. I'd urge the audience to use this upcoming break to explore the virtual expo booths in the networking area. This is a fully hybrid festival, and so actually the next 2 sessions are happening in person at King's Cross. The next session's at 3 p.m., and it features Sir Andre Geim, Nobel laureate in physics, and I'll be just like you in the audience. I'll be following along online. Thank you so much.
Is it not? Oh, are you not in? So you're not doing the 3 o'clock now?
Welcome back, everyone. And hello to everyone that's just joining us. I'm Deborah, the founder and CEO of YSYS, and I am your host for today. This is my first time hosting, by the way. So I don't know, like, if it's anyone's first time being at a hybrid event today. Yes, first time for everything. Awesome. It's also my first time being in front of a Nobel Prize winner. And so I am very, very excited to introduce our next panel with Sir Andre and Timandra. And they're going to be talking about new materials and how carbon atoms are basically advancing telecoms all the way to the healthcare industry. So I'm super excited. If we give them a massive, massive round of applause, and I'll let them take the floor.
Thank you, Deborah. That's good. You see, you're using your skills in topology to escape from. I realise we're now trapped inside our lanyards because of the whole head microphone thing. I just gave up, but that's why, Andre, you are a Nobel Prize-winning physicist, and I'm not. So I'm Timandra Harkness. I'm not a Nobel Prize-winning physicist. My only job is to try and ask some interesting questions, and then to invite you to ask some interesting questions. Because you watching the live stream, you do have the opportunity to ask questions. And both of us agreed before the session that questions from the audience are usually the most interesting bit. So get your questions ready in your mind.
Yeah, you have priority. Yeah.
On the stream, you can get your questions in the Q&A or whatever it is, whenever you like, and we will come on to them. So, Sir Andre Geim, Nobel Prize-winning physicist at the University of Manchester, Russian, German, Jewish, European, British, Netherlandish, man of the world. I am terribly excited to be here with you. Just to say, the way it's going to work is I'm going to monopolize him for at least 20 minutes.
You should say citizen of nowhere.
Citizen of nowhere. Oh, aren't you a citizen of Britain yet? Surely, since you won the Nobel Prize,
people like me, Theresa May, say citizens of nowhere. I'm proud to be one of them. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, I mean, I'm very excited for many reasons. I don't normally get to sit and chat with a Nobel Prize winner, but I have to say I'm especially excited because I have never ever been with somebody who's won both the Nobel Prize and the Ig Nobel Prize.
And probably will never be.
And you're probably still the only one.
Yeah.
So just actually probably get you to explain what the Ig Nobel Prize is, which obviously is a play on words for the Nobel Prize. It's something like for research that should never have been attempted or something, isn't it? What is the definition of it?
Essentially, you do some work and then put your tongue in cheek, and then people find it funny, and then they ask you whether you are adventurous enough to extend this joke on yourself and accept the Ig Nobel Prize. Unlike the Nobel Prize, not many people dare to accept, but okay, a sense of self-deprecation, okay, can help. So at that time I was just assistant professor, but I decided to accept this. Okay, I have a fig leaf. At that time it was Sir Michael Berry, already Sir and very well-known mathematician at this day. So together we accepted the Ig Nobel Prize, and I don't think we regret it. It was for scientific experiments of levitating frogs with normal magnetic fields. So it's part fun, part real science, and part educational science. So nothing to be ashamed of.
No, well, I was reading the account of it, and if you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to briefly tell the story of how you came to levitate a frog, because it wasn't like you went, how can I entertain the family at Christmas? Let me levitate this frog, was it? It actually arose from pure scientific curiosity. So tell me the story.
It was the outcome, Ig Nobel, and this experiment. Essentially, many of you probably heard about so-called magnetic water. So it's a very strange observation that if you put on your tap a small magnet, the claim is that your cattle would no longer be scaled up with this calcination and so on. So the problem with this one, that sometimes it works and most times it doesn't work. And no one knows why, and still it's considered to be quasi-science or irreproducible science, which is essentially the same. So I had at that time in the Netherlands very strong magnetic fields in my disposal. So I decided, okay, if this small magnet works, so what would happen if I put water in a big magnet? And once upon a time, I switched the magnet and poured water inside, and I thought, what would happen to water? It would end up on the floor. Instead of that, I found it levitating essentially in the middle of the magnet. Okay, this kind of facilities, and water obviously was available for more than half a century for many labs around the world, and no one has apparently decided to pour water on their very expensive equipment. So I was the first to do that, okay? And I was well educated. I understood after 5 minutes that it's magnetism, so-called diamagnetism, not anti-gravity machine I invented. And my biggest surprise was all my colleagues next morning, no one believed that one. And I demonstrated them, and then colleagues of colleagues wanted to see it. They didn't believe it. And then there was a snowball of people coming out, and eventually I decided it's worth education, if not school children, and then it's probably good for my colleagues who dealt with magnetic field for all their life, from their scientific cradle to their scientific coffin, but didn't know that magnetism can be so strong. So yeah, that's the result. I thought, what can we demonstrate people that all we are magnetic, actually? Yeah, actually, it's repulsive magnetism, frankly speaking, rather than attractive magnetism. So as humans, we're all magnetic. So humans, my face didn't fit inside the magnet, so otherwise I would be there. But a little frog was inside, and then some journalists saw this frog. And you know, when you show something funny to journalists, you as stand-up comedians know what's going on. And then it was out of out of my
I mean, that whole story is great, but there's just a little bit at the beginning that you threw in, that one evening you just decided to pour water into the powerful magnet. I mean, is this an approved way of doing? So you're an assistant professor in the Netherlands at this point. Is this an approved way of doing fundamental research, that you just go, we've got a really expensive, really powerful magnet here. I wonder what happens if I pour water in it?
No, you know, we humans, especially when there are 7 billion humans, or 8 now, on the planet, we try to be competitive. We specialize in very narrow area of expertise, okay? And otherwise you can't be scientist, stand-up comedian, or a journalist at the same time, industrialist, and so on. We specialize. And so in science, which is a microplanet, I think it's about 8 million people who professionally do science these days. And we all have very narrow focus where we can make breakthrough, but and some people normally do it, as I say, from our cradle to scientific coffin, all 40-50 years of our career, hoping to find something unique along the way, digging very deep, but there are people like myself who don't like to dig too deep. At the same time, we try to spread graze around a little bit shallow in the areas where a large herd of elephants didn't eat all the grass, trying to patch and find a small field of fresh grass somewhere. And so this was experiment completely out of my area of research. And most people think that if you do something out of your area of research, you're out of your mind, essentially. But apparently it's not the case. I changed my area of expertise quite a few times, mostly unsuccessfully, but after trying, one in few, well, I don't know, in several cases did bring to some successes, either Ig Nobel or Nobel Prize or something, some publications in glossy journals. So yeah.
I love that. It's like, well, you could win an Ig Nobel or a Nobel Prize, one or the other, or both in this case. No, I think you describe it in your, I read your thing that you had to write for the Nobel Prize. You were saying that it's compulsory and they don't hand over the money unless you,
exactly.
you write your life
They give
story.
you the medal, but not the money unless you write your autobiography and Nobel lecture. It's in the rules of the Nobel Foundation. Yeah.
So if you're studying and feel it's unfair that you have to do your homework, you see, even Nobel Prize winners have to do it to get the money. But I have to say, I bet they're not all as funny as yours, because there were various bits I was reading yours that actually made me laugh out loud. It's definitely recommended reading. You can find it online. But you describe this as, I think, is it Friday night physics, Friday night science?
Yeah, Friday night
experiments.
Yeah,
and you say, I think you did a little back of the envelope sum and said, well, 10% of them have worked out, including your levitating frog, presumably, and including graphene, the thing you won the Nobel for. Is it literally you get to Friday night and before you go home, you just think, I wonder what would happen if? I mean, it feels a bit more than that, actually. It feels like you have a kind of approach to science, which is more almost like a philosophy of, if I'm curious, I should try it.
It's philosophy. Friday night experiment, at least in community of physicists, has become a known phrase. Okay, and it came because I called it at some moments this levitating frog experiment, Friday night experiment. It referred actually to actual events when on Friday night we bought a few beers and share those beers, and after that, okay, you discuss all kind of things. You're a little bit relaxed from your everyday life and you try to do something unusual rather than get bored with your everyday professional experience in this particular area. So people say, yeah, I change my subject every 5-7 years. I still change it. It's a little bit all related to graphene these days, but actually very far from graphene these days. I change after the Nobel Prize. I changed it a couple of times already.
Wow! So you didn't stick with your big famous thing. You went, okay, that's done. Before we move on, though, I would like you to tell a little story about how. Would you say you discovered graphene or invented graphene? Which one is it?
With benefit of hindsight, graphene was expected, and theoretically it was known for a long time. But if you ask 99.99 people before that, they would say this material and two-dimensional materials should not exist by fundamental principles. There are very powerful theorems in theoretical physics which essentially forbid this material to exist and similar materials to exist. So for me, it was a discovery, but I think from perspective of the human race, it would be advent of graphene, the proper reference would be, because if someone thought about this, no one used it. We just not shown that the material exists, but this is a unique class of materials which is out there. Let me, you didn't ask this question, but let me preempt your question. Okay, what is important about these materials? If you look around yourself, everything in our world, whatever you have around you or can imagine, have length, width, and height. You won't find materials around you which are one atom or one molecule thick. And as I said, powerful theorems forbidding completely existence of those materials try to make one atom thick layer of gold, very stable material. It wouldn't be there. It would be completely out of question because, and people knew that thinner materials are less stable than become. So, and we have shown that we have not one graphene material, we have hundreds and thousands of them. So it's a revolution in terms of material science. Not one material, but a whole range, which, 15 years ago, people didn't think it would exist.
That's really impressive. So you kind of happened upon something that then turned out to open a whole new dimension, really, of material science and physics. I was actually going to ask you, you're right, I was going to come on and say, what is so special about it? But I was going to ask you if you could tell us the story of how it came about, because I gather it was really a project you thought up for a student to give them something to explore, and then it kind of took off from there.
It's relatively simple and boring story. So I was looking for a new direction to start, and I found out that no one before studied thin films of graphite. Graphite, very popular material, very well studied, but people failed to make thin films of graphite, and presumably there was kind of in literature indications that it would be a simple material. So I decided, why wouldn't we just polish graphite a very thin layer? We couldn't grow it. All those normal techniques wouldn't allow us to do that. So I gave a student a piece of graphite and try him to polish this graphite. So yeah, in a few weeks, the Chinese students came to me and say, "Oh, I succeeded." And I looked at it, and it was kind of too thick to my taste. And so I say, "Try harder," and say, "Can I get another piece of graphite?" He gets this chunk of graphite and essentially polished to the spec. So it was no way to go, but the project was alone, and then we found out that it's another legend, not about Friday night experiment, another legend derived from this research, that legend of the Scotch tape. Essentially what you do these days, actually people do it routinely in hundreds and actually thousands labs around the world still. They take a piece of graphite, a piece of Scotch tape, and peel a Scotch tape away. And usually people did this for 70 years before us, and they disposed this piece of Scotch tape and studied clean surface of graphite. And that was it. And they throw the Scotch tape into a litter bin, and they didn't know that they throw away their Nobel Prizes as well. So instead of studying this piece of graphite, we looked at the Scotch tape and found out that those pieces of graphite which stick there could be extremely thin, and we pushed and pushed and pushed until we found a single atomic plane of graphite, which is called graphene, which is a layer of carbon which is only one atom thick. And this is not because so unusual that this layer, but then we, after managed to isolate this individual atomic plane of atoms, we pushed further, we start studying its properties, and then it turned out to be gold mine in terms of new physics.
So, I mean, I'm kind of tempted to say you could write a best-selling business book that's just based on this idea that you that people have been throwing away the best bit by just using Scotch tape, and that, you know, what you have to do is look in the litter bin for the discarded Scotch tape of your career, and that's where the ideas are, and then you get the Nobel Prize or
it's
whatever.
a little
But that is actually what
this
happens.
is true, actually.
Yeah.
This is actually true. It's with benefit of hindsight, you can present the story like that,
Exactly.
but it's the true story.
I think it's a wonderful story. But in a way, I guess it's symptomatic of, if you have that approach of Friday night experiments and let's see what happens, and when you describe the polishing down the block, it does sound a bit like what we need is a layer of veneer. So we're going to cut down this oak tree and give you the sandpaper. And we want you to keep sanding until you're left with the twig.
It was ridiculous. Yeah, it was like that. Yeah, but mentality of some people, like, yeah, the boss said something, I need to polish it until all wood is gone.
And then you turn it around, and now you've got graphene, which, as you say, is completely unique in its properties. So you said that they had predicted the existence of something like graphene, but thought it wasn't possible.
No, they didn't predict existence of graphene. It was kind of, because it's so simple material, it's just a chicken wire of carbon atoms, essentially. You can visualize, or kind of a honeycomb of carbon atoms. It was used as theoretical model to describe properties of more complex materials like graphite itself, which is quite a work to do. So it was kind of a toy model for theorists, and there were carbon nanotubes, there were buckyballs at that time, which are also kind of rolled up or wrapped up graphene sheet, but graphene itself kind of presumed to be unstable by 99.99% people, and the rest, okay, maybe 1 per 10,000 people with particularly strong benefit of hindsight. They thought it would be uninteresting to study this material, even it exists. So it's not for isolation of material, because if it would be anything like many other two-dimensional materials, we found a year later that there are plenty of those, okay, a cornucopia of this kind of materials we didn't expect to exist. If it would be just one of those, probably nothing would happen, but the material itself turned out to be really interesting in terms of providing new physics, trying to model some high energy experiments which are impossible in CERN just on your desktop. That's what is Nobel Prize officially for physics, not for for anything else.
Well, I was going to ask you that next. I mean, it's often talked about as it's this material that's going to transform manufacturing and electronics, and as an innovation tool that can spawn lots of new industries. But you seem to be much more interested in almost the questions that it throws up, the way that it opens doors to things that we don't know, the pure research side. Does it frustrate you that you've discovered this really interesting new bit of science and people constantly want to talk to you about innovation hubs and Manchester as the centre of new industries? Don't want to get you sacked, obviously. But it's just the way you talk about it is much more like there are these theoretical things, we've got practical things, they throw up new theoretical things. It's much more about physics than engineering.
Humans are societal animals, okay? We have very complex interactions and we specialize in different areas of expertise. I'm expert in physics, condensed matter physics. It's some people call me encyclopedical knowledge, but it's in the area of physics, and condensed matter physics maybe some other areas as well, but I can't cover, one person can't cover all endeavors of the human race. So I specialize in research. Some people are property developers and industrialists. I can't be both. So I do what I'm doing best, and this is try to find new things about, and industrialization is not my piece of cake. I a little bit participated with different companies, but find it rather frustrating how slowly everything goes. It's not like with graphene. like computer program, you write a new app and then, okay, a few years later, you're a multimillionaire or even a billionaire. When you're talking about fundamental physics in materials, it takes 50, 70 years from the beginning. Take, for example, aluminium. No one knew what to do with this material for 70 years. And then airplane industry came around and so on. So with two-dimensional materials, from my perspective, what we have a new range of tools in our toolbox, and we're trying to rearrange those tools to make something new. So at the moment, you probably find around a few hundred different products on the market, consumer market, where graphene is somewhere inside these products, and it's improvement of things, but marginal improvement. It's not like, flip of the switch, completely new out of this. So it's not revolution. Scientifically, two-dimensional materials are a revolution in condensed matter physics and material science, but in terms of industrialization, we have this initial diffusion process of the knowledge acquired in an academic lab into industries. And now this material, 15 years ago, my students sold few micron size. It's smaller than cross-section of your hair, a flake of graphene, something like £4,000. And people did buy this material because they wanted to study this, they wanted to know this material. They complained that it's very expensive, but my student replied that it's very cheap per carbon atom, because because many of those carbon atoms were there. These days, you can buy this graphene in square kilometers if you need, and in tons. The thing is developed, and it's used in many different products. Samsung, for example, what Huawei, they use this material within their mobile phones, paint and other things. Many, but all little applications. Diffusion into the industry rather than revolution in industry so far.
Now, you'll have noticed that I have continued to monopolise, Andre, a bit longer than I said I would, mainly because the iPad went haywire and decided it was going to offer me the Everyman Cinema menu instead of any questions. So hopefully it's off being rehabilitated. But in the meanwhile, people in the room, this is your chance. I think we're back to really old school here. If you've got a question, you put your hand up and, we've got a microphone. Look. Okay,
won't be sharing it around. So if
you won't be sharing it around. Okay.
I'm going to keep it all to myself.
Shout it, and then if I can't hear you, Deborah will repeat your question. Is that hand?
Is there a revolutionary application that you could imagine could be implemented in, say, 50 or 100 years using this material?
So the question is if there is a foreseeable revolution in foreseeable future, correct? That's the question. Okay, yeah. Depends on definition of foreseeable. I think one big thing, it comes probably not from graphene, but graphene is a shorthand for all those materials which are one atom, one molecule. So what is people developing now is semiconductor materials similar to graphene, and graphene kind of too conducting to be used for semiconductor industry. But there are those materials which show very good electronic properties relatively to silicon, which is the base of all our technology. At the moment is a question for academic labs, how to make those pieces not 1 square centimeter, but like this, okay, few inches size. When this square, people try really hard. Graphene is sorted out. You can make very big pieces, but with those semiconducting materials, it turned out to be much harder. But at the moment, probably the biggest one they can make is kind of few inches. When it will happen at a decent price, I think this is very silicon industry cannot ignore this, because it's transparent, ultimately thin materials better than amorphous silicon and so on. So that would happen one way or another. This one I strongly believe already for 10 years. I never believed that graphene itself would be a huge interest for semiconductor industry, but those are very interesting materials.
There you go. Anybody else? Okay, you can think about this. I have plenty of questions. Believe me, I could be here all afternoon. I can't, but oh yeah, okay.
You said roughly it was predicted that it couldn't exist. Can you say like what the physics
Well, okay. So the question is about why essentially graphene couldn't exist, why people thought that graphene wouldn't exist. The easiest way is to imagine a very thin film of a metal. Take any metal. Let's take gold. Seems to be gold, very stable material. We all know that it doesn't rust and so on. But if you make thinner and thinner film of gold, what you'll find that gold doesn't like to exist as a thin sheet. It coagulates into the droplets. And this is kind of nature of all materials, that when they become very thin, there are so-called phonons. It's essentially vibrations which do not like this two-dimensional order. They try to destroy this order, and coagulation happens this way. You can say differently, okay, simply speaking, okay, materials think, okay, if we have this all three-dimensional space, why do we need to occupy only a part of this? Why don't we occupy all the space? And they all do this one. And to break this law, you have to have a very, very strong bond, which was not actually realized only with benefit of hindsight, having this material graphenes. And when it's such strong bond, like on several of those, many now of those materials, they still can prevent those fluctuations, destroying two-dimensional order, turning 2D into three-dimensional materials.
If that's all right, that's really fascinating. You talked about semiconductors, and I assume that's partly because it's so thin. Are there any other properties of this discovery that you've found could benefit? So I don't know if it's energy retention or other physicists. So any other properties that we used or were previously unknown?
It's very it's
All right, maybe one or two of the most surprising properties that you didn't foresee that graphene would have because of its two-dimensionality.
It's you can separate the question about what's so unusual about this graphene. And some time ago, about 10 years ago, I put a list of its superlatives. It's kind of the most transparent metal. It's the strongest material per its thickness. It's stronger than diamonds or any other material. It's the most stretchable crystal. It's like a rubber. You can stretch it by 20%. You can't do it with solid states, not polymers, anything else. Most stretchable. It's most conductive material of all. It's actually much more conductive than copper per its thickness. It's or gold. It's the best thermal conductor we know, and the list goes on. That's the first question. The number of superlatives graphene has attracted is about, okay, I can name 15, probably maybe more, depending on the level, how deep in science it is. But in terms of industrial applications, yes, it's a strong material. It's extremely thin, but as I said, there is a lot of interplay between, okay, price, quality, what you can do. With benefit of hindsight, I could probably answer those questions, but we have to live in future. At the moment, really big, not marginal improvement in quality is what I said. It's a semiconductor industry based on two-dimensional materials, which actually, although I got prize for graphene, I think it was unfair because our work was immediately introducing all those 2D materials, which is more revolutions than just one single material.
Graphene getting all the noise. Okay, in the middle there.
We heard this morning about protein folding.
Yeah.
That's revolutionized the research around proteins. If you look at condensed matter physics, is it the physics that I expect there's going to be some further revolutions in condensed matter? Is it physics or is it the computation that matters in this? I guess, graphene was, 15 years ago? And computation has moved on since then.
Is it the question whether progress is based on better computation or on better experiments? Is this...
The rate of experiments, that's the question, because these computers allow you to increase the rate of experimentation.
Yeah, there are complex problems which you can't solve without computers, but I think my job is safe as an experimentalist, because in order to use computational facilities and computational skills, you need to ask questions, and those questions are usually asked in experiments. You mentioned protein folding, which is I somehow know about this problem. This is kind of, it has become computational problem, but someone first have done experiments with X-ray and etc. to pose this question. And even when people use this problem, for example, recently we have shown that water doesn't behave in nanoscale the same way as it behaves in macroscopic scale. And those people who do computational experiments on protein folding, they model, they feed up their computers, normally assuming that water has the same properties of the bulk. So you see, you need to ask questions, and computers can't answer all those questions until you make a computer which would be experimentalizing itself.
We are rapidly running out of time. I wanted to just put one last quick question to you. I was reading about your early career and how, despite doing really well at school and college and university with various adverse things, you somehow managed to combine doing really well as a physics student with partying very, very hard, and not doing necessarily all the things you were told. I mean, this has really worked out for you and for science. How does this compare with what your students are like now? I mean, do you have to encourage them to go out and organize post-exam parties? Are they very studious, or are they only too willing to follow in your footsteps in every aspect?
Yeah, partying, yeah. But I graduated from elite university. It was in Russia. You probably all know about how Chinese train their athletes for Olympic Games in those dormitories and very intensive training. So something like that was in Soviet Union, training them to become physicists and so on. Very intensive courses, okay. And in this university, we didn't have as much health and safety, especially, these days we care about mental health of students and staff, and all this infinite number of forms we need to fill inside. At that time, no one cared about this. So you need to find a way to relieve your stress, and I found my way to relieve stress after exam. You one of a sudden realize that it's an interesting subject after it's passed, and then all those questions in your head, how to get rid, to prepare yourself for the next exam, for the next set of questions. So the only way I find, you wash these questions with an alcohol. That's my way. I don't like to advertise this way for everyone, but it worked for me, relieving stress quite well. Okay, yeah. So like a glass of wine after a hard day.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much, Andre Guy. I'm very sorry, streaming people, that we couldn't take your questions. Maybe you can email them in later. Thank you, people in the room, for your questions. And please thank Andre for a great event.
Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you.
Awesome. And thank you for Timanja being such a great moderator. And we'll see everyone in 20 minutes back in this room.
our guest of honor, Professor Sanjeev Gupta, who has told me I can call him Sanjeev. So we're here today to talk about, was there life on Mars? For as long as humanity has been watching the skies, we've been fascinated with the possibility that other worlds, much like Earth, might contain living organisms. While our visits to the moon taught us that it's completely barren and uninhabited, other worlds within our solar system remain full of potential. Venus might have life in its cloud tops. Europa and Enceladus might have life teeming in a subsurface ocean of liquid water. And even Titan's liquid hydrocarbon lakes provide a fascinating place to search for exotic living organisms. By far, the most fascinating possibility is the red planet Mars. This smaller, colder, more distant cousin of planet Earth most certainly has had a wet past where liquid water clearly flowed on its surface for more than 1 billion years. Circumstantial evidence has pointed to the plausibility of life on Mars, not only in the ancient past, but possibly still living and perhaps occasionally active even today. Some of the finest minds in the world have joined the most recent NASA Mars mission, the Perseverance rover, to solve one of the biggest questions in the solar system: was there life on Mars? Joining me on stage, we have Professor Sanjeev Gupta, who is backed by the UK Space Agency. He's on the Perseverance rover science team as a scientist and one of the mission's strategic planners, who is working with engineers and science team members in day-to-day rover operations as they search for rocks to sample for future return to Earth at around 2030. Collecting these samples is seen critical to understand, or crucial to understand, what the Martian environment and climate was like early on in Mars's history, and whether it was habitable for life. With one carefully chosen sample from Mars, we could discover that the history of life on Earth is not as unique in the universe as we might think. In this session, we'll be discussing the science, tech, climate change, and also what we can learn from Mars. Welcome, Sanjeev. It's great to have you here. Now, arguably, the world has had a sudden awakening into remote working and working from home. And as far as I'm aware, you've been remote working with Mars for many years now. How's that going for you?
Yeah, so I've been on the Curiosity rover, NASA's Curiosity rover, since 2012, and initially we all gathered together for the first 3 months, working together at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, but you can't do that forever because the scientists on the team are spread across the world. They come from many different countries. And so we then dispersed and we worked remotely. And also with the new rover, we worked remotely because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
So obviously the hardest things, the engineering sides, were always done at JPL. And that's been really challenging because the engineering side, making sure the specifics of how we drive the rover, how we conduct the tests, how do we do the experiments, all the code writing, everything. That's pretty difficult to do it remotely from thing. But most of the scientists are actually working remotely, and we have multiple ways of communication.
I mean, it's well known fact that space is hard, and it's one thing putting a satellite in orbit. It's another thing sending a rocket or a surveying mission further afield to another planet in our solar system. It's a totally different challenge in actually landing and deploying a rover on the surface of Mars. I cannot imagine what the engineering team went through in February this year. If anyone watched the landing, what that was like. How was it for you all on the team?
It was pretty scary. It was pretty. They made it look easy, actually, but that's amazing. The landing itself was amazing, but now what happens is just extraordinary because we're on the surface of Mars. Imagine this is the surface of Mars. We've driven to this location over here, and a whole field of view is rocks. And we're trying to decide which rocks we're going to investigate to reconstruct what the environment of Mars was like and which rocks we want to sample. Do we go that way? Do we go that way? Do we go that way? And we've got a team of 400 scientists and 200 engineers in trying to reach decisions on a day-to-day basis, basically, because we're driving almost every day at the moment, trying to decide which decision. So every day we're making new decisions. Yeah. You can't pre-program that, etc. And we don't do things real time, obviously, because of the time delay. So we basically plan what's going to happen on Mars the next day. We get the data back and analyze that data, then replan what we want to do next.
I love it. So it takes about 11 minutes to get a signal back from Mars, but also 11 minutes to send a command. So we're all used to 4G internet, and 5G onset here in the UK is fast approaching. Can you imagine waiting 11 minutes for an email to return?
That's right. So that's why we actually basically we spend a day deciding what we're going to do, and then sequencing all the commands, checking them, etc. Then they're uploaded to the uplinked to the rover. The rover carries them out. We get data coming in the next day. We look at that new data and then decide what we want to do next. But that requires a huge number of people. I mean, the team is huge, and the missions are expensive just because of the number of engineers and scientists involved in making those decisions. It's not a sole decision.
And tell us more about the collaboration and innovation is one of the things that really drive science forward, hopefully, in this new era of technology. And before we go into the science of the mission, there was a really interesting link in geology that you made from the English Channel and some findings that map to something on the surface of Mars. I think it's really cool to hear about how you came to work on the Mars rover missions.
Okay, so I'm a completely accidental planetary scientist. I never imagined I would be a planetary scientist. So I'm a terrestrial Earth geologist. I look at rocks on Earth, and what I do is I look at rocks and I'm able to read them through my knowledge and reconstruct what the ancient landscape looked like. So for example, in this image, this is one of the selfies that Curiosity's taken very recently. You can see these beautiful rocks in the background. What I can do is I can look at features in those rocks and paint a picture of what Mars was like, 3.5 billion years ago. So you see a very arid planet today, but actually the rocks in the foreground with the rover standing on actually represent an ancient lake environment, and it was a wet and warm climate. Perhaps not quite as warm as London today, but certainly warmer than it is today. But that was all unknown to me. All I knew about Mars at that time was that it was red. But what we'd been doing together with a colleague of mine, Professor Janie Collier at Imperial College, is a geophysicist, and that's collaboration. We came from different fields. And actually, the best thing that happened to us, we both started Imperial at the same time, and we didn't get any funding initially. Not being funded is the best thing that's ever happened to me. You'd think being funded would be the best thing, but actually not being funded means that you go and chase new avenues. So we went completely in a new direction and decided that we wanted to understand what the shallow shelves, the ocean floors, the shallow ocean floors were like, the seas. And we wrote a speculative grant proposal that got us funded to acquire the latest sonar equipment available. So we were the first group in the UK to have some of the highest resolution sonars available. But we didn't know how to use these sonars. And of course, we wanted to get to nice warm places like the Red Sea. But we didn't know how to use the sonars, so we were going to test them in the English Channel. And in doing so, we actually discovered an amazing new landscape under the English Channel. Nobody knew what was under the English Channel in terms of the landscapes and the geology. But the landscape was bizarre, and we didn't know what to make of it. And for months, we were looking at this data, not being able to read it. And then I think I was in the library one day flicking through a scientific journal. I came across a picture from the surface of Mars, and it was astonishing because the features in the picture were exactly the same as we see in the English Channel. And these are things that are formed by huge floods. And there are places on Earth that you can see these things, but I didn't know about those. So actually it was a picture of Mars that led us to interpret that the English Channel was actually formed by a huge mega flood, and that actually created Britain as an island. So there's this whole story there. And then I got intrigued by Mars. And so
it's fascinating, isn't it, how you can draw a line of what's happening here on Earth. And many of you will be aware of like satellites for Earth observation, but there are limitations because you are not enabled to see under the ocean. So right. Sonar technology is a fantastic way to draw that line to something innovative for your approach to Mars now. And I'd love to spend some time now talking a bit about the science. And I'd just like to invite our audience at home, wherever you might be beaming in from, and also here in our room, to think about questions that you can ask Sanjeev as well. So we'll be coming to you as well for questions, so have a think about that. I guess the big question is, how do we search for life on Mars? It's a really big question. I don't want to throw you in at the deep end, but
yeah, so I think the key thing is, and I think probably the big discovery of the Curiosity rover is that it's discovered what we call ancient habitable environments. So we're not looking for present-day life. We don't think that there's present-day life on Mars. Could be wrong, of course, but the Martian environment is so harsh that it seems unlikely. It's been harsh for several billion years. We think it's unlikely that microbial life is at the surface, maybe in the deep subsurface, but how do you access that? What we're looking for is ancient life from a time that really, about 3.5 billion years, 3.9 to 3.5 billion years ago. That's when life arose on Earth. And, we have striking evidence on Earth in places like South Africa and Australia, where we see evidence for microbial forms and microfossils, etc. And so we think that, if life did arise on Mars, it would have been in parallel. And so the search is for that sort of microbial life. And the key to searching for that is finding the right rocks, basically. So it's finding the right environments where life might have flourished in. And for me, and my expertise is in reconstructing environments. So what we think is we want, obviously, water, environments with water, stable water, not highly energetic environments, so quiet water environments. So, for example, for astrobiologists, those are the scientists who are interested in the science of biology or other lakes, ancient lakes, are the key places to go for, to search for, because they're quiet water environments where if there was life living in the watery environment, it would have got entombed in the rocks. But it's a hard challenge.
It is, and you've got a big job ahead of you, and hopefully the gains from the data coming back from Perseverance will give you lots of insights. And what have you been able to access so far by way of the data coming back from the Perseverance rover?
We don't know what's going on. It's very early days in the mission, so we've only been there for a few months, and really much of the time has been spent in basically getting first-time activities for the instruments, make sure everything's working, and then strategizing, basically. So prior to us landing, so on the mission, I have two roles. Firstly, I'm one of the scientists, but also I'm one of the 10 strategic planners for the mission. So that's a strategic science planner. And what I do working with the project scientists is think about what the rover is going to be doing next. Obviously, we can't have a random collection of 400 scientists randomly deciding. So what we do is we interface with the science team and the engineers and project management in planning out our strategy. And so one of the exercises we did prior to landing was think about, depending on where we landed, what science would we do? Where would we sample efficiently? Because the mission has a timeline. This mission is about getting samples back to Earth, and that has a specific timeline. It's very sharp. And so we can't kind of dilly-dally. When I do field work on Earth, I spend a lot of time sort of exploring and thinking about stuff and kind of working around, going in different directions. With Mars rovers, you can't do that because the mission is so expensive, it involves so many people, and we've got this very definite timeline.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I guess that's where some of the limitations of robotic exploration come, and whether the likes of Elon Musk and others come and actually put a footprint on Mars to, build that human imprint, whether it's for the science initially or if it's robotic hybrid. People have talked about avatar technology. In your experience with the Curiosity rover, the Perseverance rover, and the upcoming ExoMars mission, which is landing next year, I believe, on Mars, what are the current limitations to the robotic exploration? Because I think there might be some minds in our audience watching who might be trying to solve some of these challenges, that are looking for ways of how they can get involved.
That's right. So I think as a field geologist, I find robots very limiting, just because we can't get everywhere. We are able to do amazing things, amazing science with these rovers, but you can't go everywhere. There's steep terrain, difficult terrain. Geologists like to climb up cliffs to search out rocks, climb up steep cliffs, get into gullies, etc. And these things, a big rover like Curiosity or Perseverance can't get to. And obviously, we're limited by the rocks we can get to. I think what a rover might do in maybe 3 weeks, I could probably do in half an hour as a field geologist.
Yeah.
And obviously, I can make immediate cognitive decisions. So if I'm in the field, I can, I'm surveying the scene. I can decide, well, I'm seeing this here. I can make a connection here, and I can go there. Oh, maybe I walk over there. Oh, maybe that's not quite right. I can immediately make a connection to something else. And we're not quite there with rovers. Obviously, there's large numbers of people there, but it's just quite hard. And I think even if the samples we return contain tantalizing evidence for life. It will be tantalizing because they're just samples. And even with every discovery of the most ancient life on Earth, people always dispute it. That people say, well, no, maybe not. Maybe not. Scientists kind of, always, they don't go rah, rah, rah when you have a new scientific discovery. They say, oh, I don't think you're right, actually. Have you thought about this? And that's what will happen. But that will seed future exploration. So I think almost certainly that humans will go to Mars.
Yeah. And on that, is that going to help define some of the scientific findings faster? Like intuitively being there, because I appreciate that NASA have also identified hematite on the surface of Mars, and now using AI technology, they can scan that from typography that they've already received, and that's without sending humans. And space is hard. You cannot risk human life for some of these fact-finding missions.
So we use a lot of AI techniques, etc. So, for example, rover driving, for example, we have AutoNav that enables the rovers to actually divert around. So they're taking lots and lots of images as the rover is driving, and autonomously will divert around obstacles like small boulders, etc. There are techniques for targeting to collect data. But I think we'll require humans on Mars to actually explore. Rovers can only go a certain distance and a certain terrain area and collect samples from a certain thing. So I think in the end, we will need humans there to actually sample at a large set.
As someone who's kind of admires a lot of like the rovers, when they retire rovers, it's some of the saddest days for science. But it's great to know that there is that presence for maybe reactivation or recycling technology on the surface one day. And I guess CogX really attracts a very diverse audience, and they can be scientists, entrepreneurs, policymakers, innovators, and artists alike. How do we get them all to collaborate on future missions, but also help us in our pathway to solving climate change here on Earth? Like, are there lessons that we can transpose from your strategic work with NASA that helps to coordinate those big teams?
Yeah, I think it's been a really interesting transition for me, because prior to me being involved in NASA missions, I was really a very individual scientist, and geologists tend to be very individual. It's you and a group of students who will go out into the field and explore your certain area, be it, I worked in the French Alps or in Egypt, and you write up your own results, and you don't tend to have large teams working together, though that's happening more and more. And it was just astonishing for me to work in a system where there were large numbers of people, and you have to share your data. It's not your data. And that's not easy, actually, coming in from a very individual science. Actually, the papers I wrote were myself or my students, etc. Now you write these papers with many, many authors, but they're all bringing in different expertise, etc. And I think the key thing is that there's a common vision. And I think that's the most important thing, is that, with curiosity, it was this desire to understand, were there habitable environments? Was Mars suitable for life? And that's the key discoveries that we've discovered, that makes it worthwhile spending all this money to explore Mars, because we have ancient habitable environments. If we found a setting that seemed perfect for habitable environments and we hadn't found those, then I would have said, well, actually, let's go somewhere else. We should go to other places too, but not just Mars, but let's go somewhere else. But that discovery, that central goal, meant that everybody is working towards that goal. And again, with perseverance, that central goal is, we want to bring these samples back. That's going to be the biggest step change for scientists, is having samples from Mars on Earth, where we can, zap them with all the technology we have to reconstruct, not only to search for life, but actually to reconstruct Mars's early history. And that's a history that we can't decipher for Earth. It's actually our history too, because the earliest history of Earth is lost to us because of tectonics. We will never. It's like a medieval manuscript that the first pages have gone, and we will never recover that.
It's so interesting, because I think there's a school of thought that some scientists outside of space agencies are pondering over whether Mars is our future or if it's our past. Mars doesn't have the same magnetoatmosphere as Earth does, which protects us from the upcoming cycle of solar activity, for instance. And I think that these samples are arguably going to be the most expensive extraterrestrial material. So ladies, forget diamonds. You might want a bit of a Mars rock. I don't know. These samples are going to be spread around the world with all of the scientific teams, what will they be looking for when the samples return? And what kind of expertise, thinking ahead to the future, are you going to be looking to need to decipher these samples?
So that sample bit is where I hand it over to somebody else, to other teams. That's not my expertise.
Yeah.
So my goal is to choose places where we can sample with the science team.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically, my goal is to be able to say, what was the landscape like on Mars for those samples? Because if we don't know the context, in 10 years' time, we'll have the samples, we might find something amazing, and people will say, well, but did you get the context? Did you get the context photos, etc.? And if you say no, they won't be able to put those into, they won't be able to fully understand them. It's no good discovering life if you don't know where you found it, basically. So my goal is to provide that context and make sure we sample in the right places. And, we've only got something like 38 sample tubes. There's a lot of rock on Mars. So when I do field work on Earth, so for example, I did my PhD in the French Alps at 3,000 meters. I had a rucksack. I would sample. If I saw a nice, interesting rock, I'd chuck it into my rucksack and carry on. If I found a more interesting rock, I would take out the sample I already had in my rucksack, throw it away, and put the new one, the better one, in. We can't do that on Mars. Once we've selected the sample and put it into the tube, that's it.
Yeah.
So imagine the difficulty we have is that we're going to be on this mission for, the sample fetch rover is going to land in 2027. So we've got several years, 5 years of collecting samples, but we've only got 38 sample tubes. How do you choose? How do you select? That's a very difficult task, and that's going to be intriguing. Then other people take over. And so what's going to be happening is that new instrumentation is going to be developed, and in 10 years, it's going to be amazing. The technical abilities, the tools we will have to be able to analyze, tiny samples. The samples are going to be tiny amounts of rock. But we will learn not only about life, but actually many, many questions. Really, we have an understanding of Earth's geological history right from its earliest formation, but we don't know that for other planets. And as I've said, the earliest history of Earth is lost to us. We don't know anything about it. But Mars has very, very abundant rocks from its earliest history. So actually analyzing those samples might tell us something about ourselves.
It's so interesting because, we're looking ahead at missions to Juno and eventually maybe even the moons of Saturn, where they are watery worlds, very different to the science we're doing on Mars. And there are strategic decisions being made, and not just in America with NASA, but also China have missions to Mars. India have also had missions to Mars. They're all building a picture and a wider picture of the data we can pull together. I want to prep the audience who are watching us at home, but also here. If you have any questions, I believe you can line up to ask your questions in person. I'm looking at Deborah. Is that right? Do they put your hands up in the audience? Yes, you can. Amazing. So if you have questions. Fantastic. I think we've got a question here in the second row. Would you like to ask your question?
Hi, my name is James Young. I'm a BBC presenter, and I am super interested in so many aspects of tech. I wanted to ask, are there any missing parts of planetary geology which can be perhaps give us more sort of understanding of how the Earth developed and changed by looking for parts of Earth that have been offshot onto other planetary bodies like the Moon? And what's the value of it, and how do we find those, even if we were looking for them?
That's an interesting question.
While you're thinking about that, I'm just going to reiterate the question for our audience at home. Yeah. We have a question that there are missing parts of our planetary geology which might have gone to parts of an offshot to parts of the Moon and beyond. How do we find that, and how do we assure against it, probably for future? Is it planetary protection are you thinking about, or on the
understanding the history of Mars and how that
yeah. Yeah, so okay, so to help us understand Mars.
So I mean, we've understood quite a lot about Mars from actually bits of rock that have been flung off Mars on Earth. So we find Martian meteorites. I think there's about 100 of those, and we've learned lots about specific parts of Mars, not the diversity of Mars, but specific parts of Mars. I'm not sure we know if any samples of Earth have been shot off elsewhere. That's outside my area of expertise, but I'm sure people study the chemistry and the isotope chemistry of rocks, lunar samples, etc. And so I'm sure there's huge advances there in trying to understand that. I mean, for me, really, it's why Mars is so exciting. It's not just that astrobiology question; it's that really early history, and for me so I'm what we call a sedimentologist. I look at sedimentary rocks and try and piece together what the landscape looked like. And what's been astonishing about Mars is just how Earth-like it is in its ancient past. The rocks, I've just been up in Scotland, Northwest Highlands, for a few days of field work. Some of the oldest rocks in Europe, certainly the oldest rocks, and we see evidence for lakes and rivers, etc. But these rocks look exactly like the ones Curiosity has seen on Mars, and for me, it's a striking moment. I was sitting there, only yesterday. I got the sleeper back this morning, but I was on the shore yesterday, looking at these rocks, wondering, it's extraordinary. Those are 1 billion years old, but the rocks on Mars are 3.5 billion years old. So it's that deep time aspect that's fascinating.
Do you have a follow up? No, okay, no, fantastic. Do you have any more questions from our audience? Okay, I'm going to remind everyone watching at home, I have an iPad which is beaming me any questions that you might be thinking about. I guess the big question is that we're all really here to ask is there life on Mars? I've waited until towards the end to ask that question.
I have no idea. Wait for 10 years. Gosh, that's a really difficult. We're going to have, I think, we're going to have to see chemical signatures of life in the samples we bring back.
Yeah.
So Curiosity has discovered organics in the samples. So we've drilled into these lake mudstones and we've discovered sort of moderately complex organic compounds. But those could be formed abiotically. I think what was astonishing about that was that we could actually, with a rover, detect organics in mudstones that were 3.5 billion years ago. That was just astonishing to be able to do that, but they don't mean life in itself. But I think we'll need to have the samples back before we can actually make any definitive things. And even the samples may not show evidence for life because we're restricted as the samples. And so I think it's going to be a long journey. I don't think it's going to happen even by 2030. I'm not sure we're going to be certain we're going to be carrying on asking this question. Our avatars are going to be asking these questions in 50 years' time.
I mean, I think the avatar technology side of things is quite fascinating because you're actually projecting a way to access samples without physically having to be there. And remember, humans aren't built necessarily for space flight. We have astronauts on the International Space Station who are in relative low Earth orbit, but that doesn't protect you from the radiation on the surface of the moon or Mars. And NASA are going back also with the Artemis mission to the moon in the next few years, and then using that as a platform to go onto Mars.
So one idea is actually that rather than putting humans on the Martian surface immediately, is to actually have astronauts in orbit around Mars operating rovers, because then you won't have that time latency. That's the problem. That's the big problem we have, is that we often have to wait and uplink for a whole day before we can actually do things. So that's one step, and then we will go to the next step.
And also getting those astronauts to Mars, when we're in that close orbit, it's a 7-month journey, but otherwise it's 2 years. So can you imagine humans traveling for 2 years to get to Mars, or actually probably in the way that Elon Musk has talked about those specific windows of that 7-month period of time? I'm looking back at our beautiful audience and down at my iPad. Do we have any more questions from our audience? We've got one here on the 3rd row. Hi there.
Hi, I'm James.
Hi, James.
It's fair to say that a lot of the big scientific questions go over the head of the average person, whereas life on Mars has always captured the imagination of everybody in the world. What I'm curious is, where does it fit in within the echelon of the big questions within the scientific community, and how much of a motivator is life on Mars for the average scientist?
I guess we don't really frame it as life on Mars, but we frame it as, was there life elsewhere, and Mars being the key place, using our Earth analogs. And the Earth analogs might not be the right one, but a big question for terrestrial geologists is the earliest life on Earth, and so that's that big question. So I think it's the most central question in some ways, is did life arise elsewhere, both scientifically but also philosophically, or are we alone? It really helps. It makes you think. When I look at these images, and it's funny, sometimes I might be the first person seeing those images of a landscape on Mars because we see that I'm awake earlier than in California, basically. And you see this lifeless landscape there, but actually looks really Earth-like. It looks like a desert in Nevada or in Egypt or somewhere like that. But who knows what those rocks, tantalizing rocks, hold? And we're so limited as to what we can look at, what we can sample. It's so limiting, given this whole planet covered in rocks. But that's the extraordinary thing.
Yeah, James, you ask a very interesting question, particularly because also tomorrow on the Planet stage in the afternoon, we have Christopher Mason, who has worked on the NASA twin study, who I'm actually going to be chatting to about the genomics and his 500-year plan of evolving humans and life to exist in other places in our solar system and beyond. So stay tuned for that, because I think he's got some really insights based on technology today and how that will scale for a human wide or life-wide presence on another planet. We've had a question via the audience at home, so thank you very much. This question comes from Jenny Zhao, who's asked, it's Christopher Lomas has asked, what is the most exciting discovery you expect from the rover?
From the Perseverance rover, I think if I go back to Curiosity, the most exciting discovery was the evidence for long-lived lakes. I mean, that was completely new. Prior to that, with the MER rovers, we had evidence for small amounts of water, but not abundant water. And whilst when you look at orbital images of Mars, they suggest abundant water, it's not absolutely clear. And then with Curiosity, very early in the mission, we discovered these pebbles, several centimeters in diameter, that were beautifully rounded. And that can only happen through water action. So it was clear evidence for running water. And that was just an astonishing discovery. With Perseverance, obviously, the next step is to we have a very clear picture of what we think this crater that Perseverance has landed in, Jezero crater, looked like. But it's really testing that and testing the longevity of the water. Jezero crater is much older than Gale crater, where Curiosity landed. So we're, at the edges of, Mars, really early Mars. And so, we're looking at two different time spots, basically.
Yeah.
It's like exploring Earth was like 200 years ago. It's that early stages of geology on Earth where we knew very little, and geologists were going out piecing together early history. That's the stage we're at, and it's very exciting.
It is exciting because you're kind of in essence looking at a timestamp of something that we can't access here on Earth.
That's right.
And I guess this is, as a geologist, for first and foremost, that's your passion. I guess one of the questions I would love to ask you is, like, if you could travel anywhere on Earth or our known solar system to assess rocks for the love of geology and planetary, science going forward, where would it be and why?
Oh, it's many places. I think I would love to go to Titan, actually. Titan. Yeah. Geomorphologically, we've not got a water cycle. We've got a completely different cycle, a methane cycle, but it has extraordinary geomorphology, extraordinary landscapes. We've got huge areas of desert dunes. We've got seas and lakes and rivers of methane, and just to be able to fly over that and walk in that landscape would just be extraordinary. That would be, yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating, like looking at some of the science cases for going on to Titan and other parts of our sort of icy moons and even watery worlds. Like space agencies are already looking ahead at the technology that they need to get those hoppers and landing on water and moving surfaces. So if you're interested, there's loads of resources online. I'm thinking specifically for NASA's work that they've done, but I'm sure we have lots of other space agencies around the world that are also looking ahead. I would just love to say thank you to Professor Sanjeev Gupta for your time and hearing from you about working across all of the rovers, Curiosity, Perseverance, and soon ExoMars, fingers crossed. I think I last saw the ExoMars rover in the clean room before it was shipped to France on its last leg before it now goes into the rocket, getting ready for launch. Thank you so much. And if anyone here is interested in a career in planetary science or geology, what can they do and where should they go? Any final comments from yourself?
Oh, just go and find an expert and speak to them. That's how I got into geology. I wrote to I randomly wrote to a famous professor and he said, come and see my lab. And that's how I got into geology. That's, if you don't seek out, you won't get.
Professor Gupta, it's been a complete honor. Thank you to our audience here and thank you to our audience online. We're going to wrap this session now. I'm going to say thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ooh.
Thank you.
That was absolutely awesome. As someone that doesn't know much about Mars, I think the way you two broke it down and translated that was incredible. So can we just give them another round of applause for being so awesome? So our next session's in about 20 minutes and it's going to be all about psychedelics. So another epic and interesting panel. Please do come with your questions. And also, because it is our last session, if you do see someone out in a networking booth, like bring them along, tell them to join you, and let's make this last one a great one. Okay, see you in 20. Bye.
Welcome. Welcome back to CogX 2021. I'm Christine Foster, CCO at the Alan Turing Institute, and we're the UK's Institute for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence. There's so much happening across the festival, so I'll mention two of the Turing events. First, Vanessa Lawrence, who's on the board of the Turing, will join a panel about reinventing the high street with geospatial and place-based innovation. That's going to be on Wednesday at noon on the Planet and Smart Cities stage. Also, Andrea Baroncelli, the theme lead for economic data science at the Turing, will be discussing NFTs, non-fungible tokens, and the future of digital art. That's tomorrow on the Createch stage at 1 p.m. We're going to be starting this session in a moment, and so I'd encourage you to submit questions throughout the session because we'll be doing some Q&A at the very end. This next session is a fascinating one. It's about bats. So let me introduce the expert speakers. We have Alex Turpin. He's a scientist and an entrepreneur. He's an expert in deep tech, including photonics, computer vision, and artificial intelligence. We have Daniele Faccio, who's a professor in quantum technologies. His research focuses on the physics of light, how we harness light to answer fundamental questions, and how we harness light to improve society. Welcome.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone.
So Alex, tell us about bats. What do you mean when you say to be like a bat?
To be like a bat must be a very fascinating thing, to be honest. And in this respect, we consider how bats navigate and go through the world, especially during night, right? So we have heard about all this echolocation sensitivity that bats have. And the way this works is that bats emit high-pitched sounds and they wait and listen to the echo. So what they basically do is that they emit vocalizations, like we basically talk, very similar. They do it at the very high frequency range, something that is over the audible region of our ears. And they do very different things with these vocalizations. First, they have like a stopwatch in their brain that tells them how long does it take to these vocalizations to go back since the moment they emit it. And with this, they can sort of tell where or how far a moth or a possible prey is in distance. They are also able to tell if the echoes that are reflected back from this prey are coming fast from the left or from the right ear. And also because of the shape of their ears, they can also tell if this prey is up or down. And additionally, they are also able to tell that if the vocalizations that they are sending, this frequency, right, this noise changes in terms of frequency, they can tell if this moth or this little prey is coming towards them or moving far away from them. So basically, by just sending these vocalizations, they can tell, even at night, in the presence, without the presence of any light, they can tell how far an object is, where it is coming from, and the speed that they are having. And additionally, they are also able to tell more or less the shape of this little animal or all this object, right? And this is fascinating because by just emitting noises and hearing to the echoes that are coming back from their own noises, they can tell many things from their environment. And they do this with a very high precision. It's amazing, but their brain is even able to tell them with a precision and a resolution of about 400 nanoseconds. This is 400 parts over a million, the depth that this prey is moving. So they are able to tell within less than a millimeter how far one of these moths or little insects are. So bats are really fascinating. They are really able to use their own body and their senses to just navigate, and they probably do it with much more precision than we can do with our own eyes.
So tell me about your work and this tech that you're building. How does it work?
So coming back to bats, and we were inspired by them. What we do is that we are also using echoes of waves. In our case, we can use waves that are also acoustic waves. They can be radio frequency waves and even potentially optical waves. But we do prefer to use radio frequency waves, like the similar to that we use in our cell phones, that we have in our Wi-Fi at home. And we do a very similar things that what bats do. We also emit bursts of these waves, okay? And we also have a sort of a sensor that waits to hear the echoes of these waves. What bats do that is different to what we do is that they only use the first echo that comes from the prey. So they send their waves and they wait for these waves to come back to them. In our case, we do something a little bit more complex. What we do is that we use what we call as multipath echoes. Picture yourself in a mountain, in a valley full of mountains, right? If you just shout hello or the typical echo, you will hear your own voice coming back if it's been reflected in one of the mountains. But if there are more mountains that are a bit farther away, you will hear a second echo, right? So this is one more echo. And then if you hear, and there's another mountain farther, you will hear a third echo. And if you picture this information in your mind, how this is looking like, it's basically like a time trace that is telling you the amount of power in terms of waves that is arriving per instant of time. Now, imagine that you take this plot that we call a histogram, and we make it a bit more complex. Imagine now that you're in a room, and this room it's made by walls, and there is an object. There is, for instance, a human walking in this room, and you have this sensor and this antenna or this emitter that is able to emit waves. And these waves can now bounce not only once, but many times within the room. For instance, the waves can go to the person. From the person, they can be reflected to the ceiling, then to the ceiling to the floor, and from the floor to the sensor. And we can do this many, many times. We can send this burst, and we can allow them to propagate within the room. The nice thing of this approach is that now we are also able to gather information from the viewpoint that is behind the person, not only what is direct line of sight with respect to us, right? I don't know if you hear about these pieces of art from Yayoi Kusama, who has all these infinite mirror rooms. So this would be very similar to having an infinite mirror room, a room that is made by walls that are mirrored. And if you think that, what you would see is just basically, you would see yourself, if you're inside the room, from all the possible perspectives. And this is basically what we are doing with our algorithm. We are sending waves, we are allowing these waves to propagate within the room, to reflect and interact with all the objects in all the different viewpoints. And we also record the arrival time of these waves per instant of time. And as you can imagine, this is an extremely complex type of data. And we as humans, we are not able to work with this data, because it's basically incomprehensible for us. There are no patterns obvious in this data. And this is the reason why we decided to use an artificial intelligence algorithm. This algorithm is now able to interpret this data. It's able to understand what is behind all these many peaks that we have in our signal, and is able to transform this signal into a 3D image. It's able to transform just one of these multipath echoes into an estimate of the image, of the scene in 3 dimensions. And this is basically how our system works. We are influenced and we are inspired by bats, but it's a little bit more complex. And thanks to artificial intelligence, we can now provide images just from one of these echoes.
That's cool. I loved your imagery of the sort of hall of mirrors, the Kusama work. It's very interesting. So Daniele, maybe you can talk a little bit about the sort of inspiration beyond the bats, right? So sort of what prompted you to head into this area and why you do this kind of work.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So, I mean, we didn't originally set out thinking about bats. Everything started, I'd say, several years ago when we were looking at a related but quite a different problem. And the problem we were looking at was to try and see if we could image behind corners or create images of a scene that's unfolding itself behind a wall. There are many reasons for doing this. There are many applications for doing this. Think, for example, if I could see behind a corner and I could mount this device on a car, then you could have some very advanced collision avoidance, for example, or in a certain sense, your car would be able to see into the future and be able to tell you what's happening behind the corner if there are other vehicles approaching. But of course, I mean, one can think of many other applications. Now, this problem is related to sort of the bat sensing that Alex has been talking about, because here too, the way this is done is, I mean, originally we were working with lasers, with laser beams. So the idea is that you shine the laser beam onto the floor or a ceiling or some surface, which would then reflect the light into, through an open door, for example, or through a window, into the room where your vision is blocked by a wall. This light would then interact with the environment. It would bounce back and then hit the same wall or door again, and then be reflected back to you. So this is an example again of what we would call multipath imaging, because I sent the light out to the wall, it's hit the wall, it's gone inside your room, interacted with some objects, it's bounced back again, and then has been reflected back to me. So that's like that's three-path imaging, if you want. And many groups around the world have been working on this. There's some amazing results also from the US. So it turns out you can actually do full 3D imaging of a room by doing this, what we call non-line of sight sensing or imaging. And one of the key technologies to doing this is to use this very precise timing information. And this, Alex was talking about this 400 nanoseconds, this 400 parts in a million sensitivity that bats have. And with lasers, we can do much better than that. We can have sensitivity of 1 part in a trillion. But essentially, it's this very sort of exquisite temporal detail and information that we can get from the return signals that allow us to image behind a wall or inside a closed room. And so that got us thinking, what else can we do with this kind of technology? And we were looking a little bit at some of the problems that you have with the laser. So when you're shining light on a wall, I mean, the wall behind me here looks opaque. It certainly is not a mirror. And the reason for this is because you've got some surface roughness and scattering. So the light hits the wall and it sort of diffuses and scatters. When it comes back, it's scattered into all directions. It's kind of the same reason why when you look at snow, it's white and you can't see through the snow. It's not absorbing the light, it's just scattering it in all different directions, and it's just confusing all the information and scrambling things up. And so you end up a bit like also clouds behave the same way. You end up with this sort of like white fluff instead of an actual image. So you can't see through snow, you can't image through a cloud. And likewise, I can't use reflection from the wall behind me to as if it were a mirror to see things. However, if you change the wavelength of your illumination, and so you go to much longer wavelengths, and this comes back to the radar that Alex was talking about, radar wavelengths, or the wavelengths in your microwave are essentially just forms of light, but with a longer wavelength. These no longer see the surface roughness on the wall, and the wall starts to behave like a mirror. And this is a great advantage. Now, we don't have cameras that can see that work for radio waves, but we now have these radio waves that are bouncing off all the surfaces as if these were mirrors, and that's much more efficient than bouncing off a diffusing wall, as happens with the light reflecting off the wall behind me. And so that then got us thinking. We started playing around with the technology. We started noticing that when we just look at the return signal, we can now really, because we've removed all this diffusive scattering, we could now very precisely see in the temporal echoes, we could see all of these reflections, and you get peaks, and you can actually count them. And we can see all these echoes coming back from the multiple reflections. And so then we started looking at this in more detail, information theory analysis, all these complicated things. But long story short, we suddenly realized that there was a huge amount of information in all these multiple paths, and that led us to developing the technology that Alex was talking about a moment ago.
On a personal note, did you get teased by your colleagues, switching from the physics of light to radio waves?
Yeah, a little bit, yes. And we're even going to ultrasonics now and using sound, so yeah.
Right. But in all seriousness, I'm hoping that the audience will have been thinking their questions and we'll get to them later. So I'll take the privilege of moderating and ask one more, which is really about application. So there's all sorts of mischief with being able to see through a wall. But in all seriousness, what do you hope this technology can do and for whom?
So, yeah, I think this is one of the most exciting aspects of this. And it's sort of following up what I was saying a moment ago about how one thing leads to another. And I think more of that is happening again now. So it's yes, the technology itself is exciting, but it's also the ramifications and different ideas that this then sets in motion, which I think is equally exciting. So we have developed and tested this technology so far in rooms of closed environments. So if we take a closer look at that, where can that lead us? So at the moment, so just to give you some statistics, in 2018, more than 7% of the US population required an overnight hospital stay. And by 2050, the world's population aged 65 years or older is going to increase from 700 million that we have today to 1.5 billion. And so what that is telling you is that we're heading for a problem when it comes to hospitalizations and taking care of an aging population. And the thinking here is that the way we track and monitor our health is going to have to move more away from hospitals and more towards the setting in which we live, so our homes. And the idea is that homes will become intelligent. I mean, we've already seen some signs of this, intelligent fridges that can order food for you. But what I'm talking about here is healthcare. It's an intelligent ambient that will follow what you're doing, will track your health. It's not about tracking you and what you're doing, but it's about tracking your vital signs. And the interesting thing is that there is a whole series, especially mental age, neurodegeneration problems, where there's evidence that these can be caught at a very early stage. Just for example, by tracking the way you move, how many times you move a day, but also what we call the micro movements, so how you're moving. So very subtle changes that you cannot pick up because they happen very slowly over time. You don't notice they're happening, but they are the result, for example, of neurodegeneration, and if picked up in time, can lead to sort of effective cure or at least slowdown of disease progression. Now, this is just one example. We have been coming back to this idea of what kind of ramifications, different ideas, what we have been doing so far, what's set in motion. We, at the moment, right now, we're developing a technology that can also, for example, remotely detect your heart sound. And it can detect your heart sound, and it's based on very similar concepts, but it can do so with incredible detail. And again, the point here is to monitor over time very subtle changes and variations, which can be indications of certain diseases. But we can also use it, for example, for biometric identification. Each heart sound is unique, a bit like a fingerprint, and this can be used to identify people. Another direction in which we're going is currently we have a project with the deaf-blind community. And the idea is to use, so I'm coming back to the idea of the bat sense now. And the idea is to use this bat sensing technology combined with some haptics. That's a wearable, at the moment we're looking at a hat, a wearable device. So completely unobtrusive, it doesn't look weird. It's something that, it's a hat that the deaf-blind person can wear. But what it gives them is sort of an augmented sensation of their surroundings. So they'll still have their guide dog, for example, with them, but now they will be able to tell where people are standing, how many people are there, how far away they are. And the feedback we've been having so far from that community is extremely positive. So these are just a few ideas to give sort of a sense of where we're going, but we do believe this technology and related ideas hopefully will have a huge impact on the way we live in the near future.
Thank you. Alex, as an entrepreneur, I said I was going to ask the last question, but let me ask another question while we see whether any Q&A comes from the audience. Alex, as an entrepreneur, what are the VCs and angel investors saying about the potential of this kind of technology? Have you had any feedback?
We've had quite a few interests from different VCs and even companies on the technology. The question is to find the right market and the right application, and we are currently working on this also with Daniele towards developing the appropriate application based on this technology that could reach the market. There are many different opportunities in terms of surveillance, in terms of health monitoring, also for monitoring what's going on inside a cabin, like a car or a public transport place. So there are definitely different opportunities that we are exploring in this area.
And no steer on sort of which of those seems most likely at this point and sort of the nearer term?
The next steps we are having now?
Yeah. No, I'm saying which of those areas, there's so many areas, right? So was there any steer from the investment community on which of those seems most likely? Or
so one of the ones that seems more promising is in smart homes. Can we ever try to implement this technology in the smart homes, and can we help to monitor, as Daniele was saying, to monitor for instance, the health status of someone? We can also possibly track when an elderly person falls down in their toilet, for instance, when they are going to have a shower. There's a position, or this is a place where you would never have a camera to monitor your grandma or your grandpa, right? But you can have this type of sensors that will give you lots of information on what's going on. So these are some of the applications that we are having in mind.
And then for both of you, what do you worry about? You know, what keeps you up at night with this kind of work? Who wants to start?
Daniele?
I think one of the main points is the perception from the public and acceptance of new technology. We have seen time and time again new technologies come in and creating various reactions from the public. Some people might like them, some might be very suspicious. And that's natural. I mean, if it's something you don't understand or something that's new, I think it needs to be approached very carefully. And of course, when you're talking about monitoring over long times and you're talking about intelligent homes, lots of scenarios sort of can come to mind. And I think we need to be very careful in addressing those concerns and making sure that at no given time that the technology oversteps its actual intended purpose. And you can do that. I mean, I think the nice thing about this technology is that it's quite robust. So, for example, people are trying to do similar things with webcams, and you say, yeah, but we blur out the faces and we're not really imaging. But, you know, it's a hard sell because actually you are imaging. You do have a camera, and if you're blurring a face, well, maybe you can unblur it, and you've got all kinds of data privacy issues. But in this case, I mean, we have none of that. I mean, these are just data streams. They're not images. They're data streams that are going to a computer. They're being interpreted by an AI, but at no point are they actually taking images or recordings of you. So in that sense, I think that's quite robust. But still, I mean, I can understand there can be anxiety and questions, and these are things I think are sort of the questions that we need to answer, need to be careful of.
That's helpful. I see a question here from Elaine Taylor, specifically about the deaf-blind example you used. So how does the use of this technology impact on the dogs? So if you're using high-frequency sounds?
Yeah, so we need to be careful. Good question. So at the moment, we're not planning on using ultrasound for the deaf-blind. We actually have a radar sensor. And these devices can be made tiny. So the idea really is that these will be, I mean, they could even be built into a button. I mean, they could be very inobtrusive, very small, but using radar. So in this wavelength region, animals are not sensitive to that. When using ultrasound, we do need to, I mean, so for example, we have Alexa devices, and in our homes, they do have microphones and speakers. That could be an area where one might look at ultrasound alternatives to this. But then, yeah, we need to think about how pets will perceive or not this technology. It's a good point. Thank you.
And sort of in a related question, when you were speaking about the sort of heartbeat signature, I was also wondering sort of how much quiet do you need, or does it depend on the wavelength that you use, and sort of which ones will have interference and which ones won't?
So the interesting thing here is that for the heartbeat, we've gone back to using light. So what we're doing is we're picking up, so every time your heart beats, your skin vibrates. I mean, you can't really feel it. I mean, if you go to the right position on your neck, you can sort of feel the dum. But we're picking up a lot more than that. We're picking up sort of very fine vibrations. It's a bit like when you're shoving water through a tube, the tube will vibrate a bit, and the same thing is happening here. Now your arteries are quite deeply embedded into your neck, but still the vibrations propagate outwards. And using a laser that is just illuminating your skin, your neck area, we can pick these vibrations up. So that again, this would be at wavelengths that aren't visible to the eye with very low powers, and so that wouldn't require any form of quietness.
So it's interesting. So with all of these use cases, you have this intersection of the sort of appropriate sensor, the appropriate wavelength, the appropriate algorithm, the appropriate sort of privacy protections. It's quite a sort of, it's almost like a principles-based approach to this technology, and then actually swapping out the specifics.
Exactly.
Yes, totally right.
Yeah, it's a principle of the bat sense, if you want.
Yeah.
And that's precisely what we've been thinking about. As I said, we started off from lasers, looking around corners, but the concept always was, it's picking up these echoes. What can I do with them? And in a sense, that frees you up. Frees your mind up in terms of the technology you want to use, because then you start to discover that you can pick up echoes across a whole spectrum of technology.
Yeah. So your team's about to get more and more multidisciplinary, I would guess.
Yeah.
You're going to be in the sort of field of echoes as opposed to anyone.
I like that. Yes.
Yeah. There's a question here from Sasha Ondabaka, which probably would be specific to the different wavelengths, but an indication of the costs of these kinds of remote sensing technologies. So maybe a feeling for how expensive the sensors are, how expensive the sort of data streaming collection, how expensive the sort of algorithm building. Like, what do you know about the costs?
The nice thing of all these technologies is that we are using existing technology. It's not nothing that we are developing on our own. We are using off-the-shelf devices. So if you just think of microphones, there are microphones everywhere, right? And even in our cars, we have ultrasound sensors that allow us to park. We also do have in our cars radar sensors, and we have Wi-Fi antennas in our Wi-Fi routers at home in our cell phones. So this is really technology that is off the shelf that we are starting to use, and it's new for us. But the technology is being there and it's being currently used. So we are talking about, in terms of the hardware, it's just few dollars. It's really cheap. In terms of the algorithms and how we process the data, that now many of these different applications can be performed in the cloud. So this would free part of the resources and speed of the algorithms. We can also embed this, and with Daniele we are working on embedding all these algorithms in microprocessors, right? Which these microprocessors are much smaller, they are more power efficient, they are compact, and they are also very cheap. So we are always talking of technology that it's really on few dollars, maybe tens of dollars. It's really, really cheap technology.
I love that when things are built with existing components. You can go a really long way quite quickly, can't you?
Yeah.
So I don't know whether the audience has any more questions, but feel free to put them in if you do. One of the things I was thinking about is just, what you've really managed to do is sort of change my view on echoes, right? I think I'd always thought of them as a binary. There is an echo, there isn't an echo. And I think this sort of multi-path, you've really sort of opened my eyes and I guess my ears to the idea that it could, these things bounce off all sorts of different surfaces in different ways. That's just, it's something really different that I hadn't considered. Now, were you hoping to say anything else about your work? Is there anything you'd like to encourage the audience to look out for?
I think you summarized it very nicely earlier on with your comment that we're sort of doing echo science, and you're right. All this work and thinking about echoes has led us to think very differently about what echoes mean. And it's always been fun as a kid to find places that echo, and sometimes you find these arches where you can hear multiple echoes, and it's fun, but it's really intriguing to see that actually it goes a lot further than that. It's fascinating, it's useful, and could potentially change our lives in the near future. And I think that's the interesting sort of take-home message to take away.
Thank you. And Alex, did you want to have a last word?
So just going back to the idea of echoes and why we find it so fascinating and related to our work, it's just because I was reading a physiology book, and apparently we as humans, we cut in terms of how much time do we wait to hear the next sound in our brain. It's cut for a few milliseconds. So if you talk yourself and then you wait for your own voice or others' voices to go back to your ear, there is basically a cutoff. And after this cutoff, we can't hear. So our brain can't process more data. And that's why we aren't generally used to this form of very extended and multipath echoes. And this is precisely what using hardware and this technology allow us, right? We are not using animal brains anymore. We are using brains that are artificial through our algorithms. And these allow us to hear longer, and these allow us to extract much more information. And as Daniel was saying, these allow us probably for a brighter future in terms of how we can use all this information, what applications can we find from all this, and so on.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, couldn't resist.
Thank you, Christine.
Thank you, Daniele. Thank you, Alex. I had no idea there were so many implications from this. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
And thank you everyone for attending. Thank you.
Nice chatting to you.
Well, good. Well, so we are headed into a break now. The next session starts at 6 p.m. I do recommend you come back. It's called 1,000 Brains. It's with Azim Azar and Jeff Hawkins, and it should be a really good one. In the meantime, there's still networking. There's all sorts of things to explore on the platform, so please do that. See you in a bit. BSC.
One.
Great. Well,
I can conclude for the day.
welcome, everyone, and welcome to this slightly delayed session at CogX Live. I'm Azim Azar. I'm the founder of Exponential View, amongst other things. And I want to get straight into the discussion with our guest today, because he is a fascinating character with some remarkable research, a very counterintuitive way of looking at a major scientific conundrum. I'm really delighted to have Jeff Hawkins here today. He is the co-founder of Numenta. It's a neuroscience research company, and the founder of the Redwood Neuroscience Institute. And he was one of the founders of the field of handheld computing, something, of course, now that nearly 6 billion of us around the world use every day. And today we're going to be talking about Jeff's new ideas on intelligence. Jeff, welcome to CogX 2021.
Thanks, Azim. It's great to be here, or be there virtually. Yeah.
Yes, well, you are here. I trust that that's you, and you're not giving us a simulacrum that you've been able to spirit up with your research. Is that the real Jeff Hawkins I'm talking to?
This is the real, but how would you know? But yes.
How would either of us know? Exactly. Jeff, you've been working on intelligence for many, many years. You have a 2005 book, which was read very, very widely, created a real stir when it came out. It was called On Intelligence, and it developed the idea of human intelligence as a kind of memory prediction system. You've got a new book, which I confess I own. This is my own copy that I'm going to hold up, 1,000 Brains. And it was the first book I bought after I finished writing the manuscript of mine. And your book develops and expands on a lot of that material. So let's start at the beginning of this journey, really. We need some context on the great task that you've embarked on. What do you mean by intelligence, and why has it been such a fiendish phenomenon for philosophers and neuroscientists and cognitive scientists to explain?
Well, my interest started with the brain. We all have a brain, and I figured, like, well, we should understand how it works. And when I was young, I realized that we didn't understand how it works. I'm hearing an echo, by the way. Does anyone else hear that echo?
No, we don't have an echo. Yeah.
Okay, because I have two of me on the screen here, so I'll just keep going and ignore myself. So I fell in love with the idea that we could figure out how the brain works in my lifetime, and decided to dedicate my career to that, really. And so that was the number one thing. And then I also realized if we figured out how the brain works, we would likely learn stuff that would help us figure out how to make truly intelligent machines. And so it's just like, I couldn't think of anything more important to work on in my life. So that's where the fascination comes from. And then the reason I wrote this new book is because in the last 5 years, we made huge progress in understanding exactly how the neocortex works. We kind of cracked the code on this. And so it has a lot of implications for AI and for society. And I think it's just an interesting story to tell. People should know how their brain works. So that's kind of
I mean, the brain is of course an amazing thing. I think you were motivated at some point by a paper that Francis Crick, who was one of the discoverers of DNA, wrote back in the late 70s, talking about all of the things that we didn't know about this brain that we all carry with us. We all, as you say, we all rightly have one. What's been difficult for a general viewer to understand? What's been difficult about us making sense of the brain? We've made sense of so many other complicated things.
Yeah, I think if you try to why is it taking us so long to figure out how this thing works? Is unlike a heart, you can say, oh, it's like a pump, and there's muscle cells, and they're all muscle cells, right? The brain is made of billions of neurons, and to understand how it works, you can't look at it as a mass effect. You have to look at the individual neurons as they're firing on and off in real time, very fast, in very specific patterns. And that was impossible to record. These cells are teeny, and you have to look at thousands of them active at the same time to figure out what they're doing. And so it's been very, very technically challenging to, peel apart the brain, see how it's acting in real time. So I think that would be the number one obstacle. The other thing is that humans have we think we know what it means to be intelligent. It goes, oh yeah, I can know it. I see. I can look and see things. I know what that is, but you don't. Actually, you have no idea how you're doing that. And so our intuitions can be very misleading about what's going on. And almost all neuroscientists eventually discover that. They eventually figure out, like, oh, it's nothing like we think it is. So those two things, I think, technical difficulties and our intuitions have made it very, very difficult. But lately, there's been some great experimental data that we've really developed these techniques, and we have made tremendous progress. And that's why I wrote the book. We're theorists, and so we look at all this research, these empirical results, and then through a combination of things I described in the book, we're able to figure out how the neocortex is basically working.
So let's understand the neocortex. Why is it the key to human intelligence?
Yeah, well, it's the largest part of the human brain. It's almost 3/4 of the volume of our brain. And it's associated with everything we think about intelligence, whether it's vision, hearing, touch, language, mathematics, engineering, philosophy, literature, music. It's all created by the neocortex. And the amazing thing about the neocortex is it's extremely uniform structure. It's like a sheet, a dinner napkin, and it's like 3 inches thick. And everywhere you look, it looks identical. It has very similar structure.
Right.
And so it was figured out a long time ago it's going to work on some common algorithm. Everything we think about intelligence is on this some kind of common algorithm.
Right.
And so it gives us a target.
So let's do this. We've got a great audience out there, and I'm going to predict that most of them are not neuroscientists. So we're going to have to do some basic 101 neuroanatomy and brain geography. So there are 3 parts to the brain. You've talked to us about the neocortex. It's about 3 millimeters thick, and it's like a wrinkled dinner napkin. What other bits of the brain are there? And you're going to have to forgive me because I'm going to ask some very basic questions for the next few minutes.
It's okay. So you can think of the neocortex as like one thing. It's like one part, one organ. And then there are dozens of other organs in the brain. They're much smaller. And so they do all kinds of different things. So there's some that are regulating heart rate, digestion, and they make our emotions, they create sex. There's all these other things we do. Our emotional states, our biological maintenance. And even things like moving your limbs, there's parts of the brain, all the parts of the brain that make it smooth, the cerebellum and so on. But you can isolate the neocortex. It's sort of this thing that appeared fairly recently in evolutionary time, and it got really big fairly recently. And so you can understand what it does, somewhat independent of most of the other parts of the brain. Not completely.
Yeah.
But the way I like to think about it in a very simplistic way is the neocortex is sort of this rational a model of the world. What it does, jumping ahead, it creates a model of the world.
But the neocortex, the neocortex is the wrinkly gray bit.
Yes.
It's the wrinkly.
It's like a sheet that's wrapped around the rest of the brain. And
Right.
just to fit in the head.
Okay, and again, just for the go ahead, Jeff. Go please.
Let's talk about that a little bit. You think about this big sheet, and it's about 1,500 square centimeters, 3 millimeters thick, but it's divided into what they call columns. A column is like a skinny piece of spaghetti. They're stacked next to each other, about 3 millimeters long. And in our human brain, there's about 150,000 of them. So it's composed of this, and it's viewed as a repetitive unit. There's 150,000 units of doing something similar that comprise this big sheet. And if you can figure out what that unit does, this cortical column, you can figure out how the whole thing works, because it turns out that the columns do language, they do vision, they do hearing. It's a very surprising thing.
So each, I'll play that back to you. Each column is a sort of entity in of itself, and there are 150,000 of them, which doesn't sound like much, except that when we think about the brain and its tens of billions of neurons and the trillions of connections between them, is actually quite a small number, right? It's quite a tractable number at 150,000.
Well, you could argue it's a small number, but if you think about each of those columns has about 100,000 neurons. Each neuron may have 5,000 synapses. So there might be 500 million synapses in a column. There are several kilometers of wiring in every column and 100,000 neurons. So this is a very complex unit. It's not like these are simple units. They have a very complex architecture. So each column, what we figured out, each column is doing something very sophisticated. So yes, there's only 150,000, which is, you could argue about that many, but I would argue quite a bit. But each one is actually a very complex processor.
Right.
And that's the theory of the thousand brain comes about because what we learned is that each of these columns is doing a complete modeling system, sensory motor modeling system. It's basically modeling the world on its own, and then communicate to
I'm going to get to the theory in a second. I just want to give one last clarification around this, which is, how do we know they're there, and why did we only find out they were there when we did?
Well, the interesting thing about them is you can't see them under a microscope. There's another structure you can see called the mini column, but we won't talk about that. But the columns I'm talking about, you can't see under a microscope. And it was a famous neuroscientist, Bernie Mountcastle, who made the argument over decades why they're there. And here's the basic answer. If you look at the tissue in the neocortex, it looks very similar everywhere. It's a very complex structure. But about a millimeter of it, if you take a millimeter area of the column, those neurons all process input from someplace, like one patch of your skin. And then the next column over processes input from a different patch of skin. And the next column over processes from a different patch of skin. Same with your eyes. Your eyes, the retina is actually, there's thousands of columns that are looking at each little patch of the retina. No one looks at the whole thing. So there's a visual column that looks at just a little patch, and the next column looks at another patch. And so it's just, there's this very clear demarcation between what these inputs are to these things, and that's what defines the column.
Right.
But there's tremendous evidence.
And so you've called this the thousand brains theory, that is essentially referring to these columns. But round out the theory for us. What is the thousand brains theory?
So this is, you mentioned, it gets a little complicated, but I'll try to make it simple. Each column, the trick was to figure out what's going on inside these columns, because that's the key to unraveling the whole thing. And what we learned, and I won't go through how we learned this yet, but what we learned is that every column is getting some sort of input, like you think from a sensor. Every column has some sort of motor output. Every column is trying to move that sensor. So the parts of the brain that are getting input from your finger are trying to move the finger. And the parts of the brain that get it from the eye are moving the eye. And we learned that each column is learning a model of its input based on movement. And the trick to understanding that is they maintain these internal reference frames. It's like, if I want to learn I use this example of a coffee cup in the book. You can learn what a coffee cup feels like. It's shaped by moving your finger and touching it as you move. And the brain, each column is keeping track of where your finger is in this reference frame of the cup, and it can build a 3D model of the cup. So every column in your brain, all 150,000, are building these literal models of the things you're seeing and feeling and hearing, and they use reference frames in movement to do this.
Right.
This is new. This was not really understood 5 years ago, and so now the whole thing falls into place. We understand how it is we build models of the world in our head.
Right. So there's a couple of phrases you used there that I think we should also unpack again. The first was model, and the second was reference frame. So what do you mean by a model?
To understand the world, like you look out at the world and see something, or you hear something, or you touch something, your brain has to recreate that thing in your head. It's literally like you can think of like a physical model. Like, okay, I have a little model of a coffee cup in my head, but it's not done like that. Of course, it's more like a computer model, like a CAD model, computer automated design. Literally, it has to, somehow the neurons have to represent the structure of things. If I know what a coffee cup is, the neurons in each column that can recognize that coffee cup need to represent the physical structure of the coffee cup. And therefore you can, when you have a model, you can imagine what it looks like from different directions, or what it would feel like if you rotated, or what would happen if you interact with it. So to understand the world in general, you have to have a model of the world. And to predict what's going to happen, you have to have a model of the world. And to plan future actions to achieve goals, you have to have a model of the world.
And every one of those cortical columns has a model has all the models that we play around with?
No, not everything. So here's the interesting thing about it. What we learned is that, of course, if I have a column that's getting into my finger, it can learn models of things I can touch. But it wouldn't know about color. It wouldn't know about sound, but it could know what a coffee cup feels like, and
right?
What shape is. The models in my visual cortex can learn what the shape of the object is too, like the coffee cup, but it won't know the textures, but it'll know the colors.
Mm-hmm.
And there'll be models in my auditory cortex that know like what does things sound like when I place them on the table and so on. And,
Okay.
So these are complementary models. So the idea of the 1,000 brains model is that when I ask this stuff like, where is something like a coffee cup stored in your head? It's actually stored not in every column, but in thousands of columns, and those columns are not identical. The models are complementary. There are many different types of models of the same object.
Right.
And now so you have these. If I say where is the coffee cup stored? It's in thousands of separate models.
So I'm gonna rely now on a few of the models in your brain to explain to us what a reference frame is. So bring them all together. What's a reference frame?
A reference frame is just a way of structuring information. You can think about when you went to high school and you learn about the XYZ coordinate system, like the Cartesian coordinates, and you say, where's this point in space? You say, well, I can specify with 3 points, right? 3 numbers. It's just like that. The neurons do something very similar to that. They do it differently, but it's something similar.
Right.
And so when you have information, it's not just stored in a list in your brain. It's like, oh, here's the facts about bicycles, or here's the facts about dogs. It has to store them in some sort of structure. And what it does, it creates a reference frame, like an X, Y, and Z coordinate, but not something like that. And then the information is stored at locations in this reference frame. So that's how we build computer models of like a house, for example.
Mm-hmm.
That's how the brain does it too. And so the reference frame gives structure to knowledge. And this is what's missing in AI, by the way. AI today has no reference frame. There's no structure to data. It does not represent 3-dimensional shapes or the dimensionality of information.
Right.
It's very flat. And but the world is structured, and knowledge is structured. And to act on knowledge, you have to have a reference frame.
Now,
you understand that. We didn't understand this 5 years ago.
Right. Now, what you don't know is that we are sitting physically. I am sitting 400 yards away from the headquarters of DeepMind, globally. One of the AI researchers, leading researchers. So we will talk about AI in a second, but I just want to finish up on your theory here. So we've got this idea of a cup from a range of our different cortical columns, but there is only one cup, and I know how to manipulate only one cup. So how does that these different mini machines, complex machines with 500 million connections each within them, come together to give me a single view of the world that I can manipulate?
That's been a mystery for a long time, and it goes by a number of names. The most common name is the binding problem, it's a general problem. Like, oh, you have all these different sensors, and where do they get united into some common percept, right? And when we look at the brain, you don't see all this information come together to one point. It's distributed all over the place, and it doesn't look like it comes together, and that's why it's called the binding problem. Where is it bound together? What we've discovered is that these thousands of models, they have these long-range connections, neurons that go between them, that they use to vote. And they're constantly voting on what they're thinking. It's like, one finger says, I think I might be touching these 3 objects. Another finger says, I might be touching these 3 objects. And they send a signal between them and says, the only thing that's consistent with what we're all experiencing is the coffee cup or whatever it is. And that is the only thing you perceive. You perceive the stable, like, oh yes, there's this cup in front of me. You don't actually even know that your eyes are moving or that your fingers are moving around the cup. You just say, oh, the cup is stable.
Yeah.
There it is, the cup. That's because you only perceive the voting of these neurons. And that's where it comes together. This sort of global consensus about, hey, this is the thing that's happening.
And how do you have any idea how that voting process works? I mean, is it a little bit like censuring a president where you need 60% of the neurons, not 51% of the neurons, like in the Senate? Is it a unanimous system? Is it a weighted average system? How does the voting actually work?
Well, yeah, in fact, in our scientific papers, we describe this, we do simulations of this, so we're not just making this up. We tested this. It's a bit like voting where you have to reach a consensus. You can't perceive 2 things at once. The brain doesn't want to say, oh, it could be a cup, it could be a can. There's some famous images like a vase and a face. And you can't perceive them at the same time. It's either going to look like a vase or it's going to look like a face, but you can't see both at the same time. So the system's going to come to an agreement, and it's going to say, oh, and it's kind of like, you can think of it like majority voting. The most evidence we have, it's going to say, okay, majority wins, that's it. Everybody else is silenced for now. And we're going to go with that hypothesis.
But I'm curious.
It's easy to show how neurons do this.
Do you think that? I mean, when you say that, it makes me wonder about certain types of neurological conditions where people may misperceive things. Do you think that could? What does your theory tell us about what the origins of those sorts of conditions might be? Whether it is something like a synesthesia or aphasia or other types of issues that people deal with.
Yeah, first of all, I should say that we do not study diseases or aberrations of the brain in any way. We try to understand how healthy brains work, but clearly these kind of questions come up, right? You can start thinking about them. I think it would be, given it's not my expertise, I won't say I'm an expert on synesthesia, for example. I don't want to venture too much, but I think there are a lot of implications for the theory in terms of various sort of psychological and psychiatric issues, perhaps. Not all. I mean, there's a lot of diseases of the brain that have nothing to do with those. But there's some where you misperceive things, or you might hear voices in your head, or you don't perceive the world the way other people do.
Right.
That could be. But I think that I'll be getting off my expertise.
Okay, well then we'll move back to your expertise. So one of the things, when you talk to me about the voting across these different columns and the way this consensus emerges, it made me think of a technique from machine learning called ensemble learning or ensemble learning, depending on which part of the world you're from. The idea is that you may have a whole bunch of different subsystems trying to make some prediction, and you actually get better performance if you ensemble them together. And
yeah, it's kind of like that.
Yeah, it's a little bit, but it's only kind of like that. And it's very, your theory is a very distinct way of thinking about how intelligence emerges relative to the world of AI today. What would you say are the key distinctions between, the Numenta view of how you create intelligence and how that's emerged, and the typical AI view that we see?
Well, can I give some background on that first?
Please, yeah.
Okay, so I think, today's AI is amazing. There's some amazing capabilities that have been done in the last 10 years or so. And it's very valuable. But most people who study AI, would agree that it's not really intelligent. It's got its real limitations. It doesn't generalize. It doesn't have any motor behavior. You can't ask any AI agent to go make some coffee, and by the way, if the filter gets stuck, it'll figure out how to fix it. I mean, we're so far from that, right? So there's a general agreement that today's AI is not really intelligent. Now, the only question is how do we get to true machine intelligence? We might get there by engineering and thinking and experimentation with existing AI systems. You might get there by studying the brain. The question really is what's the quickest way to get there? And there's a legitimate debate about that. I've always felt that studying the brain would be the most likely way to get there sooner, even though it's taken me 40 years to get to this point.
It's a long journey.
I think it's true. AI's been around for 70 years or so, and we still are not creating truly intelligent machines. So now the only question is how do we get there from here? And now that I understand how the brain works, I can say very conclusively or very strongly what's going to be required. And in the second section of my book, I talk about this, I think. But a few things are going to be very important. First, we have to understand that intelligence requires, whether it's machine or human intelligence, requires this very complicated model of the world and how the world works. You have to recreate the world in the machine, in your head. And then you have to say, well, what are the ways you could do that? And it becomes very clear to me now, it wasn't clear earlier, but it's very clear now, that you have to have some sort of what we would call a metric space, which is a reference frame. You have to have some way of organizing knowledge about the world that lets you act on it. It says, oh, what would happen if I did this? And what would happen if I did this? And if I moved over here or morphed this thing, what would it look like? And you need structure. You need a reference frame to do that. And most AI today has nothing like that at all. It has nothing like a reference frame in them. And they're not distributed in the way we just described in 1,000 ways.
Yeah.
I think if I were to give the several things you have to do, the intelligent machine has to have ability to move, has to have some sort of sensors, has to have ability to move those sensors, some sort of embodiment, It has to be able to organize that information in a structured way, which would be a reference frame. Those are the key elements. And it gives us a very clear roadmap of how to get there. Because now we know how the brain does this.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because, of course, we look at the 60 or so year history of AI. There have been these two different approaches, one of which has attempted to create formalized reference frames, right? We call it kind of the semantic approach, and Doug Lennart at CYC spent 25, 30 years trying to encode knowledge in this way. And we actually have discovered, at least in an industrial approaches, like industrial scenarios, we've been able to build tools that don't require that reference frame. And of course, that's why we have natural language generators like GPT-3, or we can do machine vision at high capability. Why do you not get unstuck in your approach when you're applying reference frames, when previous researchers looking at the question of artificial knowledge and artificial knowledge representation did get unstuck as they tried to build, or did get stuck, right, as they tried to build these systems?
That's right. The history of AI has these parallel tracks of people trying to do more semantic representation. The problem in the past was that they were engineered by humans. The mechanism were engineered, and B, the data was engineered. It was like intake. What we now understand is that the whole system learns by movement. You can't just program in the data. You have to discover the data through movement, and that's how humans learn. That's how animals learn. And so the idea, just like early neural networks failed too, until they figured out use more data and
faster processors and all of that, right? Yeah.
Right. So that was the idea of semantic representation is not wrong either. In fact, it's essential, and people argued that, and they were right. Now, but we just didn't do it right. Right? We didn't. The way it's done matters, and we didn't know how to do it back then, and so it matters. Now, today's networks are really powerful, but I'll argue, even like GPT-3, which is a language AI system, which does amazing stuff, it's also very brittle. And it's very limited. It's a statistical approach that is really good for certain things. And the same is true with image recognition software.
Yeah.
They're very brittle. They don't really, if you say, okay, here, I'm going to teach the system to recognize pictures of cats. And it's getting 99% of the time cats. Well, it's easy to break it. It's very easy to show something that's clearly a cat and it thinks it's something else. And not only that, you say, okay, well, tell me, do cats have livers? Do they have lungs? What does the underside of a cat look like?
Oh, you can have tons of fun. You can have tons of fun with those networks. I'm not sure you'd necessarily want to apply them anywhere. So, I'm curious about this.
Humans can do those things.
Humans can do, yeah. Of course. Now, I'm curious about what you say is the importance of movement and motion. So that suggests somebody hearing that in order to build a really intelligent system in the way that we understand intelligence, we're going to need to embody this and have this thing kind of roaming around the street and learning like a metallic toddler.
Not true. I was very careful with my words earlier. I said you have to have a sensory system, and it has to be able to move the sensor. That could be a robot walking down the street. I think we're actually not going to have any of those.
Right.
But there's lots of physical embodiments that don't look like that at all. A car has a physical embodiment and moves about, so you don't think that is like some dangerous sci-fi or. But you could also have virtual movement. So, for example, the internet has structure. It has servers and sites, and they're connected together in a very complex manner, and there's web pages and so on. Well, you could move through the internet by having a sensor, which is basically reading text and information off web pages. And the movements would be following links or other things like that. And so that system could learn the structure of a website or the internet without physically having an embodiment, but adhering to the behaviors or the tenets of embodiment. So it doesn't, I think we should get rid of this idea that, some Terminator type things roaming the streets. It's just not going to be that.
So what, you in your previous career, before you were a neuroscience researcher, you were an engineer building and shipping products. What are the type when do you think industry may ship? I'm going to use the word product. I don't mean it that way, but ship things that do things that are built from the theory that is the reference designs that your theory creates.
Yeah. Well, that's a great question, and it's very hard to know, right? It's very hard to know quickly. First of all, how many people will be sold on this idea? How many people will adopt it and work on it? One of the reasons I wrote the book is to attract researchers to think about it this way, and so far I'm finding it's working. And then there's a question of how long it will take. I think a good analogy would be computing in the 1940s. In the 1940s, Alan Turing and John von Neumann and others were basically discovering the principles of what it means to compute. What is an algorithm? What is a compute? They didn't know how to build computers. They had no transistors or semiconductors or anything like that. No software, but they had the principles, the underlying principles. And then you can see how the whole tech industry evolved, the computing industry evolved from that, going over decades. We're sort of in a similar situation. We've kind of discovered the basic principles underlying what intelligence is, and I'm making that case in my book. And how quickly will it play out? How quickly will we reach the 1950s of computers, and the 1980s of computers, and the 2020s of computers? I think it's going to happen a lot quicker now, because we're starting with this huge technological base. We have many computers and semiconductors and people building special hardware and so on. If I had to guess, and it would be just a guess, Azim, I would say 10 years from now that the principles that I lay out in 1,000 Brains will be a major part of AI. And my team is working to make that stuff. Even if no one else does it, we are well on the path to doing that. But I think there'll be a lot of other people who adopt the ideas as well.
Right. So I want to come back to a couple of those observations. So one is that you've taken inspiration from, well, more than inspiration, you've built your theory from coming up with a theory of how the human brain works. And it struck me as I read the ideas that, of course, we have machines that do things that things from the animal kingdom do, like planes that fly. But our planes don't fly like birds. They don't flap their wings. They're propelled by jet engines or propellers. Is there a sort of a theoretical error in trying to essentially build a replica of the mechanisms that work in here, or maybe not in here, but in your head, and in the same way that you try, you don't build a plane by studying a crow?
Yeah, well, two things. I'll need to correct you on that.
Okay, I'm ready. I said there's not much in here.
The Wright brothers studied birds. They had birds. They used birds in wind tunnels. They absolutely, and the innovation that the Wright brothers made was not the propeller. The innovation, the challenge of flight was controlled flight. How do you turn an airplane? The people knew how to make an airplane go straight. They didn't have to make an airplane turn. So the Wright brothers' problem was how to turn. And it wasn't just the rudder turns and then the plane falls out of the sky. What they learned is that the birds twist their wings. And that's what they did. They made a plane where they twisted the wings. And we still do this today. We don't twist the entire wing. We just twist the tail end of the wing, the little flaps that go on. That was the Wright brothers' discovery. That was the innovation, and that came from birds. So that analogy is just wrong, because birds are still influencing how planes fly. Now, clearly, we don't need to make brains. We don't need to make AI systems out of biological neurons. We don't have to copy everything in the brain. We don't have to do that, just like we don't have to make airplanes fly in the wind. But we don't, up to now, we don't know what to do. We don't know what the right thing is. How do we make a machine intelligent? And the Wright brothers said, we don't know how to make a plane turn. And so you study the biological system first, you learn what it is, and then you say, okay, that's how the biology does it. I now understand the principles. How am I going to implement them someplace else? And so I'll argue that it's possible that AI scientists could have figured this out a long time ago without studying it. It's quite possible.
Right.
They didn't. And it turns out it's really complicated. I don't think they would have, because now it took us many years to figure this out.
Sure.
But now that we know it's not that hard, and we can build it in different ways, we can build it in silicon. We don't have to copy everything the brain does at all. But these principles we talked about earlier, the reference frames and the sensory motor embodiment, those are essential.
But in a sense, for any technology that comes out, you also have to think about the ecosystem that surrounds it, and you have to think about how it makes its way into the market. When I was a sort of a preteen, my next door neighbor swore blind that Betamax was technically superior to VHS, and he may well have been right. Now, millions of data scientists and programmers know how to use these statistical neural networks, these techniques like deep learning or reinforcement learning or Bayesian systems. How do you shift them, right? And how do you shift that lock-in?
Yeah, that's a great question. And here's the approach we're taking. We have a bunch of principles we've learned from the brain, and some of them we haven't talked about. So these are important. And you can apply those principles to existing artificial neural networks. And we've been doing that over the last 2 years. So, for example, one of the principles that the brain works on is sparsity. It turns out that in brains, only a small percentage, 1 or 2% of the neurons are active at any point in time. Most of them are not active at any point in time. That's not the way artificial neural networks work today, where almost all the units are active all the time.
Right.
So we've shown that by introducing sparsity to existing neural networks, existing problems, we can make them run up to 100 times faster, meaning 100 times less energy. And we can also, which is a huge benefit. It's like, it doesn't take a great shift. If someone's spending $1 million a year, on compute time, you can bring that down to, let's say, $1,000, or $10,000 a year or something. It's like, okay, I'm going to do that. The other problem with existing neural networks is they're very difficult to train. So although they work really well, they're very hard to train. You have to train them for very long periods of time on millions of pieces of labeled data, basically. And that's not how humans learn. But it's very expensive to do this, and you can't take an existing neural network and say, you know what, I want to add one more thing. You can't do that. You got to start all over.
Yeah.
But we know how to do that using something called dendritic processing, and we're trying to implement that now. And so, if we can show that we can make existing neural networks so they don't forget when you train them on something new, that's commercially valuable today. So that's our approach. Our approach is to start off with let's try these other things. We don't have to do the whole theory. Start with sparsity and dendritic things, and we can add reference frames later. And we can make existing networks much, much better.
Right. Jeff, you're using words that are well above my pay grade, like sparsity and dendritic. So fortunately, in our last 4 or 5 minutes, we've got some super smart people who have been firing up their cortical columns with some questions. And I'm just going to read a couple of them out, and I'm going to pretend that I know what I'm saying. From Sasha, how does Thousand Brains compare to the active inference free energy framework? I mean, what other plausible alternative hypotheses are there?
That is a really complicated question. And honestly, I don't want to answer that here. We would use all 4 minutes plus more. And look, there are many competing ideas about how you might go about creating truly intelligent machines. There are other people trying to think like, okay, enough of this artificial neural networks. What else should we do, right? And I think it's a marketplace of ideas. And so the question is, as you said earlier, how do we move the needle? How do we get people to pay attention to this? I think what we should do is we should explore all these ideas. I'm not against other ideas at all. I think we should explore all of them. But the proof comes in the pudding, right? Like, okay, can you make these things more robust? Can you make them faster? Can you make them do new things that you haven't done before? And there's a laundry list of other ideas that people have had. We could go talk about all of them.
Yeah, we can. And yeah, go ahead.
The free energy principle is a complicated one. I'm not an expert in it, but I get the basic ideas of it. And I think it's a very challenging one to talk about in the conference.
Okay, we have some more technical questions, which I'm going to tell you land in the same zone. So I'm going to ask a slightly different question because we're coming short of time, which is that you've studied human brains and you've come up with a theory. But we're not the only intelligence of capability on this planet. I think about octopuses, and they're likely to be other forms of intelligence, or either now or have been historically elsewhere in the universe. How do you think those might operate, and what might that mean in terms of the way that they think about their status, their situation, their model of the world?
So that's really interesting, and some fascinating recent results on this. So I've argued like, okay, it's all about movement of sensors, sensory body embodiment, and these reference frames, right? And in the cortex, they're structured in a certain way. But there's now increasing evidence. Take birds. birds are pretty smart too.
Mm-hmm.
That they have similar structures. They're just not organized in the same way. That blurbs have these things called blobs. Literally, that's what they're called. But it looks like internally they might be doing the exact same operation as the cortex is doing. The same with octopus. So I'd say the following. I'll go to my deathbed on this. If you're going to have an intelligent system, I don't care if it's an alien from planet Xenon, whatever, or an octopus, they have to have a model of the world in their head. That's a given. You cannot be intelligent without having a model of some part of the world in your head or in your system. That model is going to be built on reference frames, and it's going to be learned through movement. I will state those. I think those are absolute bedrock requirements, and so you'll find that in birds. You'll find it in octopuses. Now, something like a spider, you say, "Wow, a spider builds these spider webs. They're really, really complicated." But I don't know if the spider's intelligent. I don't know if the spider has any idea what his web looks like, and it just might be following some algorithm, right? So not everything that produces some sort of intrinsic behavior has to be intelligent. But there's a lot of animals that are intelligent, a huge number. And I think, by the way, I think other mammals like dolphins and whales and things like that, they're smart, they're intelligent, they're conscious, they know exactly what's going on. I don't think they're really any different than us. They don't have the same capabilities we have. But I don't think we're unique.
Jeff Hawkins, you have covered some amazing ground with us today on this really complex subject, and you lived up to your billing as someone who can tell the story with such clarity. Thank you for being such a great sport. Thank you for putting up with our technical hitches. And I do commend the book. As I said, the first book I bought for myself to read when I finished mine to readers. Any last words for the audience?
I think the only last thing I would say is I love the point of the book. It's got three parts. The first part is about the brain. We talked about the discovery. The second part is all about AI. I have some different opinions about the risk of AI, so you might be interested in that. And the third part of the book is quite philosophical, and it talks about humanity as an intelligent species and how we might view ourselves differently if we think about intelligence as the most important part of who we are, not our genes, not our biology. And I just want to put the plug in that, because I think it's one of the most forward part of the books, and it's the one that people might be most surprised to read when they read the book. But I think it's important. I think as humans we should be thinking about us as intelligent species and our role in the universe, not just here on Earth.
I'd concur with that. Jeff Hawkins, thank you.
Thank you for having me. It's been a lot of fun. I wish I could have been there in person.
Well, next time. Thank you so much, Jeff.
All right. Take care.
Bye-bye.